We all love a good camping story. Roasting marshmallows, telling tales around the fire. But the story you're about to hear isn't one of those. This comes from Wisconsin, a place known for its beautiful forests. But for the person involved, those woods became the backdrop for sheer terror. A decision was made, an assumption perhaps, that proved to be a fatal error. Get ready for a chilling recount of poor choices and terrifying consequences in the great outdoors. You're about to hear true scary. My camping trip in Wisconsin was a deadly mistake. My name's Jake. Looking back now, sitting here in the sterile quiet of a room that smells faintly of antiseptic and regret, it all seems so stupidly obvious. Like watching a horror movie where the characters split up or read the Latin inscription aloud. You scream at the screen, right? Don't go in there! Don't touch that! Well, we were those characters. Me, Liam, Chloe, and Maya. We were young, maybe a little arrogant, definitely restless. And we desperately needed a break. Life in Milwaukee had become a pressure cooker. Work deadlines, rent hikes, the constant thrum of traffic and sirens, it grinds you down. Liam, ever the instigator, was the first to float the idea. Guys, he'd announced one sweltering Tuesday evening over lukewarm beers at our usual dive bar. We need to get out, like out. Woods. Fire. No cell service. He grinned, that infectious, slightly reckless grin that always managed to pull us along in his wake. I was looking online. Devil's Lake State Park, up in Wisconsin. Supposed to be amazing. Chloe, always the pragmatist, immediately pulled out her phone. Devil's Lake, isn't that super popular? Like reservations, book months, uggo popular.
Nah.
Liam waved dismissively. Not in the main park. Too crowded, too many RVs and screaming kids. I found this spot online, a sort of dispersed camping area near the park. More rugged, more us. Maya, who usually just went with the flow but had an uncanny knack for sensing bad vibes, frowned slightly. Near Devil's Lake. Isn't that area supposed to have weird stories? Liam scoffed. Every old patch of woods has weird stories, Maya. Ghosts, Bigfoot, escaped lunatics, it's part of the charm! I'll admit I was hesitant. Not because of ghost stories, but because Liam's definition of rugged usually translated to potentially dangerous and definitely uncomfortable. But the thought of crisp autumn air, the smell of pine needles, a campfire crackling under a sky full of actual stars, it was potent. The city felt like it was suffocating me. All right, I said, draining my beer in. But if rugged means I'm sleeping on a pile of sharp rocks again, Liam, I swear, he laughed. Relax, Jake. It'll be epic. And escape. Escape. That was the word that sold us all. We loaded up my beat-up Subaru Forester the following Friday afternoon. The trunk Tetris, Ed with tents, sleeping bags, coolers full of cheap beer and hot dogs, and an optimistic amount of bug spray. The drive north out of the city felt like shedding a heavy skin. We blasted music, windows down, the concrete sprawl slowly giving way to rolling farmland, and then, finally, dense forests painted in the fiery hues of early October. We found the spot Liam had bookmarked easily enough. It wasn't an official campground, more like a series of clearings off a gravel fire road miles from the main entrance to Devil's Lake State Park. It was beautiful, undeniably. Towering pines and oaks formed a thick canopy. The air was sharp and clean, and the silence was profound, broken only by the wind rustling through the leaves and the distant chatter of a woodpecker. We picked a clearing nestled beside a small, gurgling creek, feeling smugly superior to the imagined hordes in the official park grounds. Setting up camp was smooth. Tents popped up, Liam got a respectable fire going despite the slightly damp wood, and Chloe organized our food supplies with military precision. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange, we cracked open beers and settled into our camp chairs. The firelight flickered across our faces, casting dancing shadows into the surrounding woods. It was exactly what we needed. Comfortable silence punctuated by easy laughter, the satisfying sizzle of hot dogs over the flames, the vast, indifferent wilderness stretching out around us. For a few hours, the city and its stresses felt a million miles away. We were disconnected, free. It was probably around mid-morning the next day, after a breakfast of lukewarm coffee and slightly burned oatmeal, that the itch started. The designated trails near our unofficial spot were fine, pleasant walks through the woods, but they felt tame, predictable. This is nice, Liam said, kicking at a loose stone on the path we were ambling along. But it's not exactly an adventure, is it? It feels like we're just walking in circles. What did you expect, Liam? Chloe asked reasonably. We're sticking to the marked areas. Exactly, he exclaimed. Marked areas are for tourists. We came out here for the real deal. Remember that turn off we passed on the fire road? The one that looked like it hadn't been used in years. I knew the one he meant. It wasn't even a proper trail entrance, more like a thinning in the dense underbrush, barely visible from the gravel road. There had been a sign too, not a standard Park Service sign, but something older, cruder. A piece of weathered plywood nailed haphazardly to a tree. The words painted in faded, peeling red letters. I couldn't quite make them out as we drove past, but it definitely hadn't looked welcoming. "I don't know, Liam," I said slowly. That looked pretty overgrown, and there was that weird sign. Probably just private property or something. Liam shrugged. Or maybe hunting area. Who cares? Let's just see where it goes. A little off-roading. What's the worst that could happen? Maya shifted uncomfortably. "I didn't like the look of that sign," she murmured. It felt off. "Oh, come on, Maya," Liam cajoled. "Don't tell me you're buying into those spooky stories now. It's broad daylight. We'll just poke around for an hour, see if there's a hidden lake or a cool viewpoint or something. It'll be way more interesting than this kiddie path." Chloe looked torn. The practical side of her was clearly flashing warning signs, but the allure of something different, something unscripted, was strong. I felt it too. The comfortable predictability of our morning walk suddenly felt boring. The woods around us seemed to whisper possibilities, secrets hidden just beyond the veil of the sanctioned trails. "Okay," Chloe said, finally glancing at me. "But just for a little while. If it gets too thick or feels sketchy, we turn back immediately." "Agreed?" "Agreed." Liam beamed, already changing direction. "Jakey." Chloe looked at me for confirmation. That was the moment. The fork in the road, literally and figuratively. Every instinct honed by years of watching people make dumb decisions in movies screamed N.O. The faded sign, Maya's unease, the very fact that the trail was so deliberately obscured, it all pointed to turning back. But Liam was already striding ahead. Chloe was reluctantly following, and the prospect of discovering something hidden, something wild, tugged at me. The desire to escape the mundane, the very reason we'd come here, overrode my caution. "Yeah, okay," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Let's check it out." "But seriously, Liam, no getting us hopelessly lost." "Scout's honor!" he called back, already pushing through the first barrier of thorny bushes marking the entrance to the forgotten path. We reached the trailhead Liam had pointed out. Up close, it was even less inviting. Thick brambles choked the entrance, and the path beyond looked less like a trail and more like a faint suggestion where the undergrowth was slightly less dense. And the sign, it wasn't private property. It wasn't hunting area. Nailed crookedly to a thick, dark bark pine were two overlapping pieces of wood. The top one, newer but still weathered, had clearly legible, blocky letters crudely painted in what looked like black tar keep oud. Below it, almost hidden by encroaching vines, was the older sign I'd glimpsed from the road. The red paint was blistered and peeling, but the message was still discernible, written in a spidery, almost frantic script, Tuarn Besikanabu, T-Y-A-Teach, a chill, colder than the October air warranted, snaked down my spine. Whoa, Chloe breathed, stopping short. Okay, maybe not. They watch. Liam scoffed, though his voice lacked some of its earlier bravado. "Seriously, that's classic local yokel spook stuff. Probably trying to keep kids from partying back here." He grabbed a thick branch and started batting away the thorns blocking the path. "Come on, don't be chickens." This just got interesting. Maya hadn't said a word. She just stood there, staring at the sign, her face pale. "Liam, please," she whispered. "Let's just go back to camp." But Liam was already through the initial barrier, disappearing into the gloom of the densely packed trees. "Last one in buys the next round," he yelled, his voice already slightly muffled by the foliage. Chloe sighed, a sound of resignation mixed with nervous energy. She glanced at me, then at Maya, then pushed through the brambles after Liam. I looked at Maya. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the point where Liam and Chloe had vanished. I looked at the signs, the stark Ki Oyut, the chilling Tiarnbai Ki No Do, Tiwabe TCH. Every rational thought told me to grab Maya and walk away, back to the safe, Boring Fire Road. But I didn't want to be the coward. I didn't want to be the one who chickened out. And a stupid, insidious part of me was curious. "Come on, Maya," I said, forcing a reassuring smile. "We'll stick together." "We won't go far." She hesitated for a long moment, then took a deep breath and nodded numbly. Together, we pushed aside the grasping thorns and stepped past the ominous signs, plunging into the shadows of the overgrown trail. The air immediately felt heavier, the silence more profound. The cheerful sounds of the woods we'd heard just moments before seemed to vanish, replaced by an oppressive stillness. We didn't know it then, of course. We couldn't comprehend the scale of the mistake we were making. We thought escaping the city was the goal. We thought finding adventure off the beaten path was the prize. We were wrong. The real escape we needed was from our own stupid, reckless curiosity, ignoring those signs, stepping onto that path. That wasn't the start of an adventure. It was the beginning of the end. The moment we stepped past those crude signs, it was like passing through an invisible membrane. The air, already cool, dropped several degrees, raising goosebumps on my arms despite my flannel shirt. The ambient noise of the forest, the rustling leaves, the distant bird calls, the whisper of wind didn't just quiet down, it ceased. Utterly, replaced by a heavy, pressing silence that felt unnatural, like the world holding its breath. Even our own footsteps on the leaf litter seemed muffled, absorbed by the dense woods that crowded in on either side of the barely, their path. See, nothing to worry about. Liam said, his voice sounding too loud, almost brittle, in the stillness. He forged ahead, still batting at low-hanging branches, but the confident swagger was gone, replaced by a tense energy. He kept glancing over his shoulder, quick, jerky movements. The trail itself was a nightmare. It wasn't maintained in any sense of the word. Roots snaked across it like petrified tentacles, slick with damp moss, threatening to trip us with every step. Thorny vines snagged at our clothes and skin, leaving angry red scratches. The canopy overhead was so thick that only thin, fractured beams of sunlight pierced through, dappling the forest floor in an eerie, shifting pattern that made it hard to focus. It felt less like a path and more like a tunnel burrowing into the deep, dark heart of the woods. Chloe stumbled, catching herself on a tree trunk. Damn it. Liam, are you sure this even goes anywhere? Of course it does. He snapped back a little too quickly. Old trails always lead somewhere. An old logging camp, maybe a hunter's cabin, or maybe just deeper into nowhere. Maya muttered, her voice barely audible. She was walking stiffly, her eyes scanning the surrounding trees with a fearful intensity. I really don't like this. We pressed on for what felt like an hour, though it was hard to judge time in the dim, unchanging light. The path twisted and turned, sometimes dipping into boggy patches that sucked at our boots, sometimes climbing steep, slippery inclines. There was no sense of direction anymore. The dense trees blocked any view of the sun or distant landmarks. Then we started finding things, not natural things. The first was a carving on a massive, ancient-looking oak. It wasn't graffiti, not initials or hearts. It was a complex geometric shape, sharp angles and overlapping circles deeply gouged into the bark. It looked intentional, ritualistic somehow. A little further on, dangling from a low branch by a piece of dirty twine, was a small, crude figure woven from twigs and what looked disturbingly like human hair. It was misshapen, vaguely humanoid, and swung slightly in a breeze we couldn't feel. Okay, that's weird, Chloe said, stopping to stare at it. Maybe some kind of weird art project. But her voice lacked conviction. Liam poked it with a stick. Creepy. Told you this would be more interesting. He tried for a grin, but it didn't reach his eyes. The silence persisted, broken only by our own sounds and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot that sounded unnervingly loud. No birds, no insects buzzing, no squirrels chattering. It felt like the woods themselves were dead or waiting. The feeling of being watched, which had been a vague prickle at the back of my neck earlier, intensified. It felt specific now, like unseen eyes were tracking our every move from behind the dark trunks and dense undergrowth, just beyond the edge of the path. I kept catching flickers of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow detaching itself from a larger shadow, a patch of darkness that seemed to shift, but whenever I turned my head, there was nothing there, just trees. Endlessly repeating, claustrophobic walls of trees. Maya gasped suddenly, grabbing my arm. Her fingers dug in painfully. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with terror fixed on a dense thicket to our right. "See what?" I asked, scanning the spot she indicated. Nothing, just tangled bushes and deep shade. There was something tall and thin, watching us, just for a second. Her voice trembled. Maya was probably just a shadow the way the light is, Liam said dismissively, but he didn't look towards the thicket. He kept his eyes fixed firmly ahead. "No," she insisted, shaking her head. "It wasn't a shadow. It was there." We tried to brush it off, but her fear was contagious. The air felt charged. We walked faster, stumbling more often, driven by a growing urgency to find wherever this path led, or better yet, find a way back. But the trail seemed to have other ideas. It forked unexpectedly. One path looked slightly more trodden, the other faded almost completely into the undergrowth.
Which way?
Chloe asked, looking at Liam. He hesitated, pulling out his phone. No signal, obviously. Compass app might still work. He frowned at the screen. According to this, we've barely moved. And the direction seems off, like completely wrong. He swore under his breath and shoved the phone back into his pocket. Let's try the clearer path. It looks more used. We took the fork, but after another 20 minutes of struggling through terrain that only got thicker and more difficult, it became undeniable we were lost. The path had all but vanished beneath layers of dead leaves and encroaching bushes. Trees seemed to press in closer, their branches like grasping arms. When we tried to backtrack to the fork, we couldn't find it. Every direction looked the same, an impenetrable wall of dark woods. Panic began to set in, cold and sharp. "This is your fault, Lamb!" Chloe burst out, her voice tight with fear and anger.
Your stupid idea! Off-roading! We should have stayed on the marked trails!
How was I supposed to know? Lamb shot back, his face pale and sweaty. "It was supposed to be an adventure! Some adventure!" she retorted. "We're completely lost. There's creepy Blair Witch crap hanging from trees. Maya's seeing things, and I swear to God, I keep hearing whispering." I froze. Whispering. I thought that was just the wind, but there was no wind. No. Chloe said, her eyes darting around nervously. "It's like just on the edge of hearing. Voices." Maya nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "I hear it too. It sounds like they're saying things, but I can't make out the words." A profound stomach-dropping dread washed over me. The signs. Tiarn BC Kinobo Way TCH. They weren't just watching. We huddled together, the argument forgotten, replaced by a shared, silent terror. The woods seemed to darken around us, though it should have been midday. The silence pressed in again, heavier than before, and then we heard it. Clear as day from deeper within the woods, off to our left. "Help! Guys, help me!" It was Liam's voice, unmistakably Liam's. Full of panic and pain, we all spun towards the sound, but Liam was standing right beside me, his face ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. "What the hell?" he breathed. "Help! Over here! I'm hurt." The voice called again, closer this time. Liam's voice. "Don't!" Maya choked out, grabbing Liam's arm as he instinctively took a step towards the sound. "Don't go. It's not you." The mimicry was perfect. The tone, the inflection, the underlying panic, it sounded exactly like our friend. But he was right here, unharmed, staring into the woods from where his own voice was calling for help. A branch snapped loudly close by, just beyond the range of our vision in the dense undergrowth, where the voice had originated. Something was moving in there. Something was trying to lure us, to separate us. The feeling of being watched was replaced by something far worse, the certainty of being hunted. The woods were no longer empty or silent. They were alive and they were hostile. And we were trapped inside, miles from safety, lured in by our own foolishness. The deadly mistake wasn't just ignoring the signs, it was thinking we could ever leave. The sound of Liam's stolen voice echoing through the unnaturally silent woods shattered the last remnants of our composure. Terror, pure and primal, seized us. For a heartbeat, we were frozen, staring into the oppressive green gloom where the fake cry for help had originated. Then, as one, we turned and ran. There was no thought of paths, no sense of direction other than away. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces and arms, thorns tearing at our clothes. We scrambled over fallen logs, slipped on mossy rocks, fueled by raw adrenaline. Behind us, the mimicry continued for a terrifying few moments. Liam's voice, pleading, then Chloe's, sharp and commanding, then even Maya's, soft and frightened, calling our names. Each stolen sound was a spur, driving us deeper into panic. We didn't dare answer, didn't dare look back. Stick together. Keep moving. That was the only mantra. The woods fought us. Roots seemed to deliberately snake out to trip us. Low, hanging branches snagged our hair and clothes, holding us back. The air grew thick and heavy, making each breath a painful gasp. The dim light filtering through the canopy seemed to fade further, plunging us into a premature twilight that writhed with deceptive shadows. And the sounds of pursuit were relentless. Not just footsteps, though there was a rustling, a sense of something large moving parallel to us, always just out of sight, but stranger things. A low, guttural clicking. A high-pitched chittering that didn't sound like any animal I knew. And the whispering, always the whispering, slithering at the edges of our hearing, seeming to coil around us in the suffocating air. I risked a glance behind us. Through the tangled mess of trees and shadow, I caught it just a glimpse. Something tall, impossibly tall and thin, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait between the trees, its limbs too long, its form blending disturbingly well with the vertical lines of the trunks. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal. It was something else, something that belonged to these forsaken woods. I screamed a choked, involuntary sound and pushed myself harder, ignoring the stitch burning in my side. We were running blind, stumbling, falling, hauling each other up. Liam was surprisingly agile, his earlier recklessness replaced by a grim focus on escape. Chloe, despite her terror, kept her head, trying to steer us towards what seemed like thinner patches of woods, though it was mostly guesswork. Maya was lagging. Her earlier sensitivity seemed to have left her drained, vulnerable. She stumbled frequently, her breath coming in ragged sobs. "Keep up, Maya," Liam yelled back, his voice hoarse. "I can't," she gasped, tripping over a concealed root and sprawling onto the leaf litter. I doubled back, grabbing her arm to pull her up. "Come on, Maya! We have to go!" As I hauled her to her feet, a sudden, thick fog rolled in. Not a natural mist, but a dense, cloying white bank that appeared from nowhere, swallowing the woods in seconds. Visibility dropped to mere feet. We could barely see each other. "Stay close!" Chloe shouted, her voice muffled by the fog. "Hold hands." We fumbled for each other, linking arms, a desperate human chain against the encroaching white void. We shuffled forward blind, calling out to each other constantly. The sounds of pursuit seemed amplified in the fog, closer, surrounding us. The clicking, the chittering, the whispers, they were everywhere. Then Liam at the front yelled, "I see something!" "This way." He surged forward, pulling us with him. We stumbled after him, hope flickering desperately. And then the chain broke. I felt Maya's hand slip from mine. "Maya," I yelled, stopping, turning blindly in the fog. "Jake." Liam. Her voice sounded small and terrifyingly alone, already seeming further away than she should be. "Maya, where are you?" Chloe screamed.
Over here! I tripped again!
I think I see. Her voice cut off abruptly, not faded out. Cut off, as if a switch had been flipped. Silence. A different kind of silence from before. Not empty, but predatory. Waiting. "No." Liam roared into the fog. No answer. Only the swirling white, the muffled drip of condensation from unseen branches, and the frantic pounding of my own heart. "We have to go back!" I cried, trying to push against Liam and Chloe. "No, Jake!" Liam grabbed my shoulders, his face a mask of horror in the fog. "You heard her! She's gone! They got her! If we go back, they'll get us too." Tears streamed down Chloe's face, but she nodded grimly, pulling me forward. "He's right, Jake. We can't help her now. We have to get out." Leaving her behind felt like ripping out a part of my own soul. Every instinct screamed to search, to fight. But the absolute, final silence where her voice had been, the predatory stillness that followed it, spoke of an irreversible, immediate horror. Liam was right. Going back would be suicide. Driven now by grief and a terror sharpened by loss, we plunged forward, following the faint glimmer Liam had seen. The fog swirled, playing tricks on our eyes, shapes looming and receding. But the light grew stronger, resolving into the gray, overcast sky visible through a thinning canopy. We burst through a final wall of tangled bushes, scratching our faces and hands, and stumbled out onto the gravel fire road. The transition was jarring. One moment we were in the suffocating, hostile heart of the fog-bound woods. The next we stood blinking in the open, the familiar, mundane sight of the gravel road stretching before us. We looked back. The fog bank stopped abruptly at the tree line, a solid white wall sealing off the horrors within. There was no sound from the woods now, no pursuit. It was as if we had crossed an invisible boundary, stepping back into the normal world. We collapsed onto the gravel, gasping for air, bodies shaking uncontrollably. Relief washed over me, so intense it was painful, immediately followed by a crushing wave of guilt and grief for Maya. Liam buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Chloe just stared blankly back at the impassive wall of fog, tears tracking through the dirt on her cheeks. We never found Maya. We staggered back to the campsite miraculously intact. The fire, nothing but cold ashes, grabbed our phones, which now inexplicably had full battery and signal, and called 911. The search parties combed the area for days. They found the overgrown trail, the signs, even the crude twig effigy Chloe remembered seeing. But they found no trace of Maya. No footprints beyond a certain point, no torn clothing, no blood. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air within that unnatural fog. The official explanation leaned towards disorientation, exposure, maybe an animal attack, though no remains were ever found. They called off the search after a week. Liam and Chloe, we don't talk anymore. The shared trauma, the guilt, The unspoken accusations had fractured us beyond repair. Liam, I heard, moved out west, trying to outrun the memory. Chloe became withdrawn, rarely leaving her apartment. And me, my name's Jake. I'm telling you this from a quiet room. Not a hospital, not exactly. More of a long-term rest facility. Because sometimes, especially at night, I still hear the whispering. I see tall, thin shadows moving in my peripheral vision, even indoors. I can't go near woods, can't stand the silence. Because I know what's out there, just past the edge of the places we think are safe. The mistake wasn't just choosing that park, or ignoring those signs. The mistake was thinking some parts of the world are meant for us. They aren't. They belong to something else. Something ancient, patient, and hungry. And they watch. They always watch. So if you see a path that looks forgotten, with signs telling you to keep out, for God's sake, listen to them. Turn back. Run. Don't make our deadly mistake. My name is Sarah. Even saying it now, years later, feels strange, like introducing a ghost. The person who went into the Chequamegon, Nicollet National Forest, that autumn isn't the same one sitting here, bathed in the artificial glow of a computer screen, trying to piece together memories that still feel jagged and raw. Some experiences don't just scar you, they fundamentally alter the landscape of your soul. This is the story of how mine was irrevocably changed deep within the whispering pines and shadowed hollows of northern Wisconsin. It was Mike's idea, of course. My boyfriend, Mike. He was all restless energy and boundless enthusiasm, a stark contrast to my more cautious nature. He thrived on pushing boundaries, finding the edge, whether it was climbing a slightly too steep rock face or driving just a little too fast down winding country roads. I loved that about him. Most of the time, it pulled me out of my shell, made me feel alive. But sometimes, his hunger for the extreme felt less like adventure and more like tempting fate. This time, fate wasn't just tempted, it was practically invited in for dinner. He'd become obsessed with the idea of true wilderness, not the curated experience of a state park campground with numbered sites and nearby ranger stations, but genuine off-the-grid isolation. He spent weeks poring over maps of the Chequamegon, Nicollet National Forest, a sprawling expanse of over 1.5 million acres. He pointed to vast green patches devoid of trails or roads, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Look, Sarah," he'd said, tracing a finger across a particularly dense area miles from any marked human passage. Absolute solitude. No people, no noise, just us in the wild. I had reservations. Vague anxieties prickled at the back of my mind. I liked nature, sure. Hikes, scenic overlooks, even car camping were fine. But the idea of being truly lost in such a vast, untamed place hours from help, it felt different. Dangerous. I voiced my concerns, mentioning bears, getting lost, the sheer remoteness. Mike laughed them off with his characteristic charm. Bears. We'll hang our food properly. Getting lost. I've got a GPS, compass. Maps, I know what I'm doing! That's the point, Sarah. To rely on ourselves, to disconnect completely. He painted a picture of crackling campfires under star-drenched skies, misty mornings with sunlight filtering through ancient trees, the peace of absolute silence. He was persuasive. Too persuasive. Against my better judgment, I agreed. It was a mistake I would spend the rest of my life regretting. The drive north was beautiful, admittedly. The landscape shifted gradually from familiar farmland to rolling hills dotted with dairy cows, then finally to the dense, imposing forests of the Northwoods. Towns became smaller, farther apart. Cell service vanished long before we even reached the forest boundary. We stopped at a dusty, dimly lit general store miles outside the park, the last outpost of civilization. The proprietor, a weathered man with eyes that seemed to have seen too many long winters, eyed our packed SUV and hiking gear. "Headed deep?" he asked, his voice raspy. Mike nodded enthusiastically. "Way deep, off trail." The man chewed on something unseen. Forest ain't always friendly to folks who stray too far. He muttered, bagging our last-minute purchases extra batteries. Some questionable jerky. Things out there, best left undisturbed. Mike just grinned, clapping the man on the shoulder. "We'll be fine, we know what we're doing." The old man just shook his head slowly, watching us leave with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Foreboding, perhaps. Or maybe just the wariness of someone living on the edge of nowhere. We parked the SUV down a barely their logging road, hidden behind a thicket of pines as Mike had planned. Pulling on our heavy packs felt like sealing our fate. The air was crisp, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Autumn was painting the forest in glorious shades of red, gold, and orange, but beneath the beauty, there was an undercurrent, a stillness that felt watchful. As we hiked deeper, leaving the faint track behind, the silence became profound. It wasn't just the absence of human noise, it was the quality of the silence itself, heavy, ancient, as if the forest was holding its breath. Mike navigated confidently, consulting his map and compass, occasionally checking the GPS until it too surrendered to the thick canopy and remoteness. We crossed streams on fallen logs, pushed through dense underbrush, and scrambled over moss-covered rocks. Hours passed. The initial exhilaration I felt began to fade, replaced by fatigue and that familiar low-level anxiety. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches like skeletal fingers against the darkening afternoon sky. Every snap of a twig underfoot sounded unnaturally loud in the pervasive quiet. Finally, Mike declared we'd found the perfect spot, a small, relatively flat clearing near a meandering creek, sheltered by towering white pines. See, he beamed, dropping his pack with a heavy thud. Perfect isolation. It was isolated, painfully so. As we set up the tent and gathered firewood, the sun began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters among the trees. The temperature dropped noticeably. I found myself constantly scanning the perimeter of our small clearing, peering into the deepening gloom beneath the pines. My unease was a physical thing now, a knot tightening in my stomach. Relax, Sarah, Mike said, noticing my tension as he expertly got a fire going. It's beautiful here, peaceful. He was right, objectively. The fire crackled merrily, pushing back the encroaching darkness. The creek murmured nearby, but the peace felt fragile, superficial. It felt like a performance put on for our benefit, while something else waited patiently in the wings. That's when we heard the first rustling. It came from the dense thicket just beyond the reach of the firelight, a distinct swish, snap of branches and leaves. Deer, Mike whispered, instantly a thrill in his voice. He grabbed his flashlight, aiming the beam towards the sound. Nothing. Just interwoven branches and blackness. The rustling stopped. Probably just spooked it, he said, lowering the light. See? Wildlife. I nodded, trying to accept the simple explanation. It was deer country. That made sense. We heard it again a few minutes later, slightly further away this time. Again, the flashlight revealed nothing. We ate our dehydrated meals in relative silence, the crackle of the fire the dominant sound once more. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling. The rustling hadn't sounded quite right. There was a deliberation to it, a weight that felt heavier than a deer. But I told myself I was being paranoid, letting the isolation and the old man's words get to me. Later, as we sat by the fire, the stars beginning to pierce the canopy overhead, another sound came. A sharp snap like a thick, dry branch being broken deliberately. It was closer this time, much closer, maybe just 20 yards into the trees. Both Mike and I froze. He slowly reached for the heavy-duty flashlight again. Okay, that didn't sound like Bambi, he muttered, his voice tight. He swept the beam slowly across the woods. Tangled undergrowth, imposing tree trunks, shadows playing tricks. Nothing moved. But the silence that followed felt different, charged, expectant, maybe a bear. I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. Maybe, Mike said, but he didn't sound convinced. He kept the flashlight beam trained on the spot where the sound originated for a long moment before slowly lowering it. Whatever it was, it's gone now. But I didn't believe it was gone. As we finally crawled into the tent, zipping it tight against the cold night air, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It was a tangible pressure prickling the hairs on the back of my neck. I lay there in the dark, listening to Mike's breathing beside me, straining my ears to catch any sound beyond the thin nylon walls. The forest wasn't silent anymore. It whispered with faint movements, subtle shifts, sounds that were impossible to identify, but collectively spoke of presence. Sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of a settling tree, every distant hoot of an owl seemed to carry a hidden message, a warning whispered on the night air. And somewhere, just beyond our fragile shelter, I felt eyes watching. Cold, patient, and utterly inhuman eyes. Our deadly mistake wasn't just thinking the rustling was deer. It was believing we were ever truly alone. We had walked willingly into a place that didn't want us, and the woods themselves were beginning to stir. The first night was just the beginning. Dawn broke gray and uncertain, filtering weakly through the dense pine canopy. Neither Mike nor I had truly slept. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a distant twig had sent jolts of adrenaline through us, leaving us wired and exhausted. I emerged from the tent first, stiff and bleary, eyed, my senses on high alert. The clearing felt different. The air was heavy, still holding the night's chill, but there was more to it than that. A lingering presence. The fire was dead, a pile of gray ash and charred logs, but scattered around it, in a rough, seamy circle just at the edge of where the flames would have reached, were small, smooth stones from the creek bed. Stones that definitely hadn't been there when we went to sleep. "Mike," I whispered, my voice hoarse. He crawled out, blinking in the dim light. He saw the stones immediately. His usual morning energy was gone, replaced by a grim set to his jaw. "Okay," he said softly, scanning the surrounding trees.
Okay, that's weird.
"Mike, someone or something was right here while we were sleeping." My voice trembled. "Maybe animals," he offered, but it lacked conviction. "Raccoons, looking for scraps. Did raccoons carry these stones from the creek and arrange them neatly around our dead fire?" I shot back, fear making me sharp. He didn't answer, just kicked at one of the stones with the toe of his boot. We packed up camp with hurried, jerky movements, constantly glancing over our shoulders. The forest seemed unnervingly quiet now, as if holding its breath, watching our departure. Mike insisted we stick to his plan, explore a bit further east towards a ridge he'd marked on the map before looping back towards the logging road where we'd left the car. Part of me screamed to just backtrack immediately, the fastest way out, but another part, perhaps foolishly, still trusted Mike's navigational skills and his underlying belief that daylight would make things clearer, less threatening. Maybe he needed to prove to himself as much as to me that there was a rational explanation. The hike was torture. The oppressive silence alternated with sudden, sharp sounds that made us jump. A woodpecker hammering sounded like gunshots. The wind sighing through the pines seemed to carry whispers just below the threshold of hearing. Twice, I heard what sounded distinctly like a footstep mimicking my own, falling just moments after mine on the soft pine needles behind us. When I spun around, there was nothing but trees and shadows. Mike heard it too the second time. He stopped dead, his head cocked, listening intently. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. He scanned the woods, his hand hovering near the small hatchet clipped to his belt. "Probably just an echo," he said, finally, but his eyes darted nervously as we continued walking. The feeling of being followed, shadowed, was relentless. Around midday, we stopped by the creek again to refill our water bottles. While Mike used the purifier, I wandered a few yards downstream, drawn by an odd shape in the damp earth near the bank. Kneeling down, my blood ran cold. It was a footprint. Or rather, an impression that was vaguely foot-shaped but disturbingly wrong. It was too long, too narrow, with indentations that suggested claws or talons rather than distinct toes. It was sunk deep into the mud, implying significant weight. There was another partial print nearby, heading away from the creek, deeper into the woods. "Mike, come look at this." I called, my voice barely a whisper. He hurried over, took one look, and his face went pale beneath his tan. He knelt, examining the print closely. "What the hell? It's not a bear," I stated flatly. "Or a wolf. Or a deer. No." He agreed, shaking his head slowly. "No, it's not." He looked around wildly. Maybe it's just erosion. Water washing through here made a weird shape." Even as he said it, we both knew how flimsy it sounded. The print was too defined, too deliberate. He stood up abruptly. "Let's just go. Stick to the plan, get to the ridge, head back." He was trying to project confidence, but his voice was strained. The easygoing adventure was gone, replaced by someone genuinely unnerved. The ridge offered no comfort, only a wider view of the endless, undulating sea of trees. Miles and miles of wilderness, with no sign of human civilization anywhere. The isolation Mike had craved now felt like a suffocating trap. As we started our loop back, the afternoon wore on, the light beginning to fade much too quickly under the heavy cloud cover that had rolled in. The woods grew darker, the shadows lengthening, merging together. That's when I saw it. We were navigating a particularly dense patch of firs, the air thick with their scent. I glanced to my left, down a narrow corridor between two massive trunks. For just a fraction of a second, silhouetted against the slightly brighter gloom beyond, stood a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall and rail, thin, its limbs too long, bent at angles that seemed unnatural. It wasn't wearing clothes, its form blending almost perfectly with the bark and shadows, but it was distinctly there. It moved, not like an animal skulking, but with a swift, jerky fluidity that made my stomach clench. It slid behind the farther tree and was gone. I gasped, stumbling to a halt, pointing frantically.
"Mike!"
"There. Did you see it?"
See what?
He spun around, eyes wide.
"Sarah, what is it?" "Oh, I have a man." "No, not a man. Something tall."
"Skinny! It moved between those trees!" He stared hard into the spot I indicated, Flashlight now drawn even though it wasn't fully dark yet. There's nothing there, Sarah.
Just trees.
No, it was there. It was watching us. Panic clawed at my throat. It was probably just the light playing tricks. He insisted, but he swept the flashlight beam around nervously. Shadows, branches moving in the wind. There is no wind. I cried. And it was true. The air was unnervingly still. He looked shaken now, his denial wearing thin. He grabbed my arm. Come on. We need to move faster. Get back to the camp spot, grab the tent, and get the hell out of here. We don't stop. The final push back towards our initial clearing was frantic. Darkness fell completely, swallowing the woods whole. Our headlamps cut feeble tunnels through the blackness, magnifying the sense of everything pressing in around us. Every sound was amplified. Every shadow seemed to writhe with potential menace. We heard snapping twigs keeping pace with us, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Once, a low, guttural clicking sound emanated from the darkness just off the path, cutting off abruptly when Mike shone his light towards it. We practically fell into the clearing, the place where we'd naively set up camp just the night before. It felt tainted now, hostile territory. Forget the tent. Mike panted, already fumbling with his pack straps. Just grab essentials. Water, food map, compass lights. We leave everything else. We move now. As he spoke, a rock about the size of my fist suddenly arched out of the darkness and thudded hard against the trunk of a pine tree not 5 feet away from him. We both froze, staring at the point of impact, then whipping our lights towards the direction it had come from blackness. Impenetrable trees. Okay. Mike breathed, his voice tight with fear and adrenaline. Okay. It knows we're here. It's messing with us. Or warning us. Warning us away, or warning us we're trapped. I choked out. Another sound pierced the night, chilling me to the bone. It was a whistle, low and melodic, echoing eerily through the trees. It sounded vaguely like the tune Mike had been whistling absently the day before while setting up camp. But this rendition was distorted off, key imbued with a chilling mockery. Mimicry. Intelligent, deliberate mimicry. That was it. No more denial, no more rationalizations. This wasn't an animal, it wasn't hunters playing a sick game, it was something else. Something ancient, territorial, and malevolent. And it was actively engaging with us, hunting us. Go, Mike yelled, shoving his essential gear into a smaller day pack.
Go, go, go. Head west. Straight west by the compass. Don't stop.
We scrambled, grabbing the bare minimum, our hands shaking so badly it was hard to buckle straps or zip pockets. The fire felt useless now, a tiny island in an ocean of predatory darkness. The whistling faded, replaced by that heavy, watchful silence again, somehow even more terrifying. Sleep was impossible. Leaving the relative and now clearly illusory safety of the clearing felt insane, but staying felt like suicide. We just stood there for a moment, rigid, listening to the sounds, or the lack thereof, circling our flimsy position, knowing that the forest had finally shown its teeth. Escaping its grip wouldn't just be a hike out, it would be a desperate flight for our very lives. The deadly mistake wasn't just misidentifying a sound, it was everything that had led us to this point, deep in the heart of something that did not want us there. And now it seemed intent on making sure we never left. There was no thought, only instinct. Raw, primal terror-fueled legs that felt both leaden and impossibly fast. We plunged into the absolute blackness beyond the feeble glow of our headlamps, crashing through unseen undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces and tearing at our clothes. Mike was slightly ahead, his beam bobbing frantically, shouting compass directions that barely registered over the frantic pounding in my ears.
West. Keep heading west.
Don't stop. The sound started almost immediately. Not just the rustling anymore, but heavy, deliberate thuds pacing us just beyond the edge of the light. It wasn't the sound of a four-legged animal. It was bipedal, heavy, and moving with an unnerving confidence through the darkness that swallowed us whole. Branches snapped violently behind us, sometimes terrifyingly close. That low, clicking sound returned, seeming to echo from the trees around us, a horrible parody of insect noise that felt reptilian, ancient. And then the whistling. That same distorted, mocking tune Mike had whistled drifted through the trees, weaving in and out of the sounds of our panicked flight, a soundtrack to our terror composed by pure malevolence. The forest itself became an enemy. Roots snagged our feet, sending us sprawling onto the damp, cold earth. Low, hanging branches struck like fists. We scrambled through thickets that tore at our skin, crossed unseen creeks where the icy water shocked us into momentary clarity before the panic surged back. Disorientation set in quickly. Was Mike still heading truly west? In the suffocating darkness, relying only on a bouncing compass needle glimpsed in fleeting moments, it was impossible to be sure. The woods felt alive, shifting, deliberately confusing our path, funneling us deeper into its clutches. The feeling wasn't just of being chased, but of being herded. We came to a steeper ravine, slick with mud and loose scree. Mike started down first, sliding more than climbing, his light momentarily vanishing below the lip. "Careful." "Sarah!" He yelled back up, his voice tight with exertion and fear. I started to follow, half sliding, half stumbling down the treacherous slope. My foot caught on a hidden root. I cried out as I pitched forward, tumbling the last few feet and landing hard at the bottom, my headlamp flying off and extinguishing, plunging me into absolute darkness.
Mike!
I screamed, scrambling on the ground, patting frantically for the lost light. Panic surged, cold and suffocating.
"Sarah, are you okay?"
His voice came from slightly ahead and to my right, maybe 20 feet away. His beam cut through the darkness, finding me. Relief washed over me, so potent it was almost painful. "I lost my light!" I gasped, still fumbling in the dirt and leaves.
Forget it! I've got mine!
"Come on," he urged. Just as I located the cool plastic casing of my headlamp, it happened. From the top of the ravine we had just descended came a sound that wasn't a click or a whistle or a footstep. It was a deep, guttural inhale, followed by a skittering, scraping noise as something impossibly large and heavy began descending the slope with terrifying speed. "M-I-K-E,"
IT's Calm IG!
I shrieked, fumbling to get my light back on. Mike's beam whipped upwards towards the sound. "Run, Sarah! Run!" Then his light jerked violently sideways, illuminating a blur of motion, something impossibly tall and thin, impossibly fast, unfolding itself from the darkness beside him. There was a choked gasp, Mike's gasp cut short with horrifying finality, followed by a sound I will never forget, a wet, tearing crunch. His flashlight fell, hitting the ground and rolling, its beam now pointing erratically upwards, casting grotesque, dancing shadows of trees against the night sky silence. A profound, absolute silence that was infinitely more terrifying than the preceding chaos. "Mike," I whispered, my voice dissolving into a sob. "Okay," no answer. Only the faint rustle of leaves settling and the steady, accusing beam of his fallen flashlight illuminating nothing but empty space where he had stood moments before. Something inside me snapped. The paralysis of fear broke, replaced by a white, hot surge of pure survival instinct. I didn't consciously decide to run, my body simply took over. I scrambled away from the fallen light, away from the spot where Mike had vanished, plunging back into the suffocating darkness, guided only by sheer terror. I ran until my lungs burned like fire and my legs felt like jelly, until I tripped and fell, picked myself up, and ran again. I ran without direction, without thought, tears streaming down my face, sobbing Mike's name into the uncaring woods. The sounds of pursuit were gone now, or perhaps I was simply too lost in my own terror to hear them. Hours must have passed in this fugue state. The blackness began to soften, slowly yielding to the bruised purple and gray of pre-dawn. The trees thinned slightly, and then I heard it, a low, distant rumble, a sound so alien in that wilderness that it took me a moment to identify traffic. A highway, hope, fragile and desperate, flickered within me. I pushed towards the sound, stumbling, crawling the last few yards through dew, soaked ferns until I collapsed onto the gravel shoulder of a two-lane highway. Cars occasionally sped past, their headlights briefly illuminating my scraped, muddy, and pathetic form before plunging me back into near darkness. I tried to wave, but lacked the strength. Eventually, a logging truck rumbled to a stop, its air brakes hissing. The driver, a burly man with a kind face etched with concern, stared down at me. I tried to speak, to tell him about Mike, about the thing in the woods, but only incoherent sobs came out. The rest is a blur of concerned truckers, flashing police lights, scratchy ambulance blankets, and the sterile white walls of a small regional hospital. I told my story, haltingly at first, then with frantic insistence. I told them about the sounds, the tracks, the figure I saw, the rock, the whistling, the ravine, the thing that took Mike. They listened patiently, nodded sympathetically, and wrote reports filled with phrases like hypothermia, severe dehydration, stress-induced hallucination, and possible animal encounter. Search parties were organized, of course. They combed the woods for days. They found our initial campsite, noting the scattered gear we'd abandoned in our panic. They found the ravine. They even noted some unidentified impressions in the mud nearby, though they were quickly dismissed as inconclusive or attributed to erosion or common wildlife. They found no sign of Mike. No blood, no torn clothing, nothing. He had simply vanished. Officially, Michael Hansen is listed as missing, presumed deceased due to exposure or an undetermined accident within the Nicolet National Forest. I know better. I left Wisconsin as soon as I was released from the hospital. I couldn't stand the sight of those dense, dark trees lining the horizon. I moved south, as far from vast, ancient forests as I could get. But distance doesn't erase the memory, nor the deeper scars. I jump at sudden noises. I can't sleep without a light on. I avoid camping shows on television. And sometimes late at night, when the wind sighs just right through the eaves of my suburban home, I hear it. Faint, barely there, but unmistakable. That distorted off-key whistle. They say our deadly mistake was thinking the rustling was just deer. They're wrong. Our deadly mistake was arrogance. It was ignoring the primal warnings whispered by the ancient woods, the unsettling feeling in our guts, the proprietor's veiled caution. It was believing we could walk into the heart of something wild and unknown, something that predates maps and compasses and GPS signals, and not face consequences. We intruded. We were noticed. We were deemed unworthy or perhaps simply interesting. Mike paid the ultimate price for that intrusion. I survived, but survival came with its own cost. I brought something back with me, not in my pack, but in my mind. A shard of that cold, watchful darkness from deep within the Nicolet. It reminds me every day that there are places in this world you should not go, secrets best left undisturbed, and presences far older and less forgiving than any deer, and they are always listening, always waiting. My name's Ethan. Most folks do. It's a solid, unremarkable name, the kind that blends into a crowd, and most of my life I've preferred it that way. I'm not one for the spotlight, never have been. What I am one for, or at least what I was one for, is the wild. The deep, untamed stretches of forest, where the air smells like pine needles and damp earth, where the only sounds are the wind sighing through the branches and the crunch of your own boots on the trail. I considered myself a seasoned camper, maybe even bordering on expert, though I wouldn't boast about it. Grew up in Minnesota, spent every summer exploring the boundary waters, learned to read the woods like a book, tracking, foraging, navigating by landmarks in the sun. I knew how to handle myself, how to respect the wilderness and its inherent dangers. Or so I thought. My companion on almost every trip for the past 5 years was Duke. He was a German Shepherd mix, mostly shepherd but with something else in there that gave him slightly broader shoulders and an unnervingly intelligent gaze. Fiercely loyal, absolutely fearless, or again, so I thought, and the best damn trail dog you could ask for. He had a nose that could pick up a deer trail half a mile away and ears that swiveled constantly, catching sounds long before they reached my human senses. More than once, his low growl had alerted me to a bear shuffling through the underbrush or a moose crashing nearby, giving me ample time to make myself scarce or make noise to ward them off. He was my early warning system, my furry guardian, and honestly, my best friend. Talking to Duke under the stars felt more natural than making small talk at some office party. This particular trip, the one that haunts my waking hours and turns my sleep into a sweat-soaked nightmare, was planned for late September, northern Wisconsin. I picked a spot deep in the Nicolet National Forest, miles from any designated campground, accessible only by a barely their logging road and then a good 3-mile hike in. That was the point. Isolation. True, raw wilderness. I craved the silence, the feeling of being utterly disconnected from the noise and clutter of modern life. Cell service was a joke out there, naturally. No emails, no calls, no news feeds. Just me, Duke, and several 100,000 acres of trees. The drive up was uneventful, filled with the usual pre-trip anticipation. I had the old pickup loaded with gear, tent, sleeping bags rated for freezing temps just in case, camp stove, water filter, enough dehydrated meals to last a week, first aid kit, axe, knife, compass, maps, headlamp, backup flashlight, the works. Duke sat shotgun, his head occasionally resting on my lap, his tail giving a tentative thump whenever I reached over to scratch behind his ears. He loved these trips as much as I did, maybe more. The city made him restless, agitated. The woods were his element. We left the truck parked where the logging road became impassable, hidden behind a thicket of overgrown sumac. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and the promise of autumn chill. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold. We set off, Duke trotting ahead, nose to the ground, occasionally doubling back to make sure I was keeping up. The hiking was invigorating. The forest was dense, ancient feeling. Towering white pines, sturdy oaks, clusters of birch with their peeling white bark. The ground was soft with fallen needles. It was exactly what I'd wanted. Remote, peaceful. Finding the perfect campsite took a little while. I wanted somewhere relatively flat, near a source of water but not right on top of it, and with some natural shelter from the wind. I found it eventually, a small clearing, barely 20 feet across, nestled between a trio of large hemlocks and a moss-covered rock face. A tiny, gurgling stream trickled nearby, crystal clear over smooth stones. Perfect. Setting up camp was routine. Tent pitched, sleeping bags unrolled inside, gear organized. Duke explored the perimeter, marking his territory, sniffing every bush and tree trunk with intense concentration. He seemed perfectly content, rolling in a patch of dry leaves, chasing a squirrel up a tree with mock ferocity. I gathered firewood, chopped it, and got a small, efficient fire going in the stone, ringed pit I built. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple above the treetops, I cooked up some rehydrated chili mac and shared a few bites, minus the spices, with Duke. The familiar rituals, the quiet companionship, the immense silence of the woods settling in around us, this was bliss. This was why I came here. The temperature dropped quickly as full darkness fell. The fire crackled merrily, casting flickering shadows that danced on the tent walls and the surrounding trees. The stars began to emerge, piercing the darkening sky like scattered diamonds on black velvet. Out here, away from city lights, the Milky Way was a breathtaking smear across the heavens. I leaned back against my pack, sipping hot tea, Duke lying at my feet, head resting on his paws, occasionally sighing contentedly. Everything felt right.
Safe normal.
Then it started. It wasn't sudden. It was a low rumble deep in Duke's chest. Almost too low to hear over the crackling fire at first. His head lifted slightly, ears cocked forward, absolutely rigid. His gaze wasn't directed out into the dark woods surrounding us, but straight at the zipped-up flap of our tent mere feet away. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, keeping my voice calm. "Squirrel. Raccoon trying to steal our food bag." I'd hung the food bag properly, high up in a tree branch well away from camp, standard procedure. But maybe some small critter was investigating the tent itself. Duke didn't relax. The growl persisted, a steady guttural vibration. He shifted his weight, getting halfway to his feet, hackles slightly raised along his spine. His eyes, reflecting the firelight, remained locked on the tent flap. Not the sides, not the back, just the thin nylon barrier of the entrance. I strained my ears, listening intently. The wind rustled the leaves high above. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks upwards. Nothing else. No snapping twigs, no heavy breathing, no sound of anything circling the tent or sniffing around the clearing. Nothing that would explain Duke's behavior. He'd encountered bears, deer, foxes, coyotes. His reactions were usually sharp barks or excited whines, maybe a warning growl if something got too close, but always directed out there into the source of the disturbance. This was different. This felt targeted, intense, and aimed at something seemingly inside, or just beyond, that thin layer of fabric. "Easy, Duke," I murmured, reaching out to stroke his back. His muscles were tense beneath my hand. He allowed the touch but didn't break his stare. The growl didn't lessen. If anything, it deepened, gaining a sharper edge. The knees began to prickle at the back of my neck. This wasn't like Duke. He wasn't easily spooked. He was my rock, my furry alarm system, and his alarm was blaring directly at our shelter. I scanned the tree line again, peering into the inky blackness beyond the fire's reach. Nothing, just the impenetrable dark of the deep woods. Could it be the shadows cast by the fire playing tricks on him? Possible, but unlikely. He'd seen firelight shadows on tents hundreds of times. Minutes stretched into an agonizingly long 10, then 20. Duke remained frozen, growling intermittently, sometimes lapsing into a tense silence where only his rigid posture and unwavering stare betrayed his agitation. The silence was worse somehow, expectant. The fire dwindled slightly, the shadows growing longer, more distorted. My own heart started to beat a little faster. The profound peace I'd felt earlier had evaporated, replaced by a creeping dread. The isolation I'd craved now felt like vulnerability. Miles from anywhere, anyone. Just me, my increasingly agitated dog, and whatever unseen thing had him fixated on the damn tent flap. I tossed another log on the fire, the flare up momentarily pushing back the darkness, but Duke didn't flinch. He stayed locked onto the zipper. What could possibly be in there? I'd set it up myself. I'd been in and out grabbing my tea. It was empty, save for our sleeping bags and pads. An animal couldn't have gotten in without my noticing, surely. A snake. unlikely to cause this reaction, and too cold for them to be very active anyway. The growling became more insistent now, a low, menacing snarl. Duke took a hesitant step closer to the tent, lowering his head, teeth slightly bared. He wasn't backing down. He was confronting whatever he perceived to be there. My mind raced through possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. A trick of the light, an unfamiliar smell I couldn't detect. Or something else. Something wrong. The woods hold secrets, stories, energies. Old legends whispered around campfires came unwanted into my thoughts, tales of strange beings, of places where the veil between worlds is thin. I'd always dismissed them as folklore, spooky stories to pass the time. But out here alone, with my fearless dog acting terrified of an empty tent entrance, dismissal felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. Fear is a cold thing. It started in my gut and spread outwards, making my fingers numb, my breath hitch. I had my heavy flashlight next to me, my knife on my belt. But what good were they against something Duke could sense but I couldn't see? Something that was apparently right there, behind a thin sheet of nylon. Duke let out a short, sharp bark, then dropped back into that intense, low growl. He wouldn't look away. He wouldn't calm down. He was telling me, in the only way he knew how, that something was terribly wrong, right there. At the door, my hand hovered over the flashlight. My gaze flicked between Duke's rigid form and the innocuous zipper tab hanging motionless on the tent flap. Every instinct, every bit of woodsman training I had, screamed at me to leave it alone, to trust the dog's fear, to perhaps pack up quietly and hike out in the dark, or at the very least, stay by the fire, armed and alert, until dawn. But another part of me, the rational, seasoned camper part, couldn't accept it. It had to be explainable. An animal trapped inside, a weird echo. It felt foolish, cowardly even, to be scared of my own empty tent. I had to know. I had to see what had my dog so spooked. Maybe shining the light inside would reveal a simple explanation, calm Duke down, and let us get some sleep. The silence stretched again, broken only by the fire in Duke's rumbling chest. My mistake, my truly monumentally stupid, deadly mistake, was choosing curiosity over caution. It was deciding that I, the human, knew better than the animal instincts honed over millennia. It was reaching out, my hand trembling slightly, towards the cold metal of the zipper. It was deciding to pull it down, to peel back that thin layer of protection and look directly at whatever waited for us on the other side. My fingers, clumsy with a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the night air, fumbled for the small metal tab of the zipper. The sound it made as I pulled it downward seemed unnaturally loud in the tense silence, a harsh, metallic rasp like fingernails scraping across slate. Zzzazazip. It echoed, amplified by the taut nylon, cutting through the crackle of the fire in Duke's low, vibrating growl. He didn't lunge, didn't bark again, but his body coiled tighter, muscles bunching under his fur, poised on the knife edge between aggression and sheer terror. I pulled the flap open maybe halfway, creating a dark, vertical slit into the tent's interior. My other hand instinctively went to the heavy maglite resting beside me, its solid weight a pathetic comfort. I flicked it on, the powerful beam slicing through the night, hitting the back wall of the small dome tent. Empty, exactly as I'd left it. 2 sleeping bags lay unrolled, slightly rumpled. My spare clothes bag was tucked in a corner. A water bottle rested near the head of my bag, nothing else. No animal, no intruder, no thing, just empty space, smelling faintly of nylon and campfire smoke. Relief washed over me for a fraction of a second, a weak tide quickly overwhelmed by a fresh wave of confusion and dread. If there was nothing there, then why? I swung the flashlight beam back towards Duke. He hadn't relaxed. If anything, he looked worse. His lips were pulled back slightly, revealing the tips of his canines. His growl hadn't stopped, but it had changed pitch, becoming higher, almost a whine mixed with a snarl, and he wasn't looking into the tent anymore. His gaze, wide with something I could only describe as horrified disbelief, was fixed on the opening itself, on the empty space framed by the unzipped flap, as if the nothingness I saw was, to him, occupied by something utterly monstrous. That's when I felt it, or rather didn't feel it. The air coming from the tent opening felt dead. Not just cool night air, but stagnant, heavy, carrying a peculiar absence of scent, as if the normal smells of pine, earth, and smoke were being actively repelled or consumed by whatever void Duke perceived there. It was colder, too, a localized pocket of unnatural chill clinging to the threshold. I swept the flashlight beam back and forth across the opening, desperately searching for something. A trick of shadow, an insect, anything. There was nothing. just the dark interior, the familiar shapes of our gear. But Duke saw something, or smelled it, or sensed it in a way that bypassed my limited human perception entirely. And whatever it was, it terrified him more than any bear or wolf ever had. My breath hitched in my throat. The rational explanations died completely. This wasn't normal. This wasn't right. My seasoned camper, persona cracked, flaking away to reveal the raw, primal fear beneath. The silence from the woods seemed to press in, watchful, waiting. The fire popped again, and I jumped, spinning around, flashlight beam cutting wildly through the trees. Nothing but dancing shadows and impassive trunks. Slowly, deliberately, fighting the tremor in my hand, I reached out and zipped the tent flap closed again. Zuzz-a-zip. The sound was just as loud, sealing us out, or sealing it in. I didn't know which thought was worse. Duke immediately backed away from the tent, whining low in his throat, hackles still raised. He pressed close against my leg, seeking contact, reassurance I couldn't genuinely provide. His body trembled violently. I knelt beside him, wrapping an arm around his shaking form. "It's okay, boy." I whispered, the words tasting like lies in my mouth. "It's okay. Nothing's there." But he knew better. And deep down, so did I. We stayed like that for a long time, huddled by the dwindling fire, Duke occasionally growling low towards the silent tent, me straining to hear anything beyond the normal night sounds. The woods seemed different now. The familiar rustles and snaps weren't comforting background noise anymore. They were potential threats. Every gust of wind whispering through the pines sounded like a sibilant voice. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unnatural movement just at the edge of my vision. Was that the snap of a twig under a heavy foot? Or just a branch falling? Was that fleeting movement between the trees and animal? Or something else pretending to be? My senses felt simultaneously dulled and hyper-aware. I couldn't smell the damp earth anymore, only the phantom deadness that had emanated from the tent. I couldn't hear the gentle gurgle of the nearby stream, only the frantic pounding of my own heart and Duke's ragged breathing. The isolation I'd cherished now felt like a death sentence. We were utterly alone, miles from help, confronted by something inexplicable and hostile. Then came the sound. It started subtly, almost blending with the wind. A faint, high-pitched keening, like air leaking from a balloon, but with a strange, wet undertone. It seemed to come from all directions at once, then zeroed in, originating from the dense woods directly behind the tent. Duke's head snapped up, ears flattened against his skull. The growling stopped, replaced by a terrified, choked whimper. He tried to burrow underneath me, pushing his head into my lap with frantic force. The keening grew louder, resolving into something that scraped at the edges of hearing, like fingernails dragging slowly across rock, punctuated by soft, wet-clicking sounds. It wasn't any animal I recognized. Not a fox, not a bobcat, not even the scream of a fisher cat, which can be damn unnerving on its own. This was structured, yet utterly alien. It seemed to probe the edges of our little clearing, circling just beyond the reach of the firelight. My hand tightened on the handle of my camp axe, which I'd pulled closer after zipping the tent. The flashlight beam trembled as I swept it across the tree line again and again. Black tree trunks, impenetrable undergrowth, shifting leaves. Nothing. Yet the sound persisted, sometimes fading as if moving away, sometimes growing louder, closer. The clicking became more distinct, like chitinous limbs skittering over bark or stone. My mind conjured fragmented images from half-forgotten horror stories, local legends I'd heard whispered in Northwoods bars, tales of the Wendigo, of strange disappearances, of creatures born from isolation and madness that stalked the deep forests. I'd always laughed them off. Not anymore. Faced with this visceral, paralyzing fear, the impossible suddenly felt terrifyingly real. Duke let out a sudden, sharp yelp and scrambled backwards, nearly knocking me over. His eyes were fixed on a spot high in the branches of one of the massive hemlocks near the tent. I whipped the flashlight beam upwards, heart hammering against my ribs. For a split second I saw it, or thought I did. Long, impossibly thin limbs, darker than the surrounding shadows, wrapped around the thick trunk high above. Something pale, like stretched skin or fungus, seemed to cover parts of it. There was a momentary glint, like wet teeth or eyes reflecting the beam, before it shifted, melting back into the darkness between the branches with unnatural speed and silence. Jesus Christ. I breathed, the words barely audible. Was it real? A hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion. A trick of the light on strangely shaped branches. But Duke had seen it too. He was pressed flat against the ground now, whining pitifully, refusing to look back up. The clicking sound started again, closer this time, seeming to come from ground level, near the back of the tent. The keening whine accompanied it, lower now, almost conversational, but in a language no human tongue could form. It felt like it was talking, murmuring its alien thoughts just beyond our perception. We were trapped. The fire was burning low, offering less light and even less comfort. The tent, our only shelter, felt violated, unsafe, possibly occupied by the idea of whatever horror lurked just outside. Behind us was the mossy rock face, offering no escape. To either side and in front, the oppressive, watching woods, where something with long limbs and pale skin was now circling, clicking, keening. My confidence as a seasoned camper was a distant memory, replaced by the gut-wrenching terror of prey. Every instinct screamed run, but where? Plunging into the dark woods felt like suicide. Staying here felt like waiting for the inevitable. Duke was useless as a guard dog now. He was paralyzed by fear, offering only confirmation that my terror wasn't unfounded. The clicking moved again, seeming to skirt the edge of the firelight, heading towards the stream. A splash, then silence. Had it gone for water, or was it testing our reactions? Minutes passed. The keening didn't return immediately. Only the wind, the dying fire, and the frantic rhythm of my own breathing filled the night. But the feeling of being watched never lessened. It intensified, pressing down like a physical weight. It felt intelligent, curious in a predatory way, patient. It knew we were trapped. It knew we were terrified, and I had the sickening feeling it was enjoying it. The fire sputtered, casting long, dancing shadows. One log remained. I hesitated to use it, wanting to conserve fuel, but the encroaching darkness felt more dangerous than running out of wood later. I tossed it on. Sparks flew, flames leaped higher, momentarily pushing back the oppressive gloom. In that brief, brighter flare of light, I saw movement again near the tent flap. Not limbs this time. Just a ripple of distortion in the air, like heat haze hovering right where I'd unzipped it earlier, right where Duke had stared, right where the air had felt so dead and cold. It shimmered for a second, then vanished as the flames settled. It wasn't outside anymore. Or maybe it wasn't just outside. The horrifying thought struck me, by unzipping the tent, had I let something in, or had I merely confirmed that something already there, something unseen, was now aware of us? The deadly mistake wasn't just looking. It was acknowledging. It was letting the thing in the space between spaces know that we knew it was there. Duke whimpered again, a long, low sound of utter despair. The night was far from over, and the true horror, I suspected, was only just beginning to unfold. The rest of the night blurred into a fragmented hellscape of paranoia and suffocating fear. Time lost all meaning, stretching and compressing like taffy. Every pop from the dwindling fire sent jolts of adrenaline through me. Every rustle in the leaves sounded like the clicking limbs returning. Duke remained pressed against me, a warm, trembling weight that was both a comfort and a terrifying confirmation that this wasn't just in my head. He'd occasionally lift his head, ears twitching, a low growl rumbling in his chest, always directed towards the tree line, or sometimes chillingly back towards the silent, zipped-up tent. The keening sound returned intermittently, sometimes distant, sometimes seeming to emanate from right beside us, just beyond the pathetic circle of firelight. Once, I heard something that sounded sickeningly like my own name being whispered on the wind, distorted and drawn out, as if spoken through water. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, telling myself it was the wind, just the wind, but the sound seemed to bypass my ears and echo directly inside my skull. Duke whined and pushed harder against me. Worse than the sounds, though, was the pressure. The feeling of being intensely observed, studied by something ancient and utterly alien. It wasn't just watching, it felt like it was learning us, dissecting our fear. The air remained thick, heavy, making each breath feel like effort. The very woods seemed to hold their breath, complicit in our torment. Did the thing in the trees, the thing I glimpsed, the thing Duke saw at the tent opening, did it feed on fear? Was our terror nourishing it, making it stronger? Sometime during those endless hours, I heard a soft, scraping sound. Not from the woods. From inside the tent. Scrape. Pause, scrape. Like something dry and light dragging across the nylon floor. My blood ran cold. Duke heard it too. His entire body went rigid, a low, guttural snarl ripping from his throat, fiercer than before, directed squarely at the tent mere feet away. Was it in there now? Had the shimmering distortion I saw been its entry point? Or had it always been there, somehow, and opening the flap had just activated it? My mistake. My deadly mistake. It wasn't just seeing what was there. It was the interaction, the acknowledgement. Like answering a door you should have left closed. inviting something unwelcome across the threshold. Maybe it couldn't fully manifest, couldn't directly interact unless invited, and my fearful curiosity had been its invitation. The scraping stopped. Silence returned, thick and pregnant. I didn't dare investigate. The tent was no longer shelter, it was a potential coffin, possibly containing the very thing that stalked us. We stayed huddled by the dying embers, backs against the cold rock face, axe clutched in my white, knuckled grip, flashlight beam sweeping uselessly across the oppressive darkness. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the absolute blackness began to soften. The eastern sky turned a bruised purple, then a sickly gray. Dawn wasn't breaking, it felt more like the darkness was grudgingly receding, pulling back like a tide. The sounds, the keening, the clicking faded with the deepest shadows. The oppressive weight on the air lessened slightly, though it didn't disappear entirely. It felt like the thing wasn't gone, merely withdrawn. Waiting, as the first weak rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the clearing in pale, watery light, a desperate resolve hardened within me. We couldn't stay here. Another night like that was unthinkable. Survival instinct, buried under layers of terror, finally clawed its way to the surface. "Okay, dude," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "We're leaving. We're getting out of here." He looked up at me, eyes still wide with fear, but his tail gave a single, hesitant thump against the ground. He understood. Moving with frantic haste, fueled by adrenaline and lack of sleep, I abandoned almost everything. Forget the tent, the sleeping bags, the stove, the leftover food. None of it mattered. I shoved the flashlight, my knife, the axe, and a bottle of water into my small day pack. That was it. Everything else could rot here. Let the woods reclaim it. Let it have it. I didn't even glance back at the tent as we slipped out of the clearing, Duke sticking so close to my heels he nearly tripped me. We plunged back into the woods, following the faint trail we'd made coming in, moving as fast as we dared. Every shadow seemed menacing, every tree trunk a potential hiding place for those long, pale limbs. The woods felt different in the daylight, still unnerving, but the immediate, suffocating presence had lessened. It felt more like we were being stalked from a distance now, allowed to run, perhaps for sport. My heart pounded with exertion and fear. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, expecting to see it emerge from the trees, but there was nothing, only the dense, silent forest. Duke, however, kept looking back, whining low in his throat, his body still tense. He knew we weren't safe yet. The 3 miles back to the truck felt like 30. Twice, Duke stopped dead, hair bristling, staring intently into a thicket or up into the canopy. Both times I saw nothing, heard nothing, but the fear radiating from him was palpable. We didn't linger. We pushed on, stumbling over roots, scrambling through underbrush, driven by the desperate need to reach the logging road, the truck civilization. When we finally burst out onto the overgrown track where the truck was parked, hidden behind the sumac, I almost wept with relief. It was still there, untouched. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking uncontrollably, unlocked the door, and practically threw Duke inside onto the passenger seat before scrambling in myself. He immediately dove onto the floor, trying to make himself as small as possible. The engine turning over, catching, roaring to life, was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. I slammed the truck into reverse, not caring about the branches scraping against the paint, and spun onto the track, heading back towards the highway, towards people, towards anywhere but here. I drove like a madman, glancing constantly in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something keeping pace with impossible speed, emerging from the tree line. But there was nothing, just the receding forest. It wasn't until we hit the paved county road, then the state highway, that I started to feel a sliver of safety, though the terror remained, a cold knot in my stomach. Duke finally lifted his head from the floor mat, but he didn't relax. He just stared out the window, his breathing shallow, eyes darting nervously at the passing trees. What happened to Duke? He made it out with me, physically unharmed. But the dog that came out of those woods wasn't the same dog that went in. The fearless guardian was gone, replaced by a nervy, traumatized animal. Loud noises made him jump. He hated being left alone, even for a minute. He'd stare intently at dark corners or closed doors, a low growl sometimes rumbling in his chest, just like he had at the tent flap. He rarely sought out the woods behind my house anymore. The spark in his eyes was dimmed. The trip hadn't just scared him, it had broken something inside him. He lived for another 2 years, but he was never truly okay again. He died in his sleep, curled up on his bed, and a part of me hoped it was a peaceful escape from memories he couldn't shake. As for me, I sold the truck. I gave away my camping gear. I haven't set foot in a forest, national park, or any patch of wilderness larger than a city park since that trip. The call of the wild is silent for me now, drowned out by the memory of that keening cry, the clicking sounds, the sight of those impossibly long limbs, and the dead air that poured from my own tent. My deadly mistake was simple. I looked when I shouldn't have. I engaged with something that exists in the spaces between, something that perhaps lies dormant until acknowledged. Opening that zipper was like knocking on a door to a dimension of horrors best left undisturbed. I live in the city now. Concrete streetlights, noise, I find comfort in them. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I hear a faint, high-pitched keening sound outside my window. Sometimes I see movement in the peripheral darkness of my room, a flicker of something long and pale. I tell myself it's stress, trauma, my mind playing tricks, but I sleep with the lights on. And I never, ever leave closet doors or curtains even slightly ajar, because I know what can wait in the empty spaces, just beyond the thin veil of the familiar. And I know I invited it to notice me, and I fear deep down that it's still watching, waiting. My name is Jessica, though most people call me Jess, or they did anyway. It feels strange writing this down, like confessing to something impossible, something no one will ever believe. But I have to. Maybe getting it out will help, or maybe it'll serve as a warning. If you ever find yourself planning a getaway to the deep woods of Wisconsin, maybe think twice. Maybe just stay home. It all started, as most disasters do, with the best intentions. There were 4 of us, me, my boyfriend Mike, my best friend Sarah, and her fiancé Chris. We'd been planning this trip for months, ever since Sarah and Chris got engaged. We wanted one last big hurrah before they got swept up in wedding planning madness. A final dose of uncomplicated fun. We're all city people, born and raised in Chicago, so the idea of escaping to a remote cabin, surrounded by nothing but trees and water, sounded like absolute heaven. Mike found the place online. Lost Loon Lake Cabin, it was called. The pictures looked perfect, rustic but cozy, right on the edge of a pristine, secluded lake somewhere deep in the Northwoods. The listing boasted unparalleled privacy, excellent fishing, and miles of hiking trails. It was exactly what we were looking for. The drive itself was part of the adventure, nearly 6 hours north, watching the urban sprawl slowly bleed away into farmland, then dense forests. The further we drove, the spottier the cell service became, until eventually it vanished altogether. Wes were really off the grid now. Chris chuckled from the back seat, but there was a slight edge to his voice. None of us were truly used to being disconnected. The final stretch was down a long, winding gravel road, barely wide enough for Mike's SUV. Trees pressed in close on either side, their branches interlocking overhead, creating a green tunnel that felt increasingly claustrophobic the deeper we went. By the time we finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was beginning to dip below the tree line, casting long, eerie shadows across the yard. The cabin itself was charming in a slightly dilapidated way. Log construction, a wide porch overlooking the lake, a stone chimney puffing out welcoming smoke thanks to the caretaker who'd prepped it for us. But there was also peeling paint, a few loose shingles, and a definite sense of age clinging to it. The air smelled different here, damp earth, pine needles, and something else, something old and faintly metallic, like stagnant water. Inside it was cozy enough. Plaid blankets, a worn leather sofa facing a huge stone fireplace, a kitchen stocked with mismatched mugs. We quickly claimed bedrooms and unpacked, the initial unease fading as the excitement took over. Soon we were laughing, unpacking groceries, and cracking open the beers we'd brought. That first night was exactly what we'd hoped for. We built a roaring bonfire down by the lake, roasted marshmallows, and told stupid jokes. The lake was a sheet of black glass under the starry sky, the silence broken only by the crackle of the fire and the occasional splash of a fish jumping. It felt peaceful, idyllic even. We felt a million miles away from everything. If only we'd known how true that was. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Mike and Chris were eager to try the fishing, armed with brand new rods and high hopes. Sarah and I opted for a walk along the shoreline. The lake was beautiful in the daylight, clear water lapping gently against a pebbly beach fringed with tall reeds and wildflowers. The woods surrounding the lake were dense and dark, a wall of green that seemed to watch us. We walked for maybe half an hour, chatting about the wedding plans and enjoying the sunshine. The shoreline curved, leading us away from the cabin and towards a marshier area where fallen trees lay half submerged in the shallows. It was there, wedged between the roots of an ancient overturned pine, that we saw it. At first, I thought it was just another waterlogged piece of driftwood, dark and lumpy against the shore. But as we got closer, the shape resolved itself. It was a chest. An old wooden chest bound with rusted metal bands. It was coated in slip, dark algae in half, buried in the mud and decaying leaves at the water's edge. It looked incredibly old, like something out of a pirate movie, completely out of place in this quiet Wisconsin lake. "Whoa, look at that," Sarah breathed, stopping beside me. We stared at it for a long moment. It was maybe 3 feet long and 2 feet wide, made of dark, heavy wood that looked almost black from saturation. The metal bands were pitted and corroded, and a heavy, old-fashioned padlock, equally rusted, secured the front. It seemed impossible that it could have just washed ashore. It looked far too heavy, too solid. Curiosity warred with a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease. Something about the chest felt wrong. It radiated a kind of coldness that had nothing to do with the lake water soaking it. It felt like finding a gravestone where it shouldn't be. "What do you think is inside?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. "Probably nothing," I said, trying to sound nonchalant, though my heart was starting to beat faster. "Just full of mud and lake water. Or treasure." Sarah's adventurous spirit kicked in. "Come on, Jess. We have to get the guys. We have to open it." I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to leave it alone, to walk away and pretend we never saw it. It felt like disturbing something that was meant to stay hidden, buried. But Sarah was already scrambling back towards the cabin, yelling for Mike and Chris. I looked back at the chest, half hidden in the shadows of the overturned roots, and a shiver traced its way down my spine despite the warm sun. It took all 4 of us, straining and grunting, to haul the chest out of the muck and onto drier ground. It was incredibly heavy, water sloshing audibly inside it. Mike and Chris were just as intrigued as Sarah, their earlier fishing plans forgotten. The rusted padlock looked formidable. "No way we're getting that off without tools," Mike said, examining it closely. "There must be a toolbox back at the cabin, maybe an axe or a crowbar. Are we sure we should be doing this?" I asked, voicing my apprehension. It could belong to someone. Or maybe it's just, I don't know, trash. "Trash doesn't usually come in locked chests, Jess," Chris said, grinning. "Come on, where's your sense of adventure? What if it's mob treasure from the Capone days? They used to hide out in Wisconsin." His enthusiasm was infectious, and Sarah and Mike quickly agreed. My own unease felt foolish, spoil sportish. What harm could it do? It was probably just full of rotten junk. Reluctantly, I followed them back towards the cabin to search for tools. We found a rusty crowbar and a small hatchet in a dilapidated shed behind the main cabin. Armed with these, we returned to the chest. The guys took turns trying to pry the lock off or break the hinges. The metal groaned in protest, rusted solid. It took a good 20 minutes of sweating and swearing before Chris, with a final, mighty heave on the crowbar, managed to snap the rusted hasp. The sound echoed weirdly in the quiet woods. There was a moment of charged silence. The 4 of us stood around the chest, breathing heavily. The lid was slightly ajar now. "Okay," Mike said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Moment of truth. Who wants to do the honors?" Sarah and Chris looked at Mike. Mike looked at me. My stomach churned. "You guys broke it open?" I said. "You do it." Mike took a deep breath and gripped the edge of the heavy, waterlogged lid. He glanced at Chris, who nodded. Together, they heaved. The lid creaked open slowly, reluctantly, releasing a gust of foul air, the smell of deep decay, stagnant water, and something else, something indescribably horrid, like rotten meat left in the sun. We all instinctively recoiled from the smell, covering our noses. Then, hesitantly, we peered inside. It wasn't full of gold coins or mob money. It wasn't empty, either. The interior was coated in thick black slime, and nestled within it, dimly visible in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, were objects. Pale, strangely shaped objects. It took my eyes a moment to adjust, a moment for my brain to process the impossible, horrifying shapes. Bones. Not animal bones. They were too large, too distinct. A rib cage, curved and slender. A long, delicate arm bone. And nestled at one end, half submerged in the black sludge, was a skull, tilted upwards as if screaming, its empty eye sockets seeming to stare directly at us. Human bones. We had found a coffin, crudely disguised as a chest, and we had just opened it. The perfect getaway had just turned into a waking nightmare. The silence that followed the stench and the sight within the chest was absolute, broken only by Sarah's sudden, Choked gasp. She stumbled back, tripping over a root, and Chris caught her before she fell. Her face was sheet white, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated horror. Mike swore a low, guttural sound and took a step back himself, bumping into me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My gaze was locked on the contents of that horrifying box, the pale glint of bone against the black slime, the curve of the rib cage, the horrifyingly human shape of the skull with its dark, accusing sockets. "Oh my God," Chris whispered, his earlier excitement completely evaporated, replaced by a sickly green pallor. "Oh my God, Mike, are they real? Mike," ever the pragmatist, even in the face of abject terror, knelt cautiously, peering closer without touching anything. His face was grim. "They look real, Chris, way too real." He pointed a shaky finger. "Look, is that fabric down there, under the arm?" Following his gesture, I could just make out scraps of dark, rotted material clinging to some of the bones, almost indistinguishable from the slime. And something else glinted near the skull, a small, tarnished chain, possibly silver, disappearing into the muck. A necklace. The reality crashed down on us like a physical blow. This wasn't ancient history, this wasn't pirate treasure. This was a body. Someone had been put in this chest, locked inside, and dumped in the lake. We hadn't just stumbled upon some old relic, we'd stumbled upon a murder scene, a makeshift coffin, and we had just disturbed it. Panic erupted. "We have to call the police!" Sarah cried, finding her voice. She fumbled for her phone, her hands shaking so badly she almost dropped it. "Right now? No service, remember?" Mike reminded her tersely, running a hand through his hair, his eyes darting nervously towards the dense woods surrounding us. "We lost it miles back. Then we drive?" Sarah insisted. "We get in the car and drive until we find service or hit a town?" "And say what?" Chris countered, his voice tight with fear. "Hey, officer, we rented this creepy cabin in the middle of nowhere, found a locked chest with a body in it, broke it open with a crowbar, and got our fingerprints all over it. They'll think we did it."
Don't be stupid, Chris.
Sarah shot back. "Why would we call them if we did it?" "People do stupid things when they panic," Chris argued.
This looks bad, Sarah. Really bite?
Mike said heavily. "We're isolated, no witnesses. We broke in what's basically a coffin. It doesn't look good. So what do we do?" I finally managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. The foul smell from the chest seemed to cling to the back of my throat. "Just put the lid back on. Pretend we never saw it." The thought felt disgusting, sacrilegious, but the fear was a cold knot in my stomach. What had we unleashed?
We can't just leave it here.
Sarah exclaimed. "We can't take it with us," Chris retorted. The argument spiraled, fueled by fear and adrenaline. We were trapped between the horror of what we'd found and the terrifying practicalities of reporting it. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but here, under the dense canopy by the water's edge, the shadows were already lengthening, deepening the gloom. The woods seemed to press closer, the silence amplifying the frantic thudding of my own heart. Suddenly, Mike held up a hand.
Quiet.
"Did you guys hear that? We froze, straining our ears." At first, there was nothing but the gentle lap of water and the distant cry of a loon, the lake's namesake. Then I heard it. A faint rustling sound from the woods, just beyond the tree line, like something moving stealthily through the undergrowth. Probably just a deer, Chris said, though his eyes were wide and scanning the trees nervously. "Maybe," Mike murmured, unconvinced. He glanced back at the chest, then at the darkening woods. "Okay, look, we're losing light. Trying to drive out on that crappy road in the dark is asking for trouble, especially if we're panicking, and we don't know how far it is to the nearest town or station." He took a deep breath. "Here's what we do. We try to close this thing back up as best we can. Cover it with branches or something. We go back to the cabin, lock the doors, and wait until first light. Then we get the hell out of here and drive straight to the authorities. We tell them exactly what happened. It's the only sensible thing to do. Nobody liked the idea of spending another night here, especially now, but faced with the alternatives, we reluctantly agreed. The thought of trying to wrestle the heavy, horrifying chest back into place was sickening. Mike and Chris, grim-faced, grabbed the edges of the lid again. It resisted, heavier now, it seemed, than when we'd opened it. As they strained to push it down, a wave of the putrid air washed over us again. I gagged, turning away. With a final shove, the lid slammed shut with a dull, squelching thud. The broken hasp hung uselessly. It wasn't locked, wasn't secured, just closed. We didn't bother trying to cover it. We just wanted to get away. We practically ran back towards the cabin, casting fearful glances over our shoulders at the deepening woods and the innocent-looking shoreline where the chest now sat, a silent, obscene secret. Back inside the cabin, the cozy atmosphere from the night before was gone, replaced by a thick tension. We locked the doors, checked the windows. The simple act of sliding the deadbolt felt flimsy, inadequate. We huddled together in the main room, the fire in the hearth doing little to dispel the chill that had settled deep in our bones. No one suggested dinner. No one was hungry. As true darkness fell outside, the woods came alive with sounds, the normal nocturnal symphony of insects and frogs, but tonight every chirp, every rustle seemed magnified, sinister. Was that snapping twig just an animal or something else? Was the wind whistling through the eaves, or was it a whisper? Around 9 p.m., the first distinctly unnatural thing happened. From the direction of the lake, we heard a splash. Not the small splash of a fish, but a heavy, resonant splash, as if something large had been thrown into the water. We all jumped, staring at each other, faces pale in the firelight. "What was that?" Sarah whispered. Mike grabbed a heavy iron poker from the fireplace tools. "Stay here," he muttered, creeping towards the front window that overlooked the lake. He peered cautiously through a gap in the curtains. After a moment, he turned back, shaking his head. "Can't see anything. It's pitch black out there." But the sound had set our nerves on edge even further. An hour later, we heard scratching. Faint at first, like branches scraping against the wooden siding. But it grew bolder, more insistent. Scratching at the back door, then the front. "It's just an animal," Chris said, trying to convince himself as much as us. A raccoon or something, smelling the food. But the scratching didn't sound like a small animal. It sounded methodical, deliberate. Then came the tapping. A light, rhythmic tap, tapping on one of the side windows, the one in the small bedroom Sarah and Chris had claimed. Sarah let out a small scream, burying her face in Chris's shoulder. Mike gripped the poker tighter, his knuckles white. We sat there, frozen, listening to the relentless tapping. It went on for what felt like an eternity, then abruptly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. We were prisoners in the cabin, surrounded by an unseen, unknown threat. The air grew heavy, suffocating. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, plunging us into momentary darkness before sputtering back to life. "Okay, this isn't normal," Mike said, his voice strained. "Something is seriously wrong here." We all knew he was right. This wasn't just our imaginations running wild. Finding the chest, opening it, it felt like we'd crossed a line. Disturbed something ancient and angry. The isolation we'd craved now felt like a death trap. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the porch, as if something heavy had been dropped right outside the front door. It was louder than the splash, more immediate, more threatening. Mike instinctively stepped back from the door, raising the poker. We all stared at the thick wooden panel, waiting, barely breathing. What was outside? What had followed us from the lake? The horrifying realization dawned. We weren't just dealing with the discovery of a body anymore. We were dealing with whatever had put it there. And it knew we were inside. The scratching started again, this time on the front door itself. Louder now, frantic, demanding. Whatever was out there wanted in. The scratching on the front door wasn't just frantic anymore. It was violent. Splinters of wood flew inwards around the frame as whatever was outside clawed and tore at the barrier, separating us from it. Mixed with the shredding sound was a low, guttural moan, a wet, gurgling sound that seemed to echo the decay we'd uncovered in the chest. It wasn't the sound of any animal I knew. We were trapped. Chris was practically hyperventilating, huddled on the floor with Sarah, who was crying silently, her face buried against his chest. Mike stood near the door, poker held high, but his face was pale, glistening with sweat in the firelight. He looked less like a defender and more like a cornered animal. I was crouched near the fireplace, my muscles locked tight, my eyes glued to the vibrating door. Every instinct screamed run, but there was nowhere to go. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by our ragged breathing and Sarah's muffled sobs. We waited tense, expecting the next assault. It came not at the door, but at the window overlooking the porch. A loud crack echoed through the cabin as a network of fissures spread across the glass pane nearest the door. Something had struck it hard. We saw no shape, no figure, just the splintering glass. Then a voice whispered, right outside the broken pane. It was distorted, watery, like someone speaking underwater, thick with the same decay that emanated from the chest. Open. We all recoiled. It wasn't just a random entity, it was speaking. It wanted in. Let me in. The voice gurgled again, closer this time, right against the cracked glass. A dark, viscous fluid, like the slime from the chest, began to seep through the cracks in the window pane, dripping slowly onto the interior sill. The smell hit us again, stronger now, thick with the stench of grave mud and rot. "We have to get out of here," Mike said, his voice a low, urgent hiss. "No, forget waiting for morning. We won't last that long. Out there." Chris croaked, gesturing wildly at the door. "With that,"
It's our only chance.
Mike argued, "Why make a run for the SUV? All together, stay close, don't stop for anything." He looked around desperately. "We need weapons." Weapons. All we had was the fireplace poker, the hatchet we'd used on the chests, still lying near the back door where Chris had dropped it, and maybe some kitchen knives. Pathetic defenses against whatever nightmare lurked outside. The keys, Mike muttered, patting his pockets. "Got 'em." He looked at us, his eyes filled with a terrifying mix of determination and fear. "Okay." On 3, we unlock the back door. It's closer to the car. Maybe it won't expect us there. We run straight for the SUV, don't look back. Just run. Ready. No one was ready. My legs felt like lead. But the alternative, staying here, waiting for that thing to break through the window or the door, was unthinkable. We nodded numbly. Chris grabbed the hatchet, his hand shaking visibly. Sarah clung to his other arm. I picked up a heavy cast iron skillet from the kitchen counter, feeling utterly ridiculous and terrified. Mike crept towards the back door, which led out towards the side of the cabin where the SUV was parked, slightly further from the lake. He took a deep breath. 1, 2. He threw the deadbolt. The sound seemed deafening in the charged silence. He wrenched the door open, and we plunged out into the cold night air. The first thing that hit me was the smell. The overpowering stench of decay was everywhere now, thick and cloying. The second was the cold. It was unnaturally cold, a damp chill that sank straight through my clothes. We sprinted across the damp grass towards the dark shape of the SUV, maybe 50 feet away. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the only light came faintly from the cabin windows behind us. My feet slipped on the wet ground. I could hear Sarah sobbing raggedly as Chris dragged her along. Behind us, a shriek tore through the night, a high-pitched, unearthly sound of rage and agony. It wasn't coming from the front porch anymore. It was coming from the direction of the lake, moving fast. "Hurry," Mike yelled, fumbling with the car keys as he reached the driver's side door. The sound of heavy, wet footsteps slapped against the ground behind us, gaining speed. I didn't dare look back. The smell intensified, gagging me. I could feel a chilling presence closing in, a wave of utter despair and malevolence washing over us. Click! Mike got the doors unlocked. Chris threw open the back door, shoving Sarah inside before scrambling in after her. I wrenched open the front passenger door and threw myself onto the seat, slamming it shut just as Mike jumped into the driver's seat.
Lock the doors!
He yelled, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, whirring, but didn't catch. Come on, Mike pleaded, turning the key again. Outside, the wet slapping footsteps reached the car. Something slammed against the back window, right where Sarah and Chris were cowering. Sarah screamed again. I risked a glance back and saw a smear of black slime trailing down the glass. The engine sputtered, coughed, and finally roared to life. Mike slammed the SUV into reverse, tires spinning on the wet grass, throwing mud. He cranked the wheel, swinging the vehicle around towards the gravel road.
Switch!
The driver's side window exploded inward, showering Mike and me with glass shards. An impossibly long, pale arm, coated in black slime and ending in skeletal fingers, clawed into the car, reaching for Mike. The stench filled the small space, suffocating us. Mike roared, swatting at the arm, and stomped on the accelerator. The SUV lurched forward, throwing the arm back out the shattered window. We fishtailed wildly before finding purchase on the gravel track, speeding away from the cabin, away from the lake. In the rearview mirror, illuminated briefly by the red glow of our taillights, I saw it. Standing near the edge of the trees where the cabin lights ended was a figure, tall and gaunt, draped in what looked like dripping rags and lake weed, its limbs too long, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Pale bone gleamed wetly beneath the rags. Its face was obscured by shadow and slime, but I could feel its hollow sockets staring after us, radiating pure hatred. The drive out was the most terrifying experience of my life. Every shadow seemed to hold menace. The gravel road felt endless, the trees pressing in, their branches like skeletal fingers scraping against the roof. Mike drove like a madman, the tires skidding on turns, the broken window letting in the freezing night air and the lingering smell of decay. Chris kept muttering prayers in the back, while Sarah stared blankly ahead, unresponsive. We didn't speak. There were no words for the horror we were fleeing. Did we imagine the fleeting glimpse of something pale keeping pace with us in the woods alongside the road? Did we hear that watery gurgle on the wind, or was it just terror playing tricks on our minds? It felt like hours, but it was probably only 30 minutes before we hit the paved county road. A few minutes later, unbelievably, miraculously, Mike's phone chimed. 1 bar of service. He didn't slow down, just barked directions at me.
Call 911!
Tell them everything. Explaining the story to the dispatcher was surreal. The initial discovery, the bones, the terrifying night, the escape. I'm sure I sounded insane, but they must have heard the genuine terror in my voice, because they promised to send officers to meet us and others to investigate the cabin. We met the flashing lights of a state trooper's car about 20 miles further down the road. Seeing that uniform, the solid presence of authority, was the first time I felt a sliver of safety since opening that chest. Explaining it all again, seeing the skepticism warring with concern on the officer's face, was exhausting. The investigation confirmed the worst. The chest contained the skeletal remains of a young woman who had gone missing from a nearby town almost 30 years earlier. She'd been presumed a runaway. There were signs of trauma on the bones. The chest itself bore strange, crudely carved symbols on the inside, symbols the local historical society couldn't identify. They dragged the lake but found nothing else of significance. The cabin owner claimed ignorance, saying the chest must have washed up recently. The case remains open, unsolved. Officially, the strange occurrences at the cabin were attributed to stress, animal activity, and overwrought imaginations. But we know what we saw, what we heard, what we felt. The police found the broken window on the SUV, the slime residue, which analysis proved inconclusive, mostly algae and marsh detritus, but they couldn't explain the targeted attack, the voice, the figure we saw. We never went back to Wisconsin. Sarah and Chris postponed their wedding indefinitely. Their relationship, like all of us, was strained, haunted by that night. Mike and I drifted apart soon after. The shared trauma was too much, a constant reminder neither of us could escape when we looked at each other. I still have nightmares. Sometimes I hear scratching at my window. Sometimes I smell lake water and decay when there's no source. I see that figure standing in the shadows, its hollow eyes promising a reunion. Opening that chest wasn't just stumbling upon a forgotten crime. It was like waking something up, something old and angry that had been sleeping beneath the still waters of Lost Loon Lake. We disturbed its rest, and I don't think it's ever going back to sleep. If you go camping in those woods, be careful what you find. Some things are buried for a reason. Some secrets are meant to stay drowned. My name is Ryan Davis, and I need to tell someone what happened. Not because I expect anyone to believe it, not entirely. But because keeping it locked inside feels like letting it win, letting it fester in the silence where it thrives. What happened on the Wisconsin River, it changed everything. It took something from us, something vital, and replaced it with a gnawing dread that still wakes me up in a cold sweat 3 years later. It was supposed to be the perfect late summer escape. Just 3 of us, me, Mark Jensen, and his girlfriend, Chloe Adams. Mark was the experienced one, the self-proclaimed river rat. He'd been canoeing and camping since he was a kid, and knew the Wisconsin River like the back of his hand, or so he claimed. Chloe was newer to the outdoorsy stuff, but always game for an adventure, especially if Mark was leading it. And me, I was just happy to get away from the city, from deadlines and screens, to trade the drone of traffic for the sound of paddles, dipping into water and crickets chirping at night. The plan was classic, almost cliché in its simplicity. We'd put in near Wisconsin Dells, paddle downstream for a day, find a nice big sandbar island somewhere in the lower Wisconsin State Riverway, set up camp, crack open some beers, grill some sausages, and tell stories around a fire. Simple, uncomplicated. A return to basics. That was the appeal. 2 days, 1 night. Just us, the river, and the stars. The first day started exactly as planned. Bright, clear sky, a comfortable warmth that wasn't too humid, a gentle current helping us along. The upper stretches of the river were beautiful sandstone bluffs carved by ancient water, lush green forests crowding the banks, eagles soaring overhead. We paddled at a leisurely pace, Mark pointing out landmarks, Chloe taking pictures with her phone whenever we had a signal, which was surprisingly often at first, and me just soaking it all in. The easy rhythm of paddling, the light chop of water against the canoe's hull, the shared jokes and comfortable silences, it felt like shedding layers of stress with every mile we covered. Mark was in his element. Confident, capable, maybe a little bit cocky, but in an endearing way. See that bend up ahead, he'd say, pointing with his paddle. Good fishing spot. Caught a monster wally there last year. Or remember this stretch, Chloe. This is where we saw that family of otters. He had a story for every twist and turn, it seemed. Chloe laughed, leaning back against a dry bag, eyes sparkling. For a few hours it was perfect, utterly blissfully perfect. Around mid-afternoon, though, things started to feel different. It wasn't anything obvious, not at first, just subtle shifts. The chatter of birds seemed to quiet down. The air grew still, the breeze dying off completely, leaving the surface of the main river channel unusually glassy. The sunlight seemed to take on a slightly hazy quality, even though there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I remember mentioning it, something like, "Weird how quiet it just got." Mark just shrugged. Rever moods. Happens all the time. Chloe shivered slightly, rubbing her arms. Feels kind of spooky though, doesn't it? Mark laughed. Spooky. Come on, Adams. Don't tell me you believe those old river ghost stories. He winked. Besides, we're making great time. Should be able to snag that prime sandbar near Lone Rock if we keep this pace. But the quiet persisted. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was expectant. Heavy. Like the woods on either side were holding their breath. I found myself scanning the banks more often, feeling an irrational prickle on the back of my neck. The distinct sensation of being watched. I saw nothing but trees and water, but the feeling lingered. Then Mark spotted it. An opening on the right bank, much narrower than the main channel, almost hidden by overhanging willow branches. A small, dark tributary snaking away into the dense woods. "Hey, check this out," Mark said, already angling the canoe towards it. "I've never noticed this little creek before. Wonder where it goes." "Mark, I don't know," Chloe said, her voice hesitant. "The map doesn't show any major tributaries right here, does it? Shouldn't we stick to the main river?" Mark pulled out the laminated map, squinting at it. "No, it's probably just a little side channel. Might cut off a bend, save us some time. Or maybe it leads to a hidden lake or something cool. Come on, let's explore. Where's your sense of adventure?" I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. "Are you sure, man? It looks kind of dark in there. And we are making good time." "Exactly, which means we've got time for a little detour." Mark insisted, his enthusiasm overriding our caution. He was already paddling us towards the opening. "Don't worry, I've got my compass, got the map. We won't get lost. 10 minutes, tops. If it's a dead end, we turn around." Reluctantly, Chloe and I dipped our paddles, helping him guide the canoe under the low, hanging branches. The moment we passed from the main river into the tributary, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The temperature dropped several degrees, the air becoming instantly damp and cool. The water here was sluggish, almost black, reflecting the dense canopy overhead like a distorted mirror. The sunlight barely penetrated, casting long, eerie shadows, and the silence, it was absolute now. No birdsong, no insects buzzing, not even the rustle of leaves. Just the sound of our paddles cutting through the still, dark water. It felt like entering a different world, one that had been waiting, hidden just off the familiar path. We paddled deeper. The tributary twisted and turned, each bend looking disconcertingly like the last. The banks were steep mud, undercut in places, with tangled roots clawing at the water. It felt ancient and untouched, but not in a good way. It felt wrong. "Mark, maybe we should turn back," Chloe whispered after a few minutes. Her voice sounded small in the oppressive quiet. "I really don't like this." Even Mark seemed a little less certain now, though he'd never admit it. "Just a little further," he muttered, consulting his compass, then frowning. "Huh. Compass is acting a little weird." And then the fog rolled in. It wasn't like normal fog, drifting lazily. This stuff descended. One moment we could see maybe 50 yards ahead. The next, thick, swirling white tendrils were wrapping around us, swallowing the trees, the water, everything. It was instantaneous and suffocating. Visibility dropped to maybe 10 feet in front of the canoe. The damp chill intensified, seeping into our clothes, our bones. We stopped paddling, adrift in a featureless white void. "Okay," Mark said, his voice tight. "Okay, this is unexpected. Let's just turn around, slowly." But turning around wasn't easy. Disoriented, we couldn't tell which way we'd come from. Every direction looked the same, an impenetrable wall of white. The sluggish current seemed to have vanished, leaving us stagnant. Panic started to bubble beneath the surface. We tried paddling, first one way, then another, bumping gently against unseen muddy banks, snagging on submerged roots we couldn't see. We were lost. Utterly terrifyingly lost in a silent white world. Minutes stretched into what felt like an hour. The silence was the worst part. It pressed in, amplifying the thudding of my own heart, the ragged sound of Chloe's breathing as she fought back tears, the frustrated grunts from Mark as he tried fruitlessly to get a bearing. And then we heard it, cutting through the thick, muffled silence, unnervingly clear, a voice. It wasn't loud, but it carried perfectly through the fog, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Hello. It sounded like a young woman, clear, calm, almost musical. Hello. We froze, paddles hovering, dripping above the black water. Every nerve ending screamed. Who else could possibly be out here in this hidden, fog-choked waterway? Mark opened his mouth, maybe to shout back, maybe to warn us to be quiet, I don't know. But before he could make a sound, before conscious thought could fully form, driven by some primal, inexplicable urge to connect, to break the terrifying isolation, I heard my own voice, ragged and trembling, call out into the oppressive white void. Hello, is anyone there? The echo of my question seemed to hang in the damp air for an eternity. And then silence. A silence deeper, heavier, and infinitely more menacing than before. The mistake wasn't getting lost in the fog. The mistake was answering. We had announced our presence. And something hidden in that mist had heard us. The silence that swallowed my question wasn't just an absence of sound. It was a presence. It pressed in on us, thick and suffocating as the fog itself, charged with a terrible awareness. My voice, shouting, "Is anyone there?" seemed to hang spectral in the air, an indictment, an invitation I couldn't take back. My blood ran cold, colder than the damp air. What had I done? What the hell? Mark's voice was a furious whisper, cutting through the tension like a knife. His face, barely visible inches away, was pale, eyes wide with a mixture of anger and dawning terror. Rule number 1 out here, you never answer something you can't see, especially not when... He trailed off, shaking his head, the unspoken implication hanging heavy between us, especially not when it feels like this. Chloe let out a choke sob, burying her face in her hands.
Oh God, Mark, what was that?
Ryan, why did you do that? Her fear was palpable, radiating outwards, feeding my own. I don't know. I stammered, shame and dread churning in my gut. It just came out. I thought maybe someone was really lost. But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. It wasn't rational thought. It was a compulsion, an instinctive reaction to that clear, piercing call in the oppressive silence. We sat frozen for another agonizing minute, straining our ears, every sense on high alert. The only sounds were the drip of condensed fog from unseen branches overhead, the frantic thumping of my own heart against my ribs, and Chloe's muffled weeping. The world had shrunk to the confines of our canoe, adrift in an endless, silent, white expanse. Then, a new sound, splash. Soft, cautious, somewhere off to our left in the fog. Like something heavy slipping into the water from the bank. We all froze, heads snapping towards the sound. Mark held up a hand, demanding absolute silence. Splish, splash. It was closer now. Slow, deliberate movements. Not the sound of a panicked animal, but something moving with purpose through the shallow water near the bank. My skin crawled. Every instinct screamed danger. Paddle. Mark breathed, his voice barely audible. Quietly. Opposite direction. Now. We dipped our paddles into the black water with excruciating care, trying to avoid making any sound, any ripple that might betray our movement. But in the dead silence, even the gentle swirl of water around the paddle blades sounded deafeningly loud. We tried to move away from the splashing, but disorientation was total. Were we heading deeper into the tributary, back towards the entrance? Towards the source of the sound? We had no idea. The compass on Mark's thwart bag still spun uselessly, the needle swinging lazily, unmoored from magnetic north. The splashing continued, sometimes seeming to fall behind, sometimes drawing parallel, sometimes terrifyingly seeming to cross our path somewhere just ahead in the blinding white. It felt like we were being herded, or stalked. The air grew colder, if that were even possible. Pockets of intense chill drifted through the fog, raising goosebumps on my arms despite my fleece jacket. And with the cold came a smell. Faint at first, then stronger. The smell of damp earth, rotting leaves, stagnant water, and something else. Something metallic and vaguely sweet, like decay trying to mask itself. It coated the back of my throat, making me want to gag. "Do you smell that?" Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. Mark nodded grimly, his eyes darting nervously into the fog around us.
Yeah, swamp gas, maybe.
But his tone lacked conviction. We all knew this was something else. We kept paddling, blindly, desperately. Occasionally, the canoe would bump softly against a muddy bank, the reeds rustling unseen beside us. Once, we scraped against something hard beneath the surface, a submerged log, maybe, or a rock, or something else. My mind refused to linger on the possibility. Time lost all meaning. Had we been in here for 20 minutes? An hour? 3? The perpetual, featureless twilight inside the fog gave no clues. Our initial panic began to curdle into a deeper, more profound exhaustion and despair. Mark's confidence was completely gone, replaced by a grim, tight-lipped fear. He kept muttering under his breath fragments of sentences. Should have listened. Grandpa always said, stay on the main channel, unnatural fog. Chloe had fallen silent, huddled in the bow, her eyes wide and vacant, staring into the white nothingness. She seemed detached, almost catatonic with fear. I worried she was shutting down. I felt trapped in a nightmare loop. Paddle, listen, bump into the bank, recoil from the splashing sound, try a different direction, smell the rot, feel the cold, paddle again. My muscles ached, my hands were raw, but the adrenaline and terror kept me going. The guilt gnawed at me. This was my fault. I answered the voice. I invited this. Suddenly, the splashing sound intensified, moving rapidly towards us from the right. Not cautious anymore, but fast, determined.
It's coming! I gasped. Paddle, left.
Hard, Mark yelled, forgetting caution, desperation taking over. We dug our paddles in, trying to swing the canoe away, but it felt sluggish, heavy in the water. The splashing was getting closer, then right beside us, invisible in the fog, but terrifyingly near, the sound stopped. Silence again. But this was different. This was the silence of a predator that has closed the distance. We held our breath, listening. Nothing. Just the oppressive weight of the fog and the blood pounding in my ears. Then, THUMP. Something solid and heavy struck the side of the canoe low down near the waterline. Hard. The impact jolted us, rocking the canoe violently. Chloe screamed a raw, piercing sound that was quickly muffled by the fog. Mark swore, instinctively throwing his weight to the opposite side to keep us from capsizing. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I stared wildly at the spot where the impact had come from, expecting I don't know what. A hand, a face. But there was nothing. Just the impenetrable white curtain. The canoe bobbed gently in the black water, the ripples from the impact slowly fading. Whatever had hit us was gone. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was still right there, just beneath the surface watching us. Waiting. We didn't paddle. We couldn't. We were paralyzed, huddled together in the center of the canoe, adrift and exposed. The fear was absolute now, a physical presence that crushed the air from my lungs. We had strayed from the path, ignored the warnings, answered a call from the unknown, and now we were trapped in its domain, and it was toying with us. It had touched us. It knew we were here, helpless. Minutes passed in terrified silence. Then Chloe whimpered, pointing a shaking finger towards the bow, just beyond where she sat. Listen, she breathed. I strained my ears, filtering out the sound of my own ragged breathing. And then I heard it, just at the edge of hearing, almost lost in the dense fog, but undeniably there, a sound like breathing, slow, heavy, wet, as if something large, with waterlogged lungs, was standing silently just a few feet away from our canoe, hidden by the white veil. It wasn't moving. It was just there, listening, waiting, watching us from within the fog. We were no longer just lost. We were cornered, and the thing that had called to us, the thing we had answered, was right here with us. The sound was impossibly close, intimate, yet utterly alien. Heavy, wet breaths drawn and expelled just beyond the edge of sight. We were frozen, 3 statues carved from fear in the belly of the canoe. My eyes burned from staring into the blank white wall, trying to pierce the veil, trying to see the source of that awful sound. Every muscle screamed to flee, but my body wouldn't respond. It felt like prey caught in the gaze of a predator, knowing movement meant death. The air was thick with the stench of decay and cold, stagnant water. Time seemed to warp again, stretching that single moment of terrifying proximity into an eternity. Was it studying us, deciding, savoring our terror? The breathing didn't waver, a steady, submerged rhythm that seemed to echo the slow beat of my own terrified heart. Then it stopped. The sudden silence was somehow worse, a held breath, an anticipation. Chloe whimpered, pressing herself back against the thwart, trying to become smaller, invisible. Mark shifted slightly, gripping his paddle like a weapon, his knuckles white. His eyes met mine for a fraction of a second, and in them I saw not the confident leader, but raw, primal fear mirroring my own. From the fog directly in front of Chloe, something moved. It wasn't fast, it was a slow, deliberate unfolding. A pale shape detached itself from the white background. Long, impossibly thin, like a bleached branch or a bone. It stretched out, reaching towards Chloe. It ended in something that might have been fingers, but too long, too jointed, glistening wetly. Chloe screamed then, a full-throated sound of pure horror that echoed unnaturally in the fog. She scrambled backwards, nearly tipping us.
Get back!
Mark roared, lunging forward from the stern. He swung his paddle hard, connecting with the pale limb with a sickening thwack. There was no cry of pain, no reaction except the limb retracted slightly, momentarily disappearing back into the white. But then it shot out again, faster this time, not towards Chloe, but towards Mark. It wrapped around his arm, the grip instantaneous and vise-like. Mark yelled, a sound of shock and pain. He tried to pull away, bracing his feet against the canoe's ribs, but the thing was impossibly strong. It started to pull. "Help me!" Mark gasped, his face contorted. I reacted on pure instinct, lunging forward, grabbing Mark's other arm, trying to anchor him. Chloe was screaming hysterically now, huddled in the middle. The canoe rocked violently, taking on water over the side. The pale limb was slick, cold, and horrifically strong. I could see more of it now, no skin texture, just a smooth, pale, corpse-like surface. It seemed to absorb the light. Another shape was emerging from the fog beside it, something that might have been a head, featureless except for dark, hollow sockets. We were going to capsize. Or worse, Mark was going to be dragged out, into the fog, into the black water with that thing. "Paddle?" Mark screamed at me, his voice strained, eyes wild with terror as he fought against the pull.
Ryan, get us out of here! Go!
His words snapped me out of my paralysis. He was right. Fighting it was hopeless. Our only chance was to flee. But where? Then, through a momentary swirl in the oppressive fog, off to what I prayed was the direction of the main river. I saw it, a slight lightening, a fraction less density in the white. Was it wishful thinking, or a real chance?
Chloe, paddle!
I screamed, shoving my paddle into the water, ignoring the chaos beside me, focusing only on that faint glimmer. Paddle now. Miraculously, Chloe seemed to understand. Her weeping turned into ragged gasps as she plunged her paddle in, mimicking my strokes. We dug deep, pulling with desperate strength. The canoe surged forward, sluggishly at first, then gaining momentum. Mark grunted, still locked in a terrifying tug of war. The thing was pulling him half out of the canoe. I could hear splashing beside us as more of it emerged from the water. "It's got my leg!" Mark choked out. I risked a glance back. The featureless head was closer now, those dark sockets seeming to fix on me. The pale limb held Mark's arm, while another was wrapped around his ankle, pulling him relentlessly towards the black water. We paddled harder, tears streaming down my face, driven by pure animal terror. The glimmer of light grew stronger, the fog thinning perceptibly. I could almost smell the main river, feel the faint hint of a breeze. "Almost there!" "Mark, hold on!" I yelled. We burst through the edge of the fog bank like surfacing from a nightmare. Blinding sunlight hit my eyes. The wide expanse of the Wisconsin River stretched before us, impossibly bright and normal. Birds were singing. A light breeze ruffled the water. We had made it. I turned back, relief flooding through me, ready to help Mark fully back into the canoe. He wasn't there. The stern of the canoe, where he'd been fighting for his life seconds before, was empty. A paddle floated nearby. The fog bank behind us stood like a solid white cliff, impenetrable, silent. There was no sign of Mark, no sign of the creature. Just the empty canoe, me, and Chloe, who was now staring blankly at the space where Mark had been, her face a mask of shock. He was gone, pulled back into the fog, into the tributary, dragged under by that thing just as we broke free. I don't remember much of the next hour, paddling numbly towards the nearest sandbar, pulling the canoe ashore, collapsing onto the sand, shaking uncontrollably. Chloe didn't speak, didn't move, just sat staring at the water, tears silently tracking paths through the grime on her face. The sun felt warm, the world looked normal, but nothing was right. Everything was broken. Mark was gone. Eventually, another group of canoers found us. They saw the state we were in, heard our fragmented, unbelievable story, and called for help. The Department of Natural Resources wardens, the sheriff's deputies, they were professional, even sympathetic, but disbelief was clear in their eyes. They searched. For days, they searched the river, dragged the tributary entrance, which looked completely ordinary now, the fog long gone, flew helicopters overhead. They found Mark's floating paddle. They found our canoe, noting the scrape marks in the water we'd taken on. They found nothing else, no sign of Mark. No sign of anything unusual. The official report cited accidental drowning. Maybe the canoe capsized in the fog they suggested. Maybe Mark hit his head, got tangled in weeds. Maybe an unusually large sturgeon or muskie pulled him under, though they admitted that was highly unlikely. They listened politely to our frantic insistence about the voice, the fog, the thing that took him, but it was clear they filed it under trauma-induced delusion. How could they believe anything else? Chloe and I, we didn't last. The shared horror didn't bring us together. It drove an impassable wedge between us. We couldn't look at each other without seeing Mark's terrified face, without hearing the breathing in the fog, without feeling the guilt, my guilt for answering, her guilt for surviving. We drifted apart, two ghosts haunted by the same nightmare. I moved away from Wisconsin. I avoid rivers, lakes, fog. But I can't escape the memory. Sometimes late at night when the house is quiet, I hear it, that faint splash. Or I feel a sudden, inexplicable chill. And I remember the voice, clear as day, calling from the mist. My name is Ryan Davis. We took a wrong turn on the Wisconsin River. We heard a voice. I made the deadly mistake of answering it. And I live, while Mark paid the price. Whatever lives in that hidden tributary, whatever waits in the fog, it's still there. And it's hungry. Don't stray from the path. And if you ever hear a voice calling from the mist, for God's sake, don't answer. My name is Chloe. If you're reading this, it means it means something. It means the story got out. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I haven't decided yet. Mostly I just feel cold, even when the heating is cranked up. That kind of cold that settles deep in your bones. A souvenir from a place I wish I'd never heard of, let alone visited. It started, like so many disasters probably do, with my sister Megan and the internet. Megan has always been the impulsive one, the chaser of thrills, while I tend to hang back, the designated worrier. She's not reckless, exactly, just overly optimistic about outcomes. She believes in hidden gems, secret spots, the road less traveled. Usually this translates to finding an amazing dive bar or an obscure hiking trail with a killer view. This time it led us somewhere else entirely, somewhere deep in the winding hills and shadowed valleys of Wisconsin's driftless area. It was late summer, that sticky, golden time just before the leaves begin to turn. We were craving one last adventure before autumn closed in. Megan burst into my apartment one Tuesday evening, eyes bright with excitement, her laptop already open. Chloe, you have to see this. I found it. The perfect spot. She spun the laptop around. On the screen was a grainy photo of a small clearing surrounded by dense woods, a barely visible stream cutting through one edge. It looked serene, idyllic even. Below the photo was a block of text, fragmented and strangely poetic, on some obscure forum dedicated to off-grid exploration or something equally pretentious. It didn't give coordinates, not exactly. It spoke of following a forgotten logging trail, turning off at a weeping birch, crossing a stone-spined creek, and listening for the absence of sound. Cryptic didn't even begin to cover it. Meg, what even is this? I asked, scrolling through the minimal thread. There were only a couple of replies, equally vague, talking about the energy of the place. No map links, no official designations, nothing concrete. It looks like someone's backyard. No, it's legit! Megan insisted, pulling up a satellite map view she'd painstakingly tried to triangulate based on the vague description. She pointed to a fuzzy patch of green deep within a vast, roadless tract of land designated only as state forest, but miles from any marked trail or access point. See, it's way out there. Totally secluded. The post calls it the Whispering Glade. Isn't that cool? It says it's a place untouched, where you can really disconnect. That part appealed to me, I'll admit. The thought of true quiet, away from city noise and phone notifications, was tempting. But something about the deliberate obscurity felt off. Why isn't it on any park maps if it's state land? Why all the riddles? That's the point, Megan beamed. It's secret. Like people who know. It keeps the crowds out. Imagine Chloe, just us, the stars. She campfire, no one else for miles. She painted a pretty picture, tapping into that shared childhood dream of ours, discovering Narnia in our own backyard. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Maybe my worrying was getting out of hand. Maybe this was just a hidden gem. We spent the next few days gathering supplies, tent, sleeping bags, ridiculously overpriced freeze, dried meals, bear spray, more for my peace of mind than any real expectation of seeing a beard. First aid kit, water filter, the usual camping stuff. Megan handled navigation planning, poring over her maps and the cryptic forum post like a treasure hunter deciphering ancient clues. The drive up was beautiful. The driftless area is aptly named. It's a region the glaciers missed, leaving behind a landscape of steep hills, deep valleys, and winding rivers utterly unlike the rest of the flat Midwest. The further we drove, the narrower the roads became, twisting and turning through dense forests and past isolated farms. Cell service vanished predictably, plunging us into the disconnected state Megan had craved. I felt a familiar knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach, but the sheer beauty of the place kept it mostly at bay. Golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, the air smelled rich and earthy, and for a while it felt like a genuine escape. Then we reached the turn off Megan had marked. It wasn't a road. It wasn't even really a trail. It was more like a suggestion of a path, two faint ruts disappearing into thick undergrowth, marked only by an ancient, rusted metal pole half hidden by weeds. There was no sign indicating state land or public access. In fact, about 50 feet and almost swallowed by overgrown sumac was the first sign. Faded white letters on weathered wood, Pi-Arp-Y. No trespassing. Megan, I said, my voice small. She was already out of the car, peering down the overgrown track. Relax. It's probably ancient. Left over from some old logging claim or something. The forum guy said the access wasn't official. She radiated confidence, but I saw a flicker of something in her eyes, maybe just a reflection of my own unease. Are you sure? Trespassing isn't exactly leaving no trace. Chloe, we've driven hours. She gestured vaguely into the woods.
Think of the stars! Think of the quiet!
It's probably just some grumpy farmer who doesn't want people near his land, but this trail clearly goes deep into the state forest beyond his boundary. Her logic felt thin, justification spun out of eagerness. We parked the car awkwardly on the overgrown shoulder, trying to tuck it out of sight. Another sign nailed crookedly to a thick oak tree just past the first reinforced the message: Trespassars duello be proscated. Shuarvaval be parosquided agime. And this one looked newer, the black letters stark against peeling white paint. Someone had tried to scratch out the survivor's part, but failed. It wasn't funny, it was chilling. Okay, this is getting creepy, I whispered, hoisting my pack. The woods suddenly seemed darker, the air heavier. It's just trying to scare people off, Megan said, though her voice lacked its earlier conviction. Come on, stick close. We pushed through the undergrowth, branches scratching at our arms. The trail was barely discernible, more animal track than human path. It wound deeper and deeper into the woods, relentlessly uphill. The air grew still and unnaturally quiet. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, just the crunch of our boots on fallen leaves and our own ragged breathing. The silence wasn't peaceful, it was expectant. Waiting. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 90 minutes of strenuous hiking, Megan stopped. We'd followed the cryptic directions, past a distinctive birch tree that did seem to weep sap, crossed a shallow creek running over smooth, gray stones like the vertebrae of some long dead beast. And now the silence was absolute, not just quiet, but a profound lack of sound, like the world was holding its breath. Before us lay a small, circular clearing, exactly like the grainy photo, hemmed in on all sides by towering pines and oaks, their branches thick and interwoven, blocking out much of the late afternoon sun. A thin stream trickled through mossy rocks on the far side. It was beautiful, in a severe, almost sterile way. The grass was unnaturally uniform, soft like velvet underfoot. But there was something wrong. No wildflowers dotted the clearing, no insects buzzed in the air. It felt preserved, like a display under glass. See, Megan breathed, dropping her pack. I told you. It's perfect. Her relief was palpable, but mine was short-lived. My skin prickled. The feeling of being watched was intense, overwhelming. I scanned the tree line, searching the deep shadows between the trunks, but saw nothing. Just trees' silence and the oppressive weight of the woods. Let's get the tent up before it gets dark, Megan said, already unzipping the bag. That practical task, the familiar routine of setting up camp, should have been grounding. It should have made this strange, silent place feel more like ours claimed territory. We unfurled the nylon, laid out the footprint, snapped the poles together. The rhythmic clicks echoed unnervingly in the stillness. As Megan fed the last pole through its sleeve, pulling the fabric taut, I knelt to peg down the corners, driving the thin metal stakes into the soft earth. The first stake went in easily. The second stake hit something hard just a few inches down. Clink, rock. Megan asked, preoccupied with the rainfly. Maybe. I mumbled, trying a different spot nearby. Clink. Again. I moved a foot to the left. Clink. It wasn't rock. It felt metallic. Smooth. Curious, I scraped away the thin layer of soil and perfect grass with the stake. Underneath wasn't dirt or stone. It was metal. Dull, gray, seamless metal. I scraped wider. It extended further than my hand could reach. It wasn't a buried object. It felt like the clearing floor was metal, hidden just beneath a veneer of earth. Meg, I said, my voice tight. You need to see this. She came over, frowning at my excavation. She knelt, touched the exposed surface. Her face went pale. What is that? Before she could finish the sentence, before I could even process the impossibility of a metal floor in the middle of nowhere, a sound ripped through the profound silence. It wasn't a bird or an animal or the wind. It was a high-pitched electronic whine, starting low and rapidly escalating, seeming to come from the ground beneath us, from the trees around us, from everywhere at once. It vibrated in my teeth, in my skull, and as that unbearable sound reached its peak, the last rays of sunlight filtering through the canopy vanished, plunged into an unnatural, instantaneous twilight. Setting up the tent. That was our last mistake, because it meant we'd stopped moving. It meant we'd driven our stakes into something that didn't want to be disturbed. And it knew now exactly where we were. The world tilted. That high-pitched whine wasn't just sound, it was pressure, a physical force boring into my skull, vibrating behind my eyeballs. I clamped my hands over my ears, a useless gesture. The noise was inside me, resonating in my bones, scraping nerves raw. Megan staggered back, her face a mask of pain and disbelief, eyes wide in the sudden, thick twilight that had swallowed the clearing. It wasn't natural darkness, it felt heavy, like falling soot, visibility dropping to near zero in seconds. What is that? Megan screamed, but her voice was a thin thread nearly lost in the overwhelming shriek. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. Fight or flight kicked in hard. Flight, definitely flight. Run, I yelled, grabbing her arm. Back the way we came. We scrambled, abandoning the half-erected tent, the scattered gear, the cursed metal stakes. We plunged towards the edge of the clearing where we thought the path began, tripping over roots and unseen bumps in the unnaturally smooth grass. The whine seemed to follow, amplifying, pulsing with a nauseating rhythm that made my stomach churn. Reaching the tree line offered no relief. The dense woods, which had felt merely oppressive before, now seemed actively malevolent in the artificial gloom. The whine distorted everything, making it impossible to think straight, let alone navigate. Which way had we come? The familiar landmarks, the weeping birch, the stone-spined creek, seemed to have vanished, swallowed by the premature night and the auditory assault. This way, Megan shouted, pulling me left towards a gap between two massive, dark trunks. We stumbled forward, pushing through low-hanging branches that clawed at our faces and clothes like skeletal hands. The ground felt uneven, treacherous. Behind us, the whine continued its relentless crescendo, pressing us onward. But the woods felt wrong. Utterly, fundamentally wrong. The trees seemed closer together than I remembered, their bark rougher, darker. The air was thick, stagnant, and carried a faint, acrid smell like burnt electronics overlaying the usual scent of damp earth. And the silence, the profound, waiting silence we'd felt earlier was gone, replaced by the deafening whine, yet somehow, beneath it, there was a different kind of quiet, a predatory stillness. We pushed on for maybe 10 minutes, maybe longer. Time felt warped, stretched and compressed by the sound and the fear. We should have been descending, heading back towards the creek, but the ground remained stubbornly level, even seemed to slope slightly upwards in places. Meg, I don't think this is right, I gasped, pausing to catch my breath, leaning against a tree trunk that felt unnervingly slick, almost greasy, beneath my palm. The whine drilled into my head, making coherent thought a luxury. We should be going downhill. Megan shone her phone flashlight around. Frantically, the beam seemed weak, absorbed by the oppressive darkness just feet away. Tree trunks pressed in from all sides. There was no path, no sign of the creek, the birch, nothing. Just endless, repeating patterns of bark and shadow. It has to be, she insisted, her voice trembling. It has to be. We just got turned around. But I knew. A cold dread spread through me. Worse than the physical pain of the sound, we weren't just lost. It felt like the woods had rearranged themselves, like the clearing was the center of a maze, and the walls were closing in. Then the whine changed. It didn't stop, not entirely, but it lowered in pitch, morphing into a deep, throbbing hum that vibrated up through the soles of our boots. It felt like standing on the chest of some colossal, sleeping machine. And with the shift in sound came movement. Something flickered at the edge of Megan's weak flashlight beam. "What was that?" she whispered, snapping the light towards the movement. "Nothing, just trees, deepening shadows." "Probably just my eyes playing tricks," I said, trying to convince myself. The noise, the dark, flicker. This time I saw it too. A quick darting motion low to the ground between the trees about 20 yards away. Too quick to be an animal, too deliberate. "Did you see it?" Megan's voice cracked. I nodded, unable to speak. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The feeling of being watched had returned, amplified 100-fold. Now it felt like we were being hunted, stalked. Click, a sharp sound like a twig snapping, but somehow cleaner, more mechanical. It came from our right. Megan swung the flashlight beam again. Nothing. Click. From the left now. Closer. It's flanking us. I whispered, the realization hit me with sickening force. Whatever was out there, it wasn't just one thing. The deep hum intensified, the ground vibrating more noticeably, and a new sound began, weaving through the thrumming of faint, rhythmic scraping noise, like metal dragging on metal. It seemed to be coming from the direction we'd fled, back towards the clearing. "We have to move," Megan said, grabbing my hand, her own trembling violently. Now, away from that scraping. We plunged deeper into the featureless woods, away from the scraping, away from the direction of the clearing. But the clicking sounds followed, keeping pace, sometimes seeming to dart ahead of us. The flashlight beam flickered erratically, the battery draining at an alarming rate, or perhaps the unnatural environment was interfering with it. The darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating. Panic threatened to overwhelm me again. Run blindly, hide. There was nowhere to hide. Every tree looked the same, every shadow felt menacing. We were exposed, disoriented, and being herded. Suddenly, Megan cried out, stumbling. The flashlight flew from her hand, hitting the ground and extinguishing instantly, plunging us into absolute blackness. The throbbing hum seemed to pulse louder in the sudden void.
Meg!
"Are you okay?" I fumbled blindly, reaching for her. "My ankle," she groaned. I tripped on something felt like a root, but sharp. I found her hand, helped her up. She leaned heavily on me, trying to put weight on her foot and hissing in pain. We couldn't run now. We couldn't even walk properly. The clicking sound stopped. The silence that fell was somehow worse than the noise. Even the deep hum seemed to recede slightly, fading into the background, leaving only the sound of our ragged breathing, Megan's pained whimpers, and the suffocating weight of the dark. And the scraping. The rhythmic, metallic scraping was closer now. Much closer. Coming from the direction we'd just been heading, as if anticipating our path. Scrape, drag, scrape. It was slow, deliberate, unhurried. The sound of something heavy being pulled across the forest floor, or maybe across the metal hidden just beneath it. We were frozen listening, every nerve screaming, trapped between the silent clickers in the woods around us and the scraping thing approaching through the impenetrable dark ahead. There was no escape. We'd ignored the warnings, pushed past the signs, disturbed the ground. We'd walked right into the heart of something ancient or alien or both, and it wasn't letting us leave. "Chloe," Megan whispered, her voice barely audible, choked with terror. "What's that smell?" I hadn't noticed it over the earlier acrid scent in my own fear, but now beneath the damp earth and decaying leaves, there was another odor, faint but stomach-churning, coppery, thick, the unmistakable, metallic tang of old blood, a lot of it. And then, directly in front of us, maybe 30 feet away, two pinpricks of light flickered into existence in the blackness. They weren't bright, more like dull, red embers, low to the ground. They didn't blink, they just stared. The scraping sound stopped. Whatever it was, it had found us. And it was watching, waiting. The two red embers pulsed faintly in the crushing darkness, unblinking, utterly focused. They were about 3 feet apart, maybe 2 feet off the ground. Low, wide. The coppery tang of old blood felt thick in my throat, gagging me. Beside me, Megan whimpered, trying to stifle the sound, her hand gripping my arm so tightly her nails dug into my skin. The silence stretched, amplifying the thudding of my own heart, the rasp of our breath. The scraping had stopped, but the presence felt immense, coiled, waiting. Then slowly, agonizingly, the thing moved. Not towards us, but sideways, a fluid motion that was somehow jerky, unnatural. The red lights tracked smoothly, like cameras, but the movement itself, it was the source of the scraping. Metal limbs, perhaps, dragging slightly against the hidden floor beneath the thin soil. And accompanying the movement now was a faint, rapid clicking, like 1,000 tiny gears turning, or insect mandibles chattering quietly. It shifted position, circling slightly, as if examining us from a different angle, and as it moved, its outline became marginally clearer against the oppressive black, not because of light, but because it seemed to absorb the darkness, making the void around it fractionally less absolute. It was low, slung wide, perhaps 6 feet across, with multiple limbs thin, sharp-looking appendages that ended in points scraping the ground. The red lights were set into a smooth, chitinous-looking carapace that seemed disturbingly fused with metallic components glinting dully even in the profound lack of light. It was biomechanical, a nightmarish fusion of insect and machine, ancient and futuristic all at once. My mind struggled to process it, recoiling from the sheer wrongness of the creature. This wasn't an animal. This was a constructed, purpose-built thing, and its purpose felt terrifyingly clear. It was a guardian or a cleaner or a trapper. This clearing, this patch of woods, wasn't a sanctuary. It was a lure, a collection point. The clicking intensified as it shifted again, positioning itself directly between us and the vague direction we thought led away from the clearing, blocking our path, hurting us back. Megan shifted her weight, a sharp intake of breath betraying her pain. The red lights instantly snapped towards the sound, locking onto her. The clicking grew louder, agitated. "Don't move," I breathed, my voice a dry croak. The thing took a step towards us. Scrape, click, click, click. Another. Scrape, click, click, click. Slow, like it was savoring the moment, or perhaps just following a program. The smell of old blood intensified, mixed with the acrid scent of ozone or burnt wiring. My mind raced. We were weaponless, trapped, one of us injured. Running was impossible. Hiding was impossible. Reasoning with it felt absurd. What could we do? The tense stakes, the memory of hitting metal flashed in my mind, driving those stakes in, announcing our arrival, claiming a spot. Our last mistake. Had we disturbed its hibernation? Alerted it, marked ourselves. Megan did the unexpected. Maybe it was the pain or the terror or some last shred of defiance inherited from her adventurous spirit. She sobbed a raw, heartbroken sound and then yelled, "Leave us alone!" What do you want? The reaction was immediate and violent. The thing lunged. Not a leap, but a sudden, scuttling surge forward, covering the distance between us in a terrifying second. The red lights flared brighter, momentarily blinding me. I felt a rush of displaced air, thick with the stench of blood and ozone. I threw myself backwards, pulling Megan down with me, landing hard on the damp, unseen forest floor. Something sharp sliced through the air where we'd just been. A thin, metallic limb lashed out, striking the tree I'd been leaning against moments before. There was a sound like a high-speed drill hitting metal, and a shower of sparks briefly illuminated the scene, confirming the horrifying hybrid nature of the creature. All sharp angles, segmented limbs, and that smooth, dark carapace with the unwavering red eyes. It retracted the limb with another sharp click, turning its attention back to us, now sprawled on the ground. It lowered its body, the red light scanning us, assessing. "Think, Chloe, think." What did we have? Bear spray. Still in my pack, back at the clearing. First aid kit, same place. My phone, dead or useless. Lost when she fell, battery probably dead anyway. We had nothing. Then I remembered the flashlight. Dropped somewhere near Megan's feet when she fell. Maybe light would affect it. "The flashlight, Meg!" I hissed, trying to keep my voice low. Where did it fall? She pointed blindly into the darkness near her injured foot. The creature clicked again, taking another slow step towards us. Its limbs twitched, scraping against the hidden metal beneath the soil. It felt like it was preparing to strike again, perhaps to pin us, drag us. Where? Back to the clearing. Underground. I crawled desperately, patting the ground, ignoring the slime, the sharp twigs, the unnerving feel of that hidden, cold surface just inches below. My fingers brushed against smooth plastic. The flashlight. My hands trembled as I fumbled for the switch. Would it even work? Had the fall broken it? Please work, click. A beam of light, weak but blessedly there, sliced through the artificial darkness. I aimed it directly at the two red lights. The reaction was instantaneous. The creature recoiled violently, rearing back with a shriek that was utterly unlike the earlier electronic whine. This was a high-frequency screech of metal grinding against metal, agonizingly loud, filled with what sounded like static and pain. It raised several of its sharp limbs, shielding its red optical sensors, scuttling backwards rapidly. The clicking became frantic, panicked. It hated the light. Keep it on it. Megan cried, scrambling backwards, dragging her injured leg. I held the beam steady, my arm shaking. The light flickered. The battery was dying fast. The creature hesitated at the edge of the beam, screeching, clicking, clearly distressed, but not fleeing entirely. It circled, staying just outside the main cone of light, its red eyes narrowed to slits. We have to go, I urged, getting my feet, pulling Megan up. Now, while it's disoriented. Back towards the clearing, maybe the way out is clearer from there. It felt counterintuitive, heading back towards the place we'd fled, but the woods in this direction were a dead end, prowled by this thing. Leaning heavily on me, Megan hobbled as fast as she could. I kept the weakening flashlight beam pointed behind us, sweeping it towards the creature whenever it seemed to creep closer. It followed, staying just at the edge of the light, its screeches fading to angry clicks and hisses, the scraping of its limbs a constant, terrifying reminder of its presence. The unnatural twilight seemed marginally less thick as we stumbled back the way we'd come, though. Maybe that was just wishful thinking, fueled by the flashlight beam. The deep hum that vibrated through the ground seemed louder again here, centered on the clearing ahead. We broke through the tree line, back into the small, circular glade. Our half set up, tent stood like a forgotten monument to our stupidity. My pack lay nearby, the bare spray, but something else was different. The metal floor I'd exposed near the tent peg was now fully visible in one large section. The grass and thin soil had been scraped away, revealing a dull, gray, seamless surface that seemed to faintly hum. And in the center of that exposed section was a line, a perfect, dark seam that hadn't been there before. The scraping behind us intensified. Our pursuer was entering the clearing.
The spray,
Megan yelled, pointing towards my pack. No time. The creature scuttled faster across the open ground, no longer hindered by trees. The flashlight beam was fading rapidly, flickering like a dying candle. In moments, we'd be in total darkness with it again. The seam in the metal floor widened. A dark gap appeared, emitting a low gust of cold, stale air that smelled faintly of decay and machinery. Stairs, maybe. A tunnel entrance. The creature wasn't heading for us. It was heading for the opening. Was it retreating or drawing us in, and then I saw them? Near the opening, almost hidden in the disturbed soil, were other things. Small objects. A hiking boot, cracked and weathered. A tarnished silver locket. A small, brightly colored plastic toy. Relics. Trophies. Evidence of past visitors who hadn't left. The flashlight died. Darkness slammed back down, absolute and terrifying. The creature screeched, a triumphant, grating sound now, no longer pained. It was close. Run? Chloe! Megan screamed, shoving me hard towards the opposite side of the clearing, away from the opening, away from the creature. Towards the path we'd first entered on. Was it still there? Could we find it in the dark? I stumbled, catching myself. Megan? No. Scrape, drag. Scrape, drag. The sound was right behind her, followed by a sickening, wet crunch and a choked-off scream. Megan! I spun around, blind, helpless. Another guttural screech from the creature, then the sound of something heavy being dragged across metal towards the now open seam in the ground, dragged down into whatever lay beneath that cursed clearing. Terror lent me speed I didn't know I possessed. I didn't think, I just ran. Ran from the clearing, from the sounds, from the darkness. Ran towards the direction I prayed was the way out. I crashed through branches, fell, scrambled up, kept running. The woods still felt wrong, shifting, but I didn't stop. I didn't hear the clicking anymore, didn't hear the scraping. Only Megan's final scream echoing in my mind. I don't know how long I ran. Eventually, the oppressive darkness began to thin, replaced by the gray light of pre-dawn. The trees started to look normal again. I heard birdsong. Actual, normal birdsong. I collapsed, sobbing, miles from where we'd left the car, scratched, bruised, utterly broken. I found the car eventually. Megan wasn't there. I waited, hoping against hope, until the sun was high in the sky. Then I drove. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway, until I saw other cars, until the woods were far behind me. I told the police I lost my sister hiking, that we got separated, and I couldn't find my way back to where she went missing. They searched, of course, found the car, found the faint trail leading into the woods, found the Pierre Parpal signs. They searched for days with dogs, helicopters. They never found the clearing. They never found the weeping birch or the stone spine creek. They never found any sign of Megan, or the thing that took her. It's like the woods swallowed her whole, wiped the place clean. Like it was never there. They called off the search, chalked it up to inexperience, disorientation, unfortunate misadventure, and remote terrain. Maybe animal attack. They didn't believe the parts I tried to hint at, the parts that sounded insane. The sound, the darkness, the metal. The creature, they gave me pitying looks, suggested grief counseling. I live with the cold now. The bone, deep cold that started in that clearing. I live with the silence, because ever since that night, real silence feels threatening, expectant. I live with the memory of Megan's scream, and the knowledge that she pushed me away saved me. I live with the guilt. I don't know what that place was. An old mine, a buried structure, something not from here. And the thing the guardian, the groundskeeper, what was it protecting? Or what was it harvesting? All I know is that it, out there in the quiet, remote places, may be hidden just beneath the surface, waiting for someone else to ignore the warnings, to seek the secret spots, to make the last deadly mistake of disturbing its ground. Megan found her secret spot. I wish to God she hadn't. Don't go looking for the whispering glade. Some places are meant to stay hidden. Some doors are meant to remain closed. Learn from my mistake. Learn from Megan's. My name is Caleb. At least, that's the name I was born with. What I am now, well, that's a different story. A story I need to tell, even if it feels like scraping shards of glass across my own soul. Maybe getting it out will help. Maybe it's a warning. Honestly, I don't know anymore. All I know is the silence is deafening and the memories, they crawl under my skin, especially when the lights go out. It all started, as so many youthful tragedies do, with a combination of boredom, bravado, and a fundamental misunderstanding of the world's darker corners. There were 4 of us that summer, me, Liam, Maya, and Noah. We were inseparable, fresh out of our first year of college, buzzing with that potent mix of newfound freedom and the lingering recklessness of adolescence. We thought we were invincible, that the world was ours for the taking, a playground laid out for our amusement. We were wrong. Deadly wrong. Liam was the instigator, the charismatic engine of our group. Always pushing boundaries, always looking for the next thrill. He had this infectious energy, a grin that could talk you into almost anything. Maya was the heart, perceptive and kind, with a quiet strength that often grounded us. We'd been dancing around admitting our feelings for each other for months, and this trip felt like maybe, finally, something might happen. Noah was the pragmatist, the voice of reason, the one who usually researched things and worried about logistics. He often played the foil to Liam's wilder impulses, but even he wasn't immune to the pull of adventure, especially when we were all together. And then there was me, Caleb. I guess I was the observer, the chronicler, usually happy to go along, caught somewhere between Liam's impulsiveness and Noah's caution. I liked the camaraderie, the shared experiences, the feeling of belonging. That summer, we decided we needed a real escape away from summer jobs and parental expectations. Camping. Real roughing it camping. Liam found the spot. He'd been scrolling through obscure forums and old digitized maps, looking for something off the beaten path. He landed on a patch of state forest deep in southwestern Wisconsin, near the border. The main draw, according to his excited texts, wasn't just the remoteness, but the local lore surrounding it, an old, abandoned mine shaft somewhere in the woods. The Black Vein Mine. The old-timers supposedly called it, though no official map seemed to remember its name.
Guys, this is
Perfect. Liam had declared over pizza a week before we left. Totally remote, deep woods, and get this, legends of weird stuff happening around the old mine. Disappearances, strange lights, the works. Classic campfire story fuel. Noah frowned, pulling up something on his phone. Hold on, I'm seeing some mentions of unstable ground. Potential sinkholes and mining accidents weren't uncommon back then. Maybe classic campfire story fuel is rooted in actual danger, Lam? Oh, relax, Noah. Lime scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. It's probably just some old prospector's dig site, caved in decades ago. Adds to the atmosphere. Imagine telling ghost stories next to a real abandoned mine. Maya looked intrigued but hesitant. Abandoned mines can be dangerous, Liam. Gases, collapses. We're not going in at Maya. Liam reassured her, maybe a little too quickly. Just camping near it. For the spooky vibes. I chimed in, trying to bridge the gap. Yeah, it sounds cool. As long as we're careful, what's the harm? It'll make for a good story. Famous last words. The drive out was filled with the usual road trip rituals, bad singing, junk food, windows down, the air growing cleaner and smelling more of pine and damp earth the further we got from the city. We stopped at a dusty, forgotten-looking gas station miles from anywhere for last-minute supplies. The old man behind the counter Weathered and smelling faintly of chewing tobacco and motor oil, eyed our camping gear piled in the back of Liam's beat-up SUV. Heading up towards Black Creek Hollow, he rasped, his eyes narrowed. "Yeah, somewhere around there," Liam answered cheerfully, looking for a good spot to camp. The old man spat a stream of brown liquid into a nearby bucket. "Folks round here tend to stick closer to the main trails. Woods get thick out there, easy to get turned around, especially near places best left alone. Heard there's an old mine shaft out that way." Liam pressed, his thrill-seeking senses tingling. The old man's face darkened almost imperceptibly. "Ain't nothing good ever come out of that hole. The Black Vein, they called it that 'cause it bled folks dry. Took miners, took prospectors, took folks just wandering too close. Ground ain't right round there. Air ain't right neither, especially after sundown. Some things are best left buried." He paused, his gaze distant and unsettling. "You kids be smart. Stay clear of it. Ain't no treasure down there worth finding." We laughed it off nervously once we were back in the car. "Creepy old dude." Lamb chuckled, though his laugh sounded a bit forced. "Trying to scare the city kids. Maybe he knows something." Noah murmured, looking back towards the gas station. "He knows how to spin a yarn," Liam retorted. "Come on, it's part of the fun." Finding the area Liam had marked wasn't easy. The fire road petered out into a barely discernible track, overgrown and rutted. We parked the SUV and hiked the last mile or so, gear digging into our shoulders, the woods growing denser, quieter. The birdsong seemed more muted here, the sunlight struggling to pierce the thick canopy. There was a strange stillness, an expectant hush that felt different from the peaceful quiet of other forests I'd been in. We eventually found a small clearing, relatively flat and close enough to a trickling stream for water. It wasn't far, maybe a quarter mile through the trees, from where Liam's research suggested the mine entrance should be. We set up our tents, gathered firewood, and tried to shake off the vaguely unsettling atmosphere the old man and the deep woods had conjured. Later that afternoon, curiosity overriding caution, we went looking for the mine. We found it tucked away in a rocky outcrop, partially hidden by thorny bushes. It wasn't just a small hole. The entrance was a jagged scar in the hillside, framed by rotting timbers that looked ready to collapse at any moment. A rusty, faded metal sign, barely legible, hung askew from one of the supports, DNGER unsafe, keep o ute. The air near the entrance felt colder, heavier, carrying a faint, metallic, earthy smell that wasn't just damp rock. It smelled old. Stagnant, we peered into the darkness, but our eyes couldn't penetrate more than a few feet. It was an absolute light-devouring blackness. Whoa, Liam breathed, his earlier bravado replaced with a touch of awe. "This is legit. Legitimately terrifying," Maya corrected, shivering slightly despite the warm afternoon. "Let's go back to camp." Noah shone his flashlight beam into the opening, but it seemed to be swallowed whole. "Looks unstable as hell." That old guy wasn't kidding. We should stay far away from this. We retreated back to the relative safety of our campsite, the image of that black maw lingering in our minds. As day turned into evening, we built a roaring campfire, cooked full packet dinners, and broke out the cheap beer Liam had smuggled in. We told stories, laughed, and tried to recapture the carefree spirit of the trip. But the presence of the mine, just out of sight through the trees, was a silent weight on the edge of our consciousness. The woods around us seemed darker, the night sound snapping twigs, rustling leaves. The distant hoot of an owl felt amplified, charged with potential menace. The firelight cast dancing, distorted shadows that seemed to mock our attempts at cheerfulness. And then, inevitably, fueled by beer and the nervous energy thrumming beneath the surface, Liam issued the challenge. "I dare you," he said, his eyes gleaming in the firelight, fixed on the darkness in the direction of the mine. "I dare us to go inside. Just a little way, just to say we did it." Silence fell, broken only by the crackling fire. Noah immediately shook his head. "No way, Liam. Absolutely not. It's pitch black, dangerous, and frankly stupid." Maya hugged her knees tighter. "Liam, please don't. That place felt wrong even in daylight." Liam turned his gaze on me. That familiar grin was back, but this time it felt sharper, edged with something reckless. "What about you, Caleb? You scared? Scared of a little dark hole in the ground? Scared of some old man's ghost stories?" Was I scared? Hell yes, I was. Every instinct screamed at me to agree with Noah and Maya, to doze the fire and crawl into my tent. But I was also 20, full of misplaced pride, and didn't want to be the coward. And maybe, just maybe, a tiny, morbidly curious part of me wanted to see. Wanted to know. I took another swig of beer, the cheap lager doing little to bolster my courage but enough to numb my common sense. I looked at Maya's worried face, at Noah's stern disapproval, at Liam's challenging stare. Okay? I heard myself say, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. Okay? Let's do it. But just for a few minutes, just inside the entrance. Noah groaned. Maya looked horrified. Liam clapped me on the back, his grin widening triumphantly. That's the spirit! Grab your flashlights, folks. Adventure waits! He stood up, energized and oblivious, or perhaps willfully ignorant, of the suffocating sense of dread that suddenly descended upon our little camp. He was already heading towards the trees, towards the waiting darkness of the Black Vein mine. And like damned fools, mesmerized by bravado and the lure of the unknown, we picked up our flashlights and followed him into the night, leaving the relative sanity of the campfire behind. Our fatal error wasn't just daring each other. It was actually doing it. It was taking those first steps away from the light and towards a darkness far deeper than any of us could have possibly imagined. The air changed the moment we stepped under the crumbling archway of the mine entrance. It was instantaneous, like passing through an invisible membrane. Outside, the Wisconsin night air was cool and alive with the chirps of crickets and the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Inside, the air was dead. Still, cold, and heavy, carrying the scent of damp earth, wet rock, and something faintly metallic like old blood, and underneath that a deeper, mustier smell of decay. Not rot exactly, but age. Deep, stagnant age. Liam predictably forged ahead, his flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the oppressive blackness. Maya followed close behind him, practically treading on his heels, her own light beam trembling violently. I came next, with Noah bringing up the rear, his flashlight nervously sweeping the entrance behind us as if expecting it to seal itself shut. See. Liam's voice was too loud, echoing unnaturally in the confined space. Nothing to it. Just an old hole in the ground. Even he couldn't keep the tremor completely out of his voice. Let's just look around this first part and get out, Noah hissed, his voice tight with anxiety. We agreed, Caleb. Just inside the entrance. Yeah, keep your pants on, Noah, Liam retorted, but he didn't sound as confident now. He took a few more steps in. The floor was uneven, littered with loose rocks and debris. Water dripped somewhere nearby, each drop echoing like a hammer blow in the profound silence that swallowed our voices the moment we stopped speaking. The walls were rough, hewn rock glistening wetly in patches. Ancient-looking support timbers, thick with some kind of pale, fuzzy mold, lined the tunnel at intervals, looking more like skeletal remains than structural supports. We'd probably only gone 50 feet, maybe less, but the darkness felt absolute. Turning back, I could still see the faint, moonlit rectangle of the entrance, a pale promise of the outside world that already seemed impossibly distant. The darkness ahead, however, was total. Our combined flashlight beams, powerful LED ones we thought sufficient for any night hike, seemed pitifully inadequate here. They illuminated a small circle directly ahead, but the edges were consumed by a blackness so profound it felt tangible, like solid walls closing in just beyond the light. Okay, Liam, we did it, Maya whispered, her voice barely audible. We came inside. Can we please go now? Her light jittered across a section of wall, revealing strange scratches in the rock, almost like claw marks, but deeper, more deliberate. What's that? I asked, swinging my beam to join hers. The marks were old, weathered, but definitely not natural formations. They looked frantic. Liam shone his light on them too. Probably just miners' tool marks, he said, but his explanation lacked conviction. He nudged a loose rock with his boot. It skittered away, the sound unnervingly loud, before splashing into unseen water further down the tunnel. And then we heard it. It wasn't loud. It came from the darkness ahead, beyond the reach of our lights. A faint scraping sound, like rock dragging on rock, but rhythmic. Scrape, pause. We all froze. Every muscle tensed. What was that? Maya breathed, clutching Liam's arm. Probably just settling, Liam said, but he didn't move. His flashlight beam stayed fixed on the impenetrable blackness ahead. Noah swallowed hard. Or a cave in starting. Or an animal. Whatever it is, it's our cue to leave. Now, scrape, pause a scrape. It was closer now. Or maybe the echo just made it seem that way. Okay? Liam conceded, his bravado finally evaporating, replaced by a primal fear that mirrored our own. Okay, yeah. Let's go. We turned a huddled mass of trembling lights and ragged breaths, eager to get back to the pale rectangle of safety. But as we turned, another sound reached us. This one was different. It wasn't scraping. It It was a whisper, indistinct, sibilant like wind through dead leaves, yet there was no breeze in this stagnant air. It seemed to echo from the very rock around us, impossible to pinpoint the source. It slithered into our ears, raising goosebumps on my arms. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. Noah nodded grimly, his eyes wide. Maya let out a tiny whimper. The whispering seemed to fade, replaced again by the dripping water and the frantic thumping of our own hearts. We started moving faster towards the entrance, stumbling over the uneven ground. "Just keep moving," Noah urged, his voice low and steady, trying to project calm none of us felt. Then Maya cried out, "My light!" Her beam flickered erratically, then died, plunging her into absolute darkness between Liam and me. I immediately swung my light back towards her, catching her terrified face, eyes wide in the sudden blackness. Liam did the same. For a split second, she was illuminated only by the spillover from our beams. And in that split second, just behind her, deeper in the tunnel, I saw it. Or thought I did. A flicker of movement at the edge of my light's reach. Something tall and unnaturally thin, vanishing back in the consuming darkness the instant my main beam hit the area. It was like a trick of the eye, a shadow detaching itself, but it felt sickeningly real. "What? What is it?" Maya gasped, fumbling with her flashlight. "Nothing?" I lied, my voice hoarse. "Just keep going." "Here, take my arm." She grabbed my forearm, her hand icy cold and trembling uncontrollably. Liam pushed us forward. "Go, go, go." We practically ran, stumbling, half falling, the rectangle of the entrance seeming no closer than before. The scraping sound returned, louder now, faster, seeming to pace us from the darkness behind. And the whispering, it was back, swirling around us, seeming to coalesce into almost words, fragments that slid away before my brain could catch them. A hungry long wait below, panic clawed at my throat. We weren't just scared anymore, we were prey. "Almost there," Liam yelled, his voice cracking. The entrance was definitely closer now, maybe 30 feet away. Freedom. Air. Light. Then Noah screamed. A raw, terrified sound that cut through the whispering and scraping. "My leg!" Something grabbed my leg. I spun around, swinging my light back. Noah was on the ground, scrabbling desperately, his face contorted in terror. His flashlight lay a few feet away, its beam pointing uselessly at the ceiling. In the bouncing light from my own beam, I saw it, a glimpse of something pale and multi-jointed, like a tangle of bleached roots or skeletal fingers, wrapped around his ankle, pulling him slowly but inexorably back towards the deeper darkness. It wasn't solid, it seemed almost translucent, like solidified shadow, and it retracted instantly into the rock face as my light hit it, vanishing as if it had never been there.
"Help me!"
Noah shrieked, kicking wildly. Liam and I lunged back, grabbing Noah under his arms. Maya, despite her terror, grabbed his belt. We pulled, hauling him away from the spot where the thing had vanished. He scrambled to his feet, sobbing, favoring his ankle. What was it? What the hell was it? He gasped, grabbing his fallen flashlight.
Don't know, don't care.
Liam screamed. We half dragged, half carried Noah the remaining distance, bursting out from the mine entrance into the moonlit woods, like terrified animals fleeing a fire. We didn't stop at the tree line. We crashed through the undergrowth, ignoring branches that whipped at our faces, driven by pure adrenaline and terror, not stopping until we stumbled back into the relative safety of our campsite clearing, collapsing near the dying embers of our fire. We huddled together, gasping for breath, chests heaving, eyes wide with shock and disbelief, staring back at the dark woods that hid the mine entrance. The night sounds of the forest rushed back in, but they no longer felt normal. They felt watchful, malevolent. The silence stretched between us, thick with unspoken terror. Finally, Maya broke it, her voice shaking uncontrollably.
It touched you,
She asked Noah, staring at his ankle. Noah pulled up his pant leg. There, on his skin, were 4 faint, slightly depressed marks, arranged like long, thin fingers, already fading but undeniably there. They looked cold somehow, even in the warm night air. Liam stared at the marks, his face pale, all trace of his earlier bravado gone, replaced by stark terror. The old man, he said the ground wasn't right, the air wasn't right, the whispering, the scraping. The thing that grabbed Noah wasn't a ghost story. It wasn't miner's tools or settling rock. It was real, and it was down there, in the black vein mine. We looked at each other, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. What do we do now? We were miles from anywhere, with a barely functional SUV, and the sun wouldn't be up for hours. Hours of darkness, with that thing potentially lurking just beyond the firelight, in the woods that suddenly felt like its territory, not ours. We weren't safe. We weren't safe at all. The deadly mistake wasn't just going in, it was coming back out and letting it know we were here. The hours that followed our panicked retreat from the mine were the longest of my life. We huddled by the fire, feeding it obsessively, casting nervous glances into the oppressive darkness that pressed in on our small circle of light. The woods were no longer just woods, they were a waiting, watching entity. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every distant owl's hoot sounded like a prelude to attack. Noah sat pale and shivering, periodically rubbing his ankle where the faint marks remained, a terrifying souvenir. Maya was withdrawn, tears silently tracking paths through the grime on her face, jumping at every sound. Even Liam, usually so unflappable, was visibly shaken, his eyes darting constantly towards the tree line, his face grim. The whispers didn't stop entirely. They weren't clear anymore, not like they were near the mine, but they lingered at the edge of hearing, like tinnitus of the soul. Sometimes I thought I heard my name twisted and distorted, carried on a breeze that didn't exist. Sometimes it sounded like faint, mocking laughter. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We had trespassed somewhere ancient and malevolent, and now we were trapped in its domain waiting for the sun. More than once, I thought I saw movement just beyond the fire's reach, a flicker of motion too tall and thin to be a deer, a shadow detaching itself from a tree trunk, only to melt back again. Liam claimed he saw eyes reflecting the firelight, low to the ground, too many of them, watching us from the bushes. Noah swore he heard the scraping sound again, faint but distinct, seeming to circle the camp slowly, deliberately. Were we imagining it? Was the terror making us hallucinate? Or was the thing from the mine testing our defenses, waiting for the fire to die down, waiting for us to slip up? We didn't sleep, of course. We sat rigidly, armed with flimsy camp axes in a shared, suffocating dread. The first hint of gray in the eastern sky felt like a physical reprieve, though the dawn light seemed sickly and weak, doing little to dispel the thick atmosphere of menace. Pack. Liam ordered, his voice raspy from exhaustion and fear. Now, just the essentials. Tents, sleeping bags, leave it all. We grab water and we run for the SUV. There were no arguments. We moved with frantic, jerky motions, stuffing essentials into backpacks, collapsing tents haphazardly, not caring about the gear we were abandoning. Every second felt borrowed. The woods seemed unnervingly silent now, as if holding its breath. Noah was limping badly, his face etched with pain and fear. I can make it, he insisted, waving away my attempt to help.
Just, let's go.
We plunged back into the woods, following the faint track we'd made coming in. It felt different now. Hostile. The trees seemed closer together, the shadows deeper despite the growing light. The silence pressed in, amplifying the sound of our own frantic footsteps and ragged breathing. The feeling of being watched, of being followed, was overwhelming. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see that tall, thin figure flitting between the trees or those pale, grasping tendrils erupting from the earth. Liam took the lead, pushing the pace relentlessly. Maya stayed close to me, her eyes wide, scanning the woods around us. Noah struggled to keep up, his limp worsening. "Wait up, Liam," I called out, slowing to help Noah over a fallen log. Liam paused impatiently, looking back.
We can't slow down, Caleb! We need to get out of here!
He's hurt. I snapped back.
We stick together. As I helped Noah, I heard it a sharp crack like a large branch breaking from ahead, just around the bend where Liam had been standing, followed by a choked gasp, abruptly cut off. "Liam," Maya called out, her voice trembling. Silence. A heavy, pregnant silence that was worse than any noise.
Liam.
I shouted, pushing past Noah and running towards the bend in the trail. Maya was right behind me. We rounded the corner, hearts pounding. The trail ahead was empty. There was no sign of Liam. No footprints indicating he'd run off. No sound of movement deeper in the woods. Just nothing. His flashlight lay on the ground near a large oak tree, its beam still on, pointing accusingly into the undergrowth. Beside it, scuffed into the dirt, was a single deep gouge, like something heavy had been dragged away. And clinging to a low, hanging branch snagged on a sharp twig was a small scrap of fabric torn from the sleeve of Lamb's blue jacket. "No, Maya," whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh, no, terror." Cold and absolute washed over me. He was gone. Just gone. Taken in broad daylight, or yards away from us. Whatever was in that mine, whatever haunted these woods, it wasn't bound by darkness. "We have to go," Noah said, his voice shaking but firm, grabbing my arm. "Caleb now. We can't help him. We have to get out." He was right. Standing there, staring at the empty trail and the damning piece of fabric was suicide. grief and terror warred within me, but the survival instinct screamed louder. I grabbed Maya's hand. She seemed frozen in shock, and pulled her after Noah. We ran. We ran like we'd never run before, fueled by sheer panic. Noah ignored his injured leg, pushing himself with adrenaline, fueled desperation. We didn't look back. We didn't dare. The woods seemed to close in, the trees like grasping claws, the silence now filled with imagined whispers, and the echo of that single choked gasp. It felt like an eternity, but finally, miraculously, we burst out of the woods and saw Liam's battered SUV, standing where we'd left it, looking like the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. We scrambled inside, locking the doors, fumbling with the keys. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit the key into the ignition. Please start, please start, please start. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life. I slammed the gear stick into reverse, spun the tires in the dirt, and fishtailed onto the overgrown track, driving faster than I should have, branches scraping violently against the sides of the vehicle. I didn't care. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until we hit the marginally better fire road. Noah was slumped in the passenger seat, sobbing quietly. Maya was curled in the back, staring blankly out the window, tears streaming down her face. Liam's seat was empty. Horribly, irrevocably empty. We didn't speak until we hit paved road, the dusty gas station where the old man had warned us flashing past like a forgotten dream. Only then did the dam break. The horror, the grief, the sheer impossibility of what had happened crashed down on us. So, here I am, Caleb, or what's left of me. We made it out, Noah, Maya, and I, physically mostly intact, apart from Noah's limp that never quite healed right, and the 4 faint scars on his ankle that sometimes, he swears, feel cold to the touch. We told the police. We reported Liam missing. They searched, of course, found our abandoned campsite, found the mine entrance sealed with decades-old warning signs. Found no trace of Liam. Nothing. They called it exposure, getting lost, maybe an animal attack. They didn't believe our fragmented, terrified ramblings about whispers and shadows and things that grabbed you from the dark. Why would they? Maya and Noah, we don't talk much anymore. The shared trauma was too much. It binds us together and pushes us apart at the same time. Maya moved across the country. Noah rarely leaves his house after dark. He says he still hears the scraping sometimes in the dead of night. And me, I'm wrecked. I survived. But the Caleb who went into those woods never came out. I sleep with the lights on. I jump at shadows. I can't stand silence. It gets filled too easily with imagined whispers. Sometimes when I look in the mirror, my eyes look wrong. Older. Haunted. Like I saw something I shouldn't have, something that leached the color from my soul. The Black Vein Mine. It took miners. The old man said. It took prospectors. It took Liam. And maybe, in a way, it took the rest of us too. It bled us dry, leaving behind empty husks haunted by the echoes in the black. I'm telling this story, putting it out there because I need to. Because maybe somewhere, someone else is thinking about exploring that old abandoned place they heard stories about. Don't. Laugh off the local tales if you want. Ignore the warnings. But don't go inside after dark. Don't even go near it. Some holes aren't just holes in the ground. They're wounds on the world, bleeding darkness. And if you get too close, that darkness will bleed into you too. It's waiting. Down there, in places like the Black Vein, hungry and patient. So, my name's Liam. Looking back now, huddled under this thin, damp blanket with the taste of copper and fear in my mouth, it feels stupid, so damn stupid. But just a few weeks ago, it seemed like the perfect escape. A classic slice of Americana. You know, get away from the city grind, breathe some fresh air, see something genuinely beautiful. That was the plan anyway. Sarah, my girlfriend, had been wanting to see the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore for ages. She's got this thing for lighthouses and dramatic coastlines. Our buddy Mark, ever the enthusiastic outdoorsman, or so he claimed, was instantly on board when I pitched the idea. Camping near Lake Superior, kayaking out to see the islands if the weather held, maybe hiking some trails along the mainland shore. Simple, clean fun. We loaded up my slightly too old for this shit Subaru, playlist curated, cooler packed with beer and sandwiches, tents and sleeping bags crammed in the back. Spirits were high. Infectious optimism. The kind you only get before reality has a chance to sucker punch you. We drove up from Milwaukee, the scenery gradually shifting from urban sprawl to rolling farmland, then finally to the dense, towering forests of northern Wisconsin. The air changed too. Sharper, cleaner, smelling of pine and damp earth, and the vast, cold expanse of Lake Superior lurking just beyond the tree line. We found a designated campsite a few miles inland from the shore, nestled in a thick stand of white pines and birch trees. It wasn't exactly remote wilderness. There were a couple of other sites visible through the trees, though thankfully unoccupied when we arrived, but it felt secluded enough. Setting up camp was textbook. Tent poles clicked into place, stakes hammered into the soft ground, sleeping bags unrolled. Mark, predictably, tried to take charge of the fire, managing to produce more smoke than flame initially, but eventually coaxing a respectable blaze into existence as dusk began to settle. Sarah unpacked the food, humming contentedly. We cracked open beers, the chill of the cans a welcome contrast to the lingering warmth of the late summer afternoon. For a few hours, everything was exactly as advertised. Perfect. We sat around the fire, watching sparks spiral up into the darkening sky, listening to the crackle of the logs in the distant, almost imperceptible sigh of the Great Lake. We talked about everything and nothing, the easy camaraderie of people comfortable in each other's company. The stress of work, city life, bills had all melted away, replaced by the simple immediacy of the woods, the fire, the coming night. I remember looking up through the canopy, seeing the first stars prick through the deep blue. There was a faint haze, maybe, but nothing alarming, just the usual atmospheric stuff. The air felt heavy, though, still. Unnaturally so. Even the usual nighttime chorus of insects seemed muted. Mark chalked it up to the cooler air coming off the lake. Sarah shivered slightly and pulled her flannel tighter. I didn't think much of it then. Hindsight, it's a cruel editor. We turned in relatively early, zipped into our respective tents. Sleep came easily, thick and dreamless. Aided by the beer and the miles driven, I woke up sometime in the deep black of pre-dawn, nature calling. Unzipping the tent flap was like opening a door into a different dimension, fog. Not just morning mist, not the gentle haze we'd seen earlier. This was something else entirely. It was a solid thing, a palpable entity pressing in from all sides. Thick, wet, and blindingly white even in the darkness. It swallowed the beam of my headlamp just a few feet from my face. The air was cold, damp, and utterly silent. No wind, no rustling leaves, no animal sounds. Just the muffled thud of my own heartbeat in my ears. It was like the world had been wrapped in cotton wool, suffocating the senses. I took care of business quickly, the eerie silence making every tiny sound, the rustle of my jacket, the crunch of pine needles underfoot, seem amplified and intrusive. Back in the tent, Sarah stirred. "Everything okay?" She mumbled sleepily. "Yeah," I whispered back, trying to keep the unease out of my voice. "Just foggy, really foggy." When dawn officially broke, it didn't banish the fog. If anything, the weak, diffused light made it seem even thicker, more oppressive. Visibility was maybe 15, 20 feet max. The familiar shapes of the trees around our campsite were ghostly suggestions, their upper reaches completely lost in the white void. The other campsites were invisible, swallowed whole. It felt like our little clearing was the only solid place left in the universe. We made coffee, the steam mingling with the fog. Mark emerged from his tent, rubbing his eyes.
Whoa, pea soup, huh?
He tried for nonchalance, but I could see the flicker of concern in his eyes. Sarah was quiet, staring out into the blankness with a worried frown. "Think this will burn off?" she asked, her voice sounding small. "Usually does," Mark said, a little too quickly. "Sun gets high enough, cuts right through it. We should probably just hang tight here, maybe play some cards." That was the sensible option. The smart option.
Stay put.
We had shelter, food, water. The fog couldn't last forever, but as the morning wore on, it didn't lift. Not one bit. If anything, it felt like it was condensing, pressing in tighter. The silence persisted, broken only by our own hushed voices and the dripping of moisture from the unseen trees. It was starting to get unnerving. The isolation felt absolute. The beauty of the woods had transformed into something claustrophobic and menacing. Around mid-morning, Mark started getting restless. "Look, this is nuts," he said, pacing the small clearing. We're only, 2-3 miles from the car. The trail back is pretty clear. Even with this fog, if we stick to the path, we should be fine. We could be back at the car in an hour, maybe 90 minutes. Head into Bayfield, get a proper breakfast, wait this out somewhere warm and dry. "I don't know, Mark," Sarah said, chewing her lip. "I can barely see the edge of the campsite. What if we lose the trail?" "We won't lose the trail," Mark insisted. "It's well marked. Besides, staying here feels wrong. It's creepy." He wasn't wrong about that last part. The atmosphere was thick with a nameless dread. I was torn. My gut screamed, "Stay put." Every instinct honed by watching too many survival shows said you don't venture out in zero visibility. But Mark's confidence, misplaced as it might have been, was persuasive. And the oppressive silence, the feeling of being trapped in this small, damp bubble was genuinely getting to me. Maybe moving, doing something was better than just sitting here waiting for... What? Liam, what do you think? Sarah asked, looking at me. And here it is, the pivot. The moment everything tilted from inconvenient to potentially catastrophic, I hesitated, looked from Sarah's worried face to Mark's impatient one, then out into the impenetrable white wall surrounding us, the desire to escape the immediate unease, to regain some semblance of control, warred with common sense, and lost. Okay, I said, the word feeling heavy and wrong even as I spoke it. Okay, let's pack up the essentials. Leave the tents for now, just grab water, food, first aid, compass. We stick close together. No one wanders off. Mark grinned, relief washing over his face.
Attaboy, see.
We'll be fine. Sarah still looked unconvinced, but she started packing a day pack nonetheless. We moved quickly, stuffing essentials into our bags, kicking dirt over the remnants of the fire. The simple act of packing, of having a plan, seemed to dispel some of the immediate fear, replacing it with a nervous energy. We found the trailhead easily enough. It started right at the edge of our sight. A small wooden sign pointed vaguely west, the direction of the parking lot. The first 100 yards felt okay. The path was wide, relatively clear of undergrowth. The fog muffled our footsteps, turning our little trio into ghosts moving through a spectral landscape. We called out to each other constantly, making sure we stayed within sight, which meant staying within about 10 feet of each other. See, told you. Mark said, his voice slightly muffled by the fog. Easy peasy. But after maybe 15 minutes, the trail seemed less distinct. Was this fallen branch always here? Did the path curve this sharply before? The fog played tricks on the eyes, turning familiar shapes into monstrous suggestions. Trees loomed suddenly out of the white, their branches like skeletal arms reaching out. The ground underfoot became softer, boggier. Are you sure this is right? Sarah asked, stopping to peer into the mist ahead. Yeah, must be, Mark replied, but his voice lacked its earlier conviction. He pulled out his compass. He frowned, tapped it. Acting a bit weird. I pulled out mine. The needle swung lazily, unwilling to settle definitively in one direction. Magnetic interference. Or was it just the general weirdness of this place, amplified by the fog? Let's just keep going straight, I said, trying to sound calm. The parking lot is generally west. As long as we keep heading generally west. Famous last words. We pushed on. The undergrowth grew thicker, scratching at our legs. Their trail seemed to vanish completely, replaced by an indistinguishable tangle of ferns, roots, and fallen logs. Every direction looked the same, a wall of white, punctuated by the dark, dripping shapes of trees. The silence returned, heavier than before, pressing down on us. We stopped talking, conserving breath, straining our ears for any familiar sound, any sign of the outside world. There was nothing. We walked for what felt like hours. Logically, I knew we should have hit the road, or at least heard traffic long ago. But there was only the woods, the fog, and the growing certainty that we were utterly, terrifyingly lost. Mark's earlier confidence had evaporated, replaced by a grim set to his jaw. Sarah's eyes were wide with fear. And me, I felt a cold knot tightening in my stomach. The plan wasn't simple anymore. The beautiful, serene landscape had turned hostile. And the fog, the relentless, suffocating fog, wasn't just obscuring our vision. It felt like it was actively leading us deeper, swallowing us whole. We weren't hiking back to the car. We were walking into the heart of something unknown, and the chilling realization began to dawn, making the decision to leave the campsite hadn't been just a mistake. It felt like we'd fallen into a trap, and as the diffused light began to fade, signaling the approach of another fog-bound evening, a new, sharper fear emerged. We weren't just lost. We were being hunted. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Eyes somewhere in the white void, watching our every step. The feeling started subtly. A prickle on the back of my neck, the kind you get when you know someone's staring, even if you can't see them. But out here, in this smothering white silence, it felt amplified, predatory. I risked a glance back, sweeping my headlamp beam into the featureless gray behind us. Nothing. Just the dripping silhouettes of trees dissolving into the mist a few yards away. But the feeling persisted, a cold weight settling in my gut, distinct from the fear of being lost. This was the fear of being found. Liam? What is it? Sarah's voice was a shaky whisper beside me. She must have seen the look on my face. Nothing. I lied, trying to force reassurance I didn't feel. Just thought I heard something. Mark stopped, turning his headlamp beam wildly.
Heard what? Animals.
His voice was tight, strained. The earlier confidence was a distant memory, replaced by raw, ragged nerves. Probably just a deer. Or a squirrel, I said, though the silence argued against it. The woods felt utterly devoid of normal life. Come on, we need to keep moving. It's getting dark. If it was even possible, the fog seemed to absorb the fading daylight, turning the luminous white into a deepening, oppressive gray. The temperature plummeted. The dampness in the air seeped through our clothes, chilling us to the bone. Exhaustion was setting in hard. Our steps grew heavier, stumbling more often on hidden roots and slick patches of mud. Every muscle ached. Thirst clawed at my throat. We'd underestimated how much water we'd need for a panicked, directionless trek compared to a leisurely hike. The woods grew denser, the trees closer together, their lower branches tangled with thorny bushes that snagged our clothes and tore at our skin. It felt less like a natural forest and more like a deliberately constructed maze, designed to hinder and confuse. The compasses remained useless, spinning erratically or settling on completely random bearings. Our phones naturally had lost signal hours ago, their useless black screens mocking our predicament. Then came the sounds. Not the normal sounds of the forest at dusk, but wrong sounds. A faint rustling that seemed to parallel our path, always just out of sight in the fog. It would stop when we stopped, start again when we moved. Too rhythmic, too persistent for a random animal. Sometimes a twig would snap loud and sharp, unnervingly close. We'd spin around, beams cutting uselessly into the fog, hearts hammering. Nothing. Later, something stranger. A soft chuffing sound, like distorted breath, seemed to echo from multiple directions at once. And then, the worst, what sounded chillingly like a whisper, just on the edge of hearing. A sibilant, drawn-out sound, unintelligible but undeniably there. Did you hear that? Sarah breathed, clutching my arm, her knuckles white. Mark nodded jerkily, his eyes wide with terror. Yeah, what the hell was that? Wind. I offered weakly, knowing it was a lie. There was no wind. The air was deathly still. The feeling of being watched intensified, evolving into a certainty of being followed, hurted. It felt like we weren't just lost, we were being guided. Pushed deeper into this fog-choked labyrinth, away from any hope of finding the trail or the road. Why? The question hammered at my brain, finding no purchase. We stumbled into a small clearing, slightly less dense than the surrounding woods. In the center stood a bizarre formation. 3 tall, slender birch trees grown so close together they seemed fused at the base, their upper trunks twisting around each other like deformed limbs. It looked unnatural, deliberately arranged. Hanging from one of the lower branches was something dark. Mark shone his light on it. It was a crude bundle of sticks and what looked disturbingly like animal fur, tied together with strips of faded red cloth. A primitive effigy or a territorial marker. Whatever it was, it radiated menace. Okay, this is officially freaking me out, Mark stammered, backing away. What is that? Some kind of local tradition? Hunting marker. I tried, but the words sounded hollow. It didn't feel like any hunting sign I'd ever seen. It felt like a warning, or maybe a claim. Sarah whimpered softly. Liam, I want to go back. Can we just try to go back the way we came? Go back where? We hadn't known which way we were truly going for hours. Retracing our steps in this disorienting fog with darkness falling fast seemed impossible, suicidal even. We can't, I said gently, putting an arm around her trembling shoulders. Would get even more lost. We need to find somewhere to stop for the night. Build a fire if we can find dry wood. Huddle together. The thought of spending the night out here, exposed and vulnerable in this fog, was terrifying, but the alternative blundering around in the pitch black was worse. We searched the edges of the clearing, Mark desperately gathering fallen branches, testing them for dryness. Most were saturated, heavy with moisture. Starting a fire seemed unlikely. As Mark wrestled with damp wood, and I tried to find a slightly sheltered spot near the base of a thick pine, Sarah suddenly gasped, pointing a shaking finger towards the edge of the clearing we just entered. There. Did you see it? See what? I snapped my head up, heart leaping into my throat. My headlamp beam sliced through the gray. Nothing. Something moved, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Tall, just for a second. At the edge of the light, then. It was gone. Mark dropped the wood he'd gathered.
Tall? Tall like what? A bear.
No, she said, shaking her head vehemently. Not like a bear. Taller. Thinner. It was standing. A collective shiver went through us that had nothing to do with the cold. Imagination. nerves frayed by fear and exhaustion. Or had Sarah actually seen whatever it was that felt like it was stalking us? I scanned the tree line again, sweeping my light back and forth, slower this time. Fog swirled, playing tricks, creating fleeting shapes and shadows. But there was nothing definitive, nothing solid. Just the suffocating presence, the weight of unseen eyes. Darkness was near absolute now. The fog didn't lift, it just turned black, merging with the night. Our headlamps cut pathetic cones through the oppressive dark, illuminating only a tiny bubble of damp ground, dripping leaves and our own pale, frightened faces. We abandoned the idea of a fire and huddled together at the base of the pine tree, backs against the rough bark, pulling our inadequate jackets tighter. We rationed the last few sips of water and chewed on dry energy bars that tasted like cardboard. Silence descended again, but this time it wasn't empty. It was charged expectant. Every drip of water from a leaf sounded like a footstep. Every rustle felt like something approaching. We sat shoulder to shoulder, barely breathing, straining to hear over the frantic pounding of our own blood. Hours passed in near total darkness and suffocating silence, marked only by the gradual deepening of the cold. We drifted in and out of a state that wasn't quite sleep, more like exhausted stupor, punctuated by jolts of adrenaline whenever a sound seemed too close or too strange. Mark muttered prayers under his breath. Sarah leaned heavily against me, shivering uncontrollably despite my arm around her. I felt a crushing weight of guilt for my decision, for leading us into this. Then, the rustling started again. Closer this time, definitely closer. It wasn't the random skittering of a small animal. It was heavier, more deliberate. It circled the small clearing, moving just beyond the reach of our headlamps. Step, drag. Step, drag. We held our breath, frozen. My beam tracked the sound, revealing nothing but swirling black fog. Mark fumbled for the heavy-duty flashlight in his pack, its wider, stronger beam cutting a slightly larger swath, but still swallowed by the impenetrable darkness just yards away. The sound stopped, directly in front of us, maybe 20 feet away. Silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. I could hear Sarah's teeth chattering, Mark's ragged breathing. Then, from the darkness came a sound that wasn't a whisper, wasn't a chuff, wasn't an animal. It was a low, guttural click. A series of wet, clicking noises that sounded horribly, impossibly wrong. Like bones grating together, or chitinous plates rubbing. It echoed slightly in the fog, dampened air, seeming both distant and terrifyingly close. Mark let out a choke sob. Sarah buried her face in my shoulder. My hand tightened around the small folding knife in my pocket. A pathetic defense against whatever this was. The clicking stopped. Silence again, but heavier, pregnant. Then, slowly, agonizingly, a shape began to resolve out of the black fog at the very edge of Mark's flashlight beam. Taller than a man. Impossibly thin, limbs bent at angles that seemed unnatural, skeletal. It was hard to make out details in the shifting fog and weak light, but it wasn't animal, and it wasn't human. It moved with a jerky, halting gait, reminding me sickeningly of a broken marionette. And fixed upon us, gleaming faintly in the reflected light, were 2 points of pale luminescence where eyes should be. It took another step forward, accompanied by that hideous clicking sound, and then it raised one of its long, spindly arms, pointing directly at us. For a second, maybe two, we were completely frozen, not by the cold, but by a primal, paralyzing terror that locked our muscles and stole the air from our lungs. The creature, impossibly tall, skeletal, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of Mark's flashlight, stood perfectly still, its featureless face dominated by those 2 points of pale, dead light. Its long, spindly arm remained outstretched, finger pointing directly at us, an explicit accusation or selection. The clicking sound had stopped, leaving a silence somehow more terrifying than the noise itself. Then Mark screamed. It wasn't a shout of defiance or a warning. It was a raw, high-pitched shriek of pure, unadulterated terror. That sound broke the spell. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand and hauling her to her feet. "Ron!" We scrambled away, plunging blindly into the fog-shrouded trees opposite the creature. Behind us, Mark's flashlight beam swung wildly, illuminating frantic, dancing shapes of leaves and branches, then dropped, casting stark shadows upwards as it hit the ground. His scream cut off abruptly, replaced by a sickening, wet tearing sound, followed by a sharp crack, like a large branch snapping under immense pressure. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Sarah sobbed beside me, stumbling, but I pulled her along relentlessly. "Don't look back. Keep moving." Branches whipped at our faces, roots snagged our feet. We fell, scrambled up, fell again. The fog was a blindfold, the darkness absolute beyond the pathetic reach of my headlamp. Behind us, the clicking started again. Fast, urgent, closing the distance. Step, click, drag, step, click, drag. It was hunting us. Panic threatened to consume me, turn my legs to lead, but the feel of Sarah's trembling hand in mine, her ragged gasps for air, kept me moving. Protect her. Get her out. That became my only thought, a mantra against the rising tide of terror. We crashed through the undergrowth with no sense of direction, guided only by the desperate instinct to put distance between ourselves and that thing. The ground sloped downwards sharply. We ran half, slid down a slick embankment of mud and wet leaves, landing in a heap at the bottom. My headlamp flickered, threatening to die. I smacked it against my palm, praying, and it steadied, casting its weak beam onto water. We were at the edge of a stream, shallow but wide, chuckling over smooth stones. The clicking sound was closer now, just up the slope we'd tumbled down. We could hear the heavy rustle of disturbed foliage. It was coming.
Through the water?
I gasped, pulling Sarah into the icy stream. The cold shocked the breath out of us, numbing our legs instantly. But we pushed across, splashing frantically towards the opposite bank. The water deepened slightly in the middle, reaching our thighs. The current tugged, trying to pull our exhausted legs out from under us. We reached the other side, clawing our way up the muddy bank, just as the creature appeared at the top of the slope we'd slid down. It paused there, its tall, skeletal frame silhouetted against the black fog. Its pale eyes seemed to fix on us across the water. It tilted its head, emitting a low, guttural click. It didn't follow us into the stream. It just stood there watching, waiting. We didn't wait to find out. We pushed ourselves back in the dense woods on this side of the stream, forcing our numb legs to move, scrambling over fallen logs and through thickets. We kept glancing back, expecting to see it emerge from the trees behind us, but there was nothing, only the oppressive fog and the sound of the stream fading as we moved deeper into the woods. The clicking sound did not resume. Had the water deterred it, or had it simply let us go? We ran until our lungs burned and our legs screamed in protest, until we were sure we couldn't take another step. Then we collapsed, gasping, huddling together behind the inadequate cover of a large fallen tree. We listened, straining our ears for minutes that stretched into an eternity. Nothing. No clicking, no rustling footsteps. Just the frantic thumping of our own hearts and the drip, drip, drip of moisture from the unseen canopy above. Had we lost it, or was it playing with us? We stayed there for what felt like hours, shivering violently, too terrified to move, too exhausted to think clearly. The image of the creature at the edge of the light, the sound of Mark's scream cutting off, it played over and over in my mind. Mark. Oh God, Mark. His earlier arrogance, his restlessness, it had pushed us into leaving. But he didn't deserve that, whatever that was. Guilt and grief warred with the primal relief of survival. As the first hints of gray began to dilute the absolute blackness, not dawn, just a lessening of the dark, the fog seemed to thin slightly. Not much, but enough that we could see maybe 30 or 40 feet. And through a gap in the trees, incredibly, unbelievably, we saw it asphalt. A road. Hope, sharp and painful, surged through me. Sarah, look. We stumbled towards it, limbs stiff and clumsy with cold and exhaustion. It was a narrow, Lane County road, cracked and edged with weeds, but it was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. We didn't know where it led, didn't care. It was a sign of civilization, a lifeline out of this nightmare. We half walked, half stumbled along the shoulder, looking back constantly, expecting the tree line to disgorge our pursuer. Nothing emerged. The fog clung stubbornly to the trees, but out on the road, visibility was marginally better. After maybe an hour, just as true dawn was breaking, painting the thinning fog with weak, watery sunlight, we heard the distant rumble of an engine. A pickup truck, an old Ford driven by a weathered, looking farmer, slowed as it approached, the driver's eyes widening as he took in our state, soaked, muddy, scratched, hollow-eyed with terror and exhaustion. He pulled over without us even having to flag him down. Explaining was difficult. We stammered about getting lost camping, about the fog, about Mark. We didn't mention the creature. How could we? Who would believe us? We just said Mark got separated from us in the fog during the night, that we couldn't find him. Even that sounded thin, panicked. The farmer, bless his stoic northern heart, didn't ask too many questions. He could see the state we were in. He drove us to the nearest town, Bayfield, to the sheriff's office. We repeated our story, sticking to the lost in the fog, friend missing version. A search party was organized. They found our abandoned campsite, the tents still standing. They found Mark's drop flashlight near the small clearing with the creepy birch trees and the effigy, which they noted wasn't on any official park map or known trail. They searched for days. They used dogs, volunteers, drones. They found nothing. No sign of Mark. No tracks other than our own chaotic ones. It was like he'd simply vanished off the face of the earth. Eventually, the official search was scaled back, then called off. Mark was listed as missing, presumed deceased due to exposure or accident while lost in the wilderness. Sarah and I went home, but we didn't leave the woods behind. Not really. Sleep offers little escape. Nightmares claw their way in fog. The clicking sound, those pale, dead eyes in the darkness. Sarah refuses to even look at pictures of forest anymore. We don't talk about Mark much. The guilt is a chasm between us sometimes. We survived, he didn't, and we know it wasn't just exposure or an accident. My name's Liam. I'm telling you this because someone has to know the truth, even if no one will believe it. That fog wasn't normal. Those woods near the Apostle Islands, they hold something ancient, something wrong. Something that watches from the mist, that hunts in the dark. We made a mistake, a deadly mistake, thinking we could just hike back to the car, back to safety. We walked out of the designated space, off the Mark trail, and into its territory. And it took Mark. Maybe it drove him mad with fear. Maybe that sound we heard, maybe it got him. I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is that we were lucky to get out with our lives, though I'm not sure how much of our sanity we left behind in that fog. So if you ever find yourself camping up there, near the shores of Superior, and the fog rolls in thick and silent, stay put. Hunker down. Don't trust your compass. Don't trust the silence. And whatever you do, don't leave the trail. Don't make the same mistake we did. Because some things that get lost in the woods should never be found. And some things that live in the woods are waiting to find you. My name is Olivia. Liv to my friends. Or at least it was. Sometimes huddled here in the quiet dark, the name feels like it belongs to someone else entirely, someone younger, stupider, someone who thought the world was fundamentally safe, just maybe a little boring. That Olivia died somewhere deep in the Wisconsin woods, under a canopy of indifferent pines and a sky that had seen too much. What's left of me now? Well, that's another story. This story, though, is about how that girl vanished. It started, as these things often do, with a desperate need for escape. The city Milwaukee, in my case, had become a pressure cooker. Work deadlines, rent hikes, the endless drone of traffic, the feeling of being constantly surrounded yet utterly alone. My boyfriend Mark felt it too. He worked construction, long hours under the sun, or in the biting cold, coming home exhausted and smelling of sawdust and sweat. Our friend, Chloe, a graphic designer perpetually stressed by demanding clients and impossible revisions, was practically vibrating with nervous energy by the time Friday rolled around. We need to get out, Mark declared one evening, tossing his boots by the door with more force than usual. Like, really out, woods fire. No cell service. Chloe, who'd come over for takeout and commiseration, nodded emphatically, noodles dangling from her chopsticks. Yes, please. Somewhere I can't get emails. Somewhere the loudest thing is a bird, not my upstairs neighbor's terrible techno music. And so, the plan was hatched. A camping trip. Not some cushy campground with RV hookups and designated sites elbow to elbow with families grilling hot dogs. No, we wanted wilderness. Isolation. We pored over maps of Wisconsin's state forests. Vast green swaths promising solitude. We picked a spot in the northern reaches deep within the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest, a place described as remote, rugged, and beautiful. Perfect. Mark, ever the practical one, handled the gear. Tent, sleeping bags, coolers, camp stove, first aid kit, the irony isn't lost on me now, axes, lanterns. He was meticulous, checking everything twice. Chloe was in charge of food and morale, packing gourmet camp meals and a Bluetooth speaker she promised to use sparingly. I was the navigator and researcher, plotting our route, reading up on the area, noting potential hiking trails and points of interest we'd likely ignore in favor of just soaking in the silence. The drive up was filled with the kind of giddy anticipation that only comes from escaping the mundane. Windows down, cheap gas station coffee in hand, singing badly along to the radio as the urban sprawl slowly gave way to farmland, then forest stretching dense and green on either side of the highway. Eventually, we turned off on a smaller county roads, then gravel tracks, and finally a bumpy, barely, their Forest Service road that rattled Mark's pickup truck mercilessly. See, told you this was remote. Mark grinned, expertly maneuvering around a particularly deep rut. Remote is good. Chloe sighed happily from the back seat, already looking more relaxed. No bars, she added, holding up her phone. Perfect. We found our spot late in the afternoon. It wasn't a designated site, just a small, natural clearing nestled amongst towering pines and sturdy oaks, a short hike from where we parked the truck. A pre-existing, rough stone fire pit suggested others had found this sanctuary before, but it felt utterly deserted now. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold. The silence was profound, broken only by the whisper of wind through the branches and the occasional chirp of an unseen bird. Setting up camp was a familiar, comfortable ritual. Mark and I wrestled the tent into place while Chloe started gathering fallen branches for firewood. We worked together smoothly, the easy rhythm of shared tasks washing away the last remnants of city stress. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Mark got the fire going. The crackle and pop of the flames felt primal, reassuring. We cooked foiled packet dinners, drank cheap beer, and talked. Not about work or bills, but about everything and nothing. Childhood memories, stupid jokes, dreams for the future. Chloe pointed out constellations appearing in the darkening sky, her voice hushed with awe. Mark poked the fire, sending sparks dancing into the night. I leaned back against a log, breathing deeply, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't realized I'd been missing so desperately. Later, maybe fueled by the beer or the encroaching darkness beyond the firelight, Mark started telling a ghost story, something about a logger who went mad in these very woods. It was cheesy, predictable, but Chloe still jumped when a twig snapped nearby, eliciting laughter from Mark and me. Probably just a deer, Mark said reassuringly. Or a squirrel? I added. Or the ghost logger coming for our marshmallows. Chloe retorted, but she was smiling. The woods felt vast and ancient around us, but not menacing. Not yet. We banked the fire, zipped ourselves into our sleeping bags, the calls of distant owls lulling us towards sleep. The ground was hard beneath my sleeping pad, but I didn't care. I felt safe, cocooned in our little nylon dome, miles from anywhere, flanked by the two people I trusted most. It was exactly what we needed, or so I thought. The first hint that something was fundamentally wrong came with the dawn. I woke slowly, reluctantly, the chill morning air seeping into the tent. Mark was still snoring softly beside me, Chloe a quiet lump in her own sleeping bag across the small space. Nature called, so I carefully unzipped the tent flap, trying not to disturb them, and stepped out into the gray morning light, and froze. Around the fire pit, the cold, gray ashes from last night's blaze was a circle. A perfect, deliberate circle, made of dead birds. My breath hitched in my throat. It wasn't just one or two that might have succumbed to the cold or some predator. It was dozens. Small birds, mostly sparrows, chickadees, finches, lying shoulder to shoulder. Their tiny bodies forming an unbroken ring, maybe 10 feet in diameter, centered precisely on the fire pit. Their feathers were unruffled, their eyes closed. There was no blood, no sign of violence or struggle. They just lay there, unnervingly still, like offerings carefully placed by an unseen hand. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Had they been drawn to the residual warmth of the fire pit and succumbed to some sudden, localized gas leak from the earth? Did a predator herd them there and then what? Leave them untouched? Was it some bizarre fungal infection that struck them all simultaneously in that specific formation? None of it made sense. The precision was too perfect, too unnatural. Mark. Chloe. My voice was a ragged whisper. You need to see this. They emerged groggily from the tent, blinking against the morning light, their sleepy complaints dying on their lips as they saw what I saw. Mark's jaw tightened, his usual easygoing expression replaced with disbelief and a flicker of something else concern. Fear. Chloe gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. What the hell? Mark finally breathed, taking a tentative step closer. He nudged one of the tiny bodies with the toe of his boot. It didn't move. They're all dead. No kidding? Sherlock? Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. Mark, this isn't right. This is messed up. Really messed up. Mark crouched down, examining the birds more closely, though he didn't touch them. No wounds. No obvious cause of death. It's like they just dropped. He looked around the clearing, scanning the trees, the underbrush. Maybe some kind of poison. But why arranged like this? It's a warning, Chloe said, hugging herself. Or worse, like some kind of ritual sacrifice. We need to leave. Now, I found myself torn. Part of me, The primal, lizard brain part screamed in agreement with Chloe. This was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. The neat, almost artistic arrangement sent shivers down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning cold. But the rational part, the part that had driven hours and invested hope in this trip, sided with Mark's search for logic. Leave. Chloe, we just got here. Mark argued, standing up. It's probably just some freak natural thing. A disease that hit a flock roosting nearby, maybe. A weird weather phenomenon. We can't just pack up and run because of some dead birds.
Mark, look at them. There must be 50. And they're in a perfect circle.
Chloe insisted, her voice rising.
Nature isn't usually that tidy.
This feels intentional? Intentional by who? Bigfoot, the ghost logger? Mark attempted to scoff, but it lacked conviction. He looked at me. Liv, what do you think? I looked at the circle of stillness, at the silent, accusing bodies. A profound sense of unease settled over me, cold and heavy. But we had driven all this way. We had planned this. Packing up felt like giving in to irrational fear, like admitting defeat before the weekend had even truly begun. It's incredibly weird, I admitted slowly. Disturbing even. But maybe Mark's right. Maybe there is a logical explanation we just don't see yet. My voice lacked the confidence I was aiming for. Let's clean it up. Get rid of them. Maybe it was just a bizarre, one-off event. Chloe looked horrified. Clean them up. You want to touch them. We'll use gloves, the trash bags. Mark said quickly, seizing on my hesitant agreement. We'll bury the bag deep, away from the campsite. It'll be fine. It's just a really weird start to the day. Chloe still looked utterly unconvinced, her face pale, but she didn't argue further. She just wrapped her arms tighter around herself, staring at the circle as if expecting the birds to rise up. That was our mistake. Our first, and perhaps most critical, deadly mistake. Faced with undeniable evidence that something deeply unnatural was occurring, we chose willful ignorance. We chose convenience over caution, logic over instinct. We rationalized away the horror, bagged up the tiny corpses, and decided to stay another night. The grim task of cleaning up cast a pall over the morning. Even Mark worked in grim silence, his earlier attempts at rationalization forgotten. The sun climbed higher, but the woods around our campsite seemed to hold on to the shadows. The peace we'd felt the night before had evaporated, replaced by a prickling tension, a sense of being watched. The silence that settled over the clearing wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt heavy, expectant. It was waiting, and we, in our ignorance, had decided to wait with it. Cleaning up the circle of birds was one of the most repulsive things I've ever done. We pulled on thick gardening gloves Chloe had thankfully packed, using handfuls of leaves and sturdy twigs as makeshift scoops to push the small, limp bodies into heavy-duty trash bags. The silence was broken only by our ragged breaths, the rustle of feathers against plastic, and Chloe's occasional choked sob. Mark, his face set in a grim mask, bagged the grim harvest, and carried it a good distance away from the campsite, digging a shallow pit with our foldable shovel and burying it deep. He stomped the earth flat afterwards, trying to erase any sign, but we all knew what lay beneath. An offering accepted, a warning ignored. Returning to the immediate campsite didn't bring relief. The air felt thick, charged with static electricity. Making breakfast was a strained affair. The instant coffee tasted bitter, the oatmeal like glue in my mouth. Every snap of a twig in the surrounding woods, every call of a distant crow made us flinch. The cheerful crackle of the new fire Mark built felt mocking. Okay, Mark said, finally setting his mug down with forced decisiveness. Sitting around moping isn't helping. Let's go for that hike we planned. Clear our heads. See some scenery that doesn't involve dead wildlife. Chloe looked dubious. Go deeper into the woods. After that, I was probably just some localized thing, Mark insisted, though his eyes didn't quite meet hers. A disease, maybe contaminated water nearby that only affected those birds. Staying cooped up here is just going to make us jumpier. Fresh air, exercise, it'll be good for us. I didn't want to go. Every nerve ending screamed at me to pack the truck and drive until we hit asphalt, then keep driving. But I also didn't want to stay huddled here, imagining eyes watching from between the trees. Maybe Mark was right. Maybe movement distraction would help dissipate the clinging dread. Okay, I agreed quietly. Let's hike, but maybe not too far. Yeah, just a loop. Mark said, already grabbing the small day pack and the map. Stick to the marked trails, if we can find them. If we can find them. That should have been another warning bell. We set off, leaving the unsettling quiet of the clearing behind, plunging into the deeper woods. Almost immediately, the atmosphere shifted. Under the dense canopy, the air grew heavy and still. The usual forest sounds seemed muted, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed in on us. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick leaves, casting the path ahead in a gloomy twilight. The smell of pine and damp earth, so welcoming the day before, now seemed cloying, tinged with an underlying scent of decay that wasn't just leaf litter. Mark led the way, consulting the map frequently, but the trail markers mentioned seemed elusive or non-existent. The path itself, which looked reasonably clear on the map, frequently petered out into dense undergrowth or forked unexpectedly in ways the map didn't show. Map's got to be outdated. Mark muttered, frustration creasing his brow as he stopped for the third time to reorient himself. Or maybe these trails aren't maintained much. Or maybe something doesn't want us walking here, Chloe whispered, nervously scanning the trees around us. Her face was pale, her eyes darting constantly. I felt it too. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the distinct, unnerving feeling of being watched. Observed. Not by animals, this felt different. Intentional? Well, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something. But there was only the dense and different forest. Then came the sounds. Not the natural sounds of the woods, but mimics. A perfect imitation of a chickadee's call, but ending on a sore, discordant note, a rustle in the leaves that seemed to keep pace with us, just out of sight. Once I could have sworn I heard a low whisper, carried on the breeze, sounding disconcertingly like my own name.
Olivia.
Did you hear that? I asked, stopping dead. Mark frowned.
Hear what? When?
No, it sounded like... I trailed off, unsure how to explain it without sounding crazy. Chloe grabbed my arm. I heard it too, she said, her voice barely audible. It sounded like whispering. Mark sighed, running a hand through his hair. Guys, come on, it's the wind. Trees creak, leaves rustle. Our imaginations are running wild after this morning. Let's just keep moving. But the feeling of being followed, of being toyed with, intensified. We pushed on, trying to follow what looked like a faint trail. Mark grimly determined, Chloe practically attached to my side, me trying to suppress a rising panic. Then we came across it. Carved into the smooth bark of a massive, ancient-looking beech tree was a symbol. It wasn't initials or any recognizable sign. It was a complex, jagged spiral, radiating outwards like a broken star, etched deep into the wood. It looked fresh, the edges were sharp, the exposed wood pale against the darker bark, but it also felt impossibly old, vibrating with a latent wrongness. None of us spoke. We just stared at it. It felt like a sigil, a claim marker, a threat.
Okay.
Mark said, his voice tight.
Okay.
Hike's over, we're going back. Now. There was no argument this time. We turned, Mark trying to backtrack, but the woods seemed to resist. Paths we thought we recognized looked different. Trees seemed to have shifted position. Disorientation set in quickly. Panic began to bubble in my chest. Were we walking in circles? Was the forest actively trying to keep us here? Mark, relying on his compass and sheer stubbornness, finally got us heading in roughly the right direction, crashing through underbrush when the path vanished entirely. It felt like hours, though it was probably less than one, before we stumbled, scratched, and sweating despite the coolness of the woods, back into our clearing. The sight of the tent and the fire pit brought a momentary wave of relief, quickly followed by renewed unease. Did the clearing look smaller? Had the trees encroached somehow? Mark immediately checked the buried spot where he disposed of the birds. The ground was undisturbed, but something felt off. My water bottle, which I distinctly remembered leaving on the small folding camp table, was now sitting on the ground beside it. Chloe insisted her book, left inside her zipped up sleeping bag, was now lying on top of it. Maybe we just forgot where we left things. Mark suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. He kicked at the dirt. Or maybe a raccoon got curious. A raccoon that can unzip sleeping bags and move water bottles neatly. Chloe shot back, her voice thin with fear. Mark, we need to leave. Pack up. Forget the gear if we have to. Let's just get to the truck and go. And drive out on that crappy road in the dark. Mark countered, gesturing towards the fading light. Dusk was approaching faster than I'd realized. We barely made it in daylight. We hit a ditch or get stuck, we're worse off. We stay put tonight, keep the fire high, and leave first thing at dawn. 6 hours tops. His logic was sound, infuriatingly so. Driving that treacherous track in the pitch black, especially panicked, was a terrible idea. But the thought of spending another night here, after the birds, the hike, the feeling in the woods, it was unbearable. One more night, I said, trying to project calm I didn't feel. We stay alert. Maybe take shifts staying awake. keep the fire roaring. Mark nodded grimly. Chloe looked like she was about to be sick, but she slumped down onto a log near the fire pit, pulling her knees to her chest. The afternoon bled into evening, each passing minute stretching into an eternity. We huddled close to the fire, its light pushing back the encroaching darkness, but offering little comfort. The woods were alive with sound now, but not the familiar nighttime symphony. Strange whistles echoed from the trees, high-pitched and unnerving. Low growls, deeper and more guttural than any wolf or bear, rumbled just beyond the firelight, and the whispering returned, constant now, a sibilant chorus just at the edge of hearing, seeming to come from all directions at once. We ate cold jerky and trail mix, too scared to focus on cooking. Mark kept the axe close at hand. Chloe clutched a heavy flashlight like a weapon. I strained my ears, trying to decipher the whispers, catching fragments that sounded like mockery, like threats. Stay. Lost. Oars. Darkness fell completely, thick and absolute beyond our small circle of light. The fire sputtered occasionally, despite the ample wood Mark kept feeding it, sometimes dipping alarmingly low before flaring up again unpredictably. Shadows danced at the edge of the clearing, seeming to coalesce into shifting shapes before dissolving back into the blackness. We decided to retreat to the tent around 10, reasoning we'd be safer zipped inside. Maybe the thin nylon walls offered some illusion of security. Huddled together in the cramped space, sleeping bags pulled up to our chins, the sounds from outside became terrifyingly intimate. Footsteps, unmistakable, crunching slowly, deliberately on the leaves and twigs just outside the tent wall. They circled us, once, twice, heavy, slow steps, not animalistic, but not entirely human either. Chloe was crying silently, tears streaming down her face. Mark held the axe, his knuckles white, his eyes fixed on the tent flap. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it would break through. Then came the scratching, a light, exploratory scratch against the nylon near the bottom. Like claws or long fingernails testing the fabric. It moved up the side of the tent, pausing near the zipper. We held our breath. The silence stretched. Suddenly, something heavy pressed against the side of the tent, right where I was lying. The fabric bulged inward, straining. I could hear muffled breathing, wet and ragged, just inches away through the thin material. I scrambled backwards, bumping into Mark, stifling a scream. The pressure remained for a long moment, then slowly withdrew. The footsteps resumed their slow circling. Then, abruptly, they stopped. Absolute silence descended once more, deeper and more terrifying than the noises had been. We waited, scarcely breathing, straining to hear anything. Then, a voice whispered soft and chillingly clear, seeming to come from inside the tent, right beside my ear. You stayed. The whisper, intimate and cold against my ear, shattered the paralysis that held us. A choked gasp tore from Chloe's throat. Mark swore, scrambling around, swinging the flashlight beam wildly inside the small tent, illuminating nothing but our terrified faces and trembling sleeping bags. But the voice hadn't come from a corner. It had been there, impossibly close, inside our fragile sanctuary. Inside wasn't safe. Nowhere was safe. Truck. Mark hissed, his voice strained, barely recognizable. We run. Now. Forget the gear. Just keys, light, axe. Go! Survival instinct, raw and primal, took over. There was no more debate, no more rationalization. Only the blinding need to escape. Mark fumbled in his jeans pocket for the truck keys, his hand shaking violently. Chloe was already clawing at the tent zipper, her movements jerky with panic. I grabbed the heavier of the two flashlights, my fingers numb and clumsy. The sound of the zipper being ripped open was deafening in the tense silence. Mark shouldered the tent flap aside, peering out into the darkness. The fire had died down to embers, casting a feeble, pulsing orange glow that barely reached the edge of the clearing. Beyond that, impenetrable blackness, and the feeling, the heavy, watchful presence. It was waiting. Move. Mark urged, pushing Chloe gently ahead of him. Stay together. Follow me. Don't stop. We plunged out of the relative warmth of the tent into the chilling night air. My breath plumed in front of me. Mark raised the axe in one hand, the bouncing beam of his smaller flashlight cutting a nervous path ahead in the other. He started running, not back towards the barely, their trail we'd attempted earlier, but angling towards where we thought the service road and the truck lay, crashing through the undergrowth. Chloe stumbled immediately behind him, whimpering softly. I brought up the rear, sweeping my own flashlight beam side to side, my heart threatening to beat its way out of my chest. The woods erupted around us. It wasn't just the sound of our own panicked flight cracking, twigs gasping breaths, pounding feet. Other sounds joined the cacophony. Footsteps heavier than ours, keeping pace just beyond the reach of our lights. Branches snapping where nothing should be. And the whispers swirling around us now, a vortex of sibilant malice slithering into my ears. Lost. Run. Urs now. Roots snagged at our ankles, low branches whipped at our faces, tearing at skin and clothes. Mark forged ahead relentlessly, driven by pure terror, occasionally glancing back to ensure we were still there. The beam of his light illuminated fleeting glimpses, the rough bark of a pine, a tangle of ferns, the impenetrable wall of darkness always pressing in. Then Chloe screamed, a sharp, piercing cry of pain and fear. I swung my light back instantly. She was down, sprawled on the uneven ground, having tripped over a hidden root. "Chloe!" I yelled, starting back towards her, my hand outstretched. "Leave her! Keep moving, Liv!" Mark shouted, his voice hoarse with panic. He grabbed my arm, trying to pull me forward.
No! Help me!
Chloe cried, scrambling, trying to push herself up. In the frantic, jumping light of my flashlight, I saw it, or rather, sensed it. A deeper patch of darkness detaching itself from the shadows behind her. Not a solid shape, but a void, a distortion in the air that seemed to suck the light towards it. It surged forward. Chloe let out one last, choked, gurgling sound. The flashlight beam wavered as Mark yanked me hard. When it swung back to the spot where Chloe had fallen, she was gone, vanished. The forest floor was empty, save for disturbed leaves and the gnarled root she tripped over. No sign of struggle, just gone. A wave of icy shock washed over me, so profound it almost stopped my heart. Chloe, taken by the whispering darkness. "Rum!" Mark screamed, practically dragging me now. My legs moved automatically, numbly, carrying me forward even as my mind reeled, unable to process the horror. "Don't look back." He'd yelled not to look back. But I had. I'd seen her fall. I hadn't reached her. We ran, blind and desperate, Mark pulling me along, the axe forgotten in his grip. The sounds of pursuit seemed to fade slightly behind us, or perhaps we were just outrunning them, fueled by adrenaline and the stark terror of what we'd witnessed. Tears streamed down my face, cold against my skin, but I didn't make a sound. Then, salvation, or the hope of it. Through the trees, a faint reflection, the metallic bulk of Mark's pickup truck. We burst out of the woods, stumbling into the small, overgrown clearing where we'd left it. Mark jammed the key towards the lock, his hand shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the door open. He shoved me across the bench seat, scrambled in behind the wheel, slammed the door shut, and fumbled with the ignition. The sounds from the woods were closer now, the whispers seeming to coalesce into a low, hungry growl. The engine groaned, turned over once, twice silence. No, come on!" Mark pleaded, turning the key again. Another groan. Then, miraculously, it caught. The engine roared to life, the headlights cutting twin beams into the oppressive darkness, illuminating the narrow, rutted track leading away from this nightmare. Mark didn't hesitate. He slammed the truck into gear, stomped on the accelerator. Tires spun wildly on the loose dirt and pine needles, throwing debris before finding purchase. The truck lurched forward, bouncing violently over the uneven ground. I gripped the dashboard, bracing myself, every jolt sending shivers of pain through my already battered body. I risked a glance in the side mirror, back towards the tree line we'd just escaped. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I saw it, a tall, impossibly thin figure, darker than the surrounding shadows, standing motionless at the edge of the woods, watching us go. Then we rounded a sharp bend and it was gone. We didn't speak for the entire drive out. Mark wrestled the truck along the treacherous forest road, his face a pale, grim mask in the dashboard lights, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I stared straight ahead, numb, Chloe's final choked scream echoing in my ears. The image of that empty space on the forest floor burned behind my eyelids. It felt like an eternity before the rough track finally gave way to gravel, and then, blessedly, to smooth, solid pavement. The first sign of civilization, the fluorescent green and orange glow of a 24-hour gas station sign in the distance, felt like a beacon from another world. Mark pulled in beside the pumps, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was immense, broken only by the hum of the station's coolers and the frantic pounding of my own heart. He slumped forward, resting his forehead on the steering wheel, his shoulders shaking. I just sat there, staring at the brightly lit convenience store, the rows of colorful candy and snacks visible through the window. It all seemed utterly absurd, impossibly normal after the primeval horror we'd just fled. Chloe was gone. Gone because we didn't listen. Gone because we woke something up or trespassed where we weren't wanted. Gone because we made the mistake I made the mistake of agreeing to stay after the universe screamed at us to leave, laying out its warning in a perfect, silent circle of death. We called the police from the gas station payphone. What could we say? We told them our friend got separated from us during a hike after dark. We told them we searched but couldn't find her. We didn't mention the birds, the whispers, the thing that took her. Who would believe us? They'd think we were crazy or worse. Search parties come out of the area for days. They found our abandoned campsite. They found nothing else. No tracks, no signs of struggle where I knew she fell. Nothing. Chloe vanished without a trace, another statistic swallowed by the vast Wisconsin wilderness. Officially, she got lost, succumbed to the elements. A tragic accident. Mark and I drifted apart after that. The shared trauma was a chasm between us, not a bond. There was too much horror, too much unspoken guilt in our silences. I live in a different city now. I avoid forests. I sleep with the lights on. But the horror isn't over. Not really. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is quiet, I hear it. A faint whisper, just at the edge of hearing, sounding chillingly like my own name. Sometimes I see movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow that seems too tall, too thin, vanishing when I turn to look. The woods keep their secrets. Some places are just wrong. Some things, once disturbed, don't forget. My camping trip in Wisconsin wasn't just a mistake, it was a transgression. And I'm the one who has to live with the consequences, with the knowledge that I ran while Chloe was taken. I survived. And sometimes late at night, the whispers remind me that survival itself can be a kind of haunting. The deadliest mistake was mine to make and mine to carry. My name is Noah. It feels strange writing that down, like putting a name to the ghost I feel I've become since last fall. Some wounds, they say, time heals. Others just fester deep under the surface, poisoning everything. This one swallowed my friend's whole and left me hollowed out, stranded on the shore of a life I barely recognize. I'm writing this because I have to. Maybe getting it out will cauterize something inside me. Maybe it's a warning. Maybe it's just a scream into the void, hoping someone somewhere hears it before they make the same goddamn mistake we did. There were 4 of us, me, Liam, Chloe, and Ben. We'd been friends since freshman year of college, an unlikely but tight, knit group bonded by late night study sessions, cheap beer, and a shared sense of adventure that often bordered on reckless. Liam was the pragmatic one, the engineer in training who always had a plan, a map, and a sensible reason not to do something stupid. Chloe was the artist, observant and quiet, but with a surprising core of steel and a thirst for experiences that fed her creativity. Ben was the spark plug, impulsive, always chasing the next thrill, the bigger laugh. He was usually the one pushing us to cross the line from adventurous to idiotic. And me. I guess I was the chronicler, the one who usually took the pictures, remembered the stories, the mediator between Liam's caution and Ben's chaos, usually. This particular trip was Ben's idea, naturally. He'd stumbled across some obscure corner of the internet talking about a place deep in the Wisconsin Northwoods, a region known locally, almost whispered as Black Creek Bog. It wasn't on any official park maps, more of a sprawling, soggy wilderness bordering state forest land. The hook for Ben wasn't the rugged beauty or the isolation, though. It was the folklore, tales of strange lights. They called them bog lights, ghost lights, or sometimes, more poetically, will-o'-the-wisps. Depending on who you asked, Ills, or which barely maintained Geocities era website you read, they were either swamp gas igniting spontaneously, bioluminescent fungi playing tricks on the eyes, or something else. Lost souls, Native American spirits guarding sacred ground, extraterrestrial probes, the theories ran the gamut from mundane to utterly batshit. Most locals, the few who lived near the edges of that vast, wet emptiness, just avoided the bog, especially after dark. There were stories, vague but persistent, of hunters getting turned around, of people going in and not coming out, their disappearances attributed to the treacherous terrain, but always with a knowing glance towards the heart of the marsh where the lights were said to dance. Dude, imagine? Ben had pitched it to us over pizza and beers, eyes wide with manic energy. Middle of nowhere, spooky lights. Campfire stories, it'll be epic! Best camping trip ever! Liam, predictably, was skeptical. It's probably just methane, Ben. Decaying vegetation releases gas, it ignites. Basic science. Science can't explain why they supposedly move. Liam, Ben retorted, jabbing a finger towards his laptop screen displaying a grainy photo of blurry lights. Or why they sometimes seem to follow people. Chloe surprisingly seemed intrigued. There's something primal about swamps and marshes, isn't there? All that life and decay churning together. It feels ancient. Might be cool to photograph. I was torn. Part of me sided with Liam, it was likely explainable, and wading into a bog known for disappearances sounded like a terrible plot point in a horror movie we were willingly writing ourselves into. But another part, the part that Ben always managed to ignite, felt the pull. The lure of the unknown, the chance to see something unexplained, something real. Besides, we were experienced campers. We had gear, we had GPS, we had Liam's meticulous planning. What could really go wrong? Famous last thoughts, right? We drove up on a Friday in late September. The air was already crisp, hinting at the colder months to come. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to deeply rutted dirt tracks that scraped the underside of Liam's Subaru. The last sign of civilization was a dilapidated bait shop with a hand-painted sign warning Tira Cesar Squil B.E. cum pusted. Charming, we found a relatively dry patch of land near the edge of where the solid ground started to get spungy, maybe half a mile from the area designated on Ben's crudely downloaded map as the prime light viewing zone. Setting up camp felt normal. Tent poles clicked together, sleeping bags were unrolled. Liam meticulously organized the cooking gear. Ben cracked open the first beers before his tent was even fully up. Chloe wandered off a little way, camera in hand, capturing the way the late afternoon sun filtered through the dense canopy of pines and hemlocks, turning the stagnant pools of water scattered around us into mirrors of gold. There was an undeniable atmosphere to the place, though, a quiet that felt heavy. The usual forest sounds, birdsong, scurrying squirrels, seemed muted, distant. The air hung thick and damp, carrying the rich, earthy smell of wet soil, decaying leaves, and something else, something vaguely metallic and cloying. It was the smell of things breaking down, returning to the muck. As dusk bled into night, we got the campfire roaring. The flames pushed back the encroaching shadows, creating a small bubble of warmth and light in the vast darkness. We cooked sausages, drank more beer, told stupid jokes. Ben kept scanning the tree line, practically vibrating with anticipation. Liam consulted his GPS periodically, confirming our position, muttering about satellite reception being spotty. Chloe sketched in her notebook, capturing the firelight on our faces. I tried to relax, to soak in the familiar ritual of camping with my friends, but I couldn't shake a low hum of anxiety. The silence between our conversations seemed to deepen, pressing in from the blackness beyond the firelight. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, felt amplified. It was Ben who saw them first. He suddenly froze mid-sentence, his beer halfway to his lips, staring out past the fire's glow towards the heart of the boggy area. Guys, look. We followed his gaze. At first, I saw nothing but the wall of darkness where the trees and undergrowth merged into shadow. Then a flicker, a pale ethereal light like a distant firefly, but larger, steadier. It hovered maybe 50 yards out, just above the murky ground. As we watched silent now, another light blinked into existence nearby, this one a soft, pulsing blue. Then a third greenish, moving slowly, deliberately, from left to right. They weren't headlights, they weren't reflections. They moved independently, silently, with a strange, almost liquid grace. They pulsed gently, their colors shifting subtly. There was no sound accompanying them, just the crackle of our fire and the sudden, deafening thud of my own heartbeat. Holy shit. Ben breathed, scrambling to his feet. They're real. Liam squinted, pulling out his high-powered flashlight and clicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, but seemed to stop short of the lights, swallowed by the gloom. The lights themselves didn't react, didn't scatter. They just continued their slow, silent dance. Okay, Liam said, his voice tight with something I couldn't quite identify. Fascination. Fear? Okay, that's weird. Definitely not methane flares. Chloe had her camera up, snapping photos, the click of the shutter loud in the sudden stillness. They're beautiful, she whispered. And kind of hypnotic. They were. There was something captivating about them, something that drew the eye and held it. They seemed ancient, otherworldly, completely divorced from the familiar world of trees and mud around them. And then Ben said the words I'd been dreading and on some level expecting. We gotta get closer. Absolutely not. Liam snapped immediately. We don't know what they are. And that area is basically quicksand with trees. We stick to the plan. Observe from a safe distance. This is it! This is the whole reason we came! Ben argued, grabbing his own flashlight. We'll just go a little way, get a better look. Come on. Don't be lame. He looked at Chloe, then at me. No, Chloe, you want to see this up close, right? Chloe hesitated, lowering her camera. It is tempting, but Liam's right, Ben. It looks treacherous out there. I felt the familiar pull. The anxiety was still there, a cold knot in my stomach. But seeing those lights so strange and silent, the curiosity was a physical ache. The beers probably weren't helping my judgment either. Maybe just to the edge of the trees. I suggested, trying to sound reasonable. Where the ground is still relatively solid. Liam sighed, running a hand through his hair. Fine. Edge of the trees. We take radios, we stick together, and the second it feels sketchy, we turn back. Agreed. Ben beamed, already heading towards the darkness. We grabbed our flashlights. Liam clipped a walkie, talking to Ben's belt in mine, keeping one himself. The fire felt small and inadequate behind us as we stepped away from its comforting glow. The air immediately felt colder, damper. Our boots squished on the saturated ground. The metallic tang in the air intensified. The lights ahead pulsed softly, seeming to beckon us forward. They drifted slowly, moving deeper into the tangle of stunted trees and thick underbrush that marked the true beginning of the bog. They stayed just ahead of us, maintaining their distance, like shy animals or lures. We pushed through grasping branches, our flashlight beams dancing nervously, catching the glint of stagnant water, the texture of moss, slick bark. The ground grew softer underfoot. With every step, there was a slight sucking sound as the mud tried to hold onto our boots. See, Ben Stage whispered excitedly, stumbling slightly on a hidden route. This isn't so bad. We're almost there, but we weren't. The lights remained elusive, always just a bit further ahead. They led us off the slightly firmer ground, guiding us towards pathways that looked solid but yielded instantly into ankle-deep, foul-smelling muck. The trees grew denser, their branches interlocking overhead, blocking out the faint starlight. Disorientation began to set in. Turning back, I could no longer see the reassuring glow of our campfire. There was only darkness, the smell of decay, and the silent, hypnotic dance of the lights ahead. Liam stopped, breathing heavily. Okay, this is far enough. The ground is getting really unstable. Ben, no, let's head back. Ben shone his light towards the shifting orbs, now maybe only 30 yards away. They pulsed brighter for a moment, a cold, captivating blue. Green, no way, man, we're so close. Just a little further, and that's when Chloe screamed. Not loud, but sharp, cut off. We spun around. Her flashlight beam pointed downwards, shaking violently. She had stepped off what looked like a solid patch of moss, and her leg had plunged thigh deep into black, viscous mud. She was trying to pull herself free, her face pale with shock and fear, but the bog held her fast. The lights ahead seemed to stop moving, hanging there in the darkness, watching, waiting. We were already lost, lured by the lights like moths to a deadly flame, tangled in the edge of Black Creek Bog. And the real horror, the mistake that would cost us everything, hadn't even truly begun. Chloe's choked scream ripped through the unnatural stillness of the bog. For a second, we all froze, paralyzed, our flashlight beams converging on her thrashing form. The sight jolted us out of our light-induced trance. The hypnotic beauty of the glowing orbs vanished, replaced by the raw, immediate terror of the physical danger right in front of us. The bog wasn't just a spooky backdrop for the lights, it was an active predator. Chloe!
Hold on.
Liam yelled, instantly shifting into problem-solving mode despite the panic tightening his voice. He lunged forward, sinking to his knees in the muck near the edge of the hole she'd fallen into, reaching for her outstretched hands.
Don't panic. Try to spread your weight.
Easier said than done. Chloe was crying now, gasping sounds mixed with terrified whimpers.
I can't. It's like it's pulling me. It's so cold.
Ben, reacting with pure instinct, grabbed Chloe under the arms and heaved. It was the wrong move. Her body barely shifted, but the sucking sound from the mud grew louder, hungrier.
Ben, stop.
Liam barked.
You'll make it worse. Find something solid.
My own flashlight beam swept frantically across the mire, searching for anything, a log, a thick root, anything we could use for leverage. The ground around the hole looked deceptively firm, covered in a carpet of moss, but I knew stepping closer was a gamble. The bog felt like a living entity, deliberately treacherous. While Liam tried to keep Chloe calm, talking her through relaxing her muscles, I spotted a thick, gnarled branch half submerged a few feet away.
Here, I yelled.
Wading carefully through ankle-deep sludge to retrieve it. It was heavy, waterlogged, but solid. Working together, Ben and I managed to wedge one end under Chloe's arms while Liam, bracing himself against a stunted tree trunk, pulled steadily on her hands. The entire time, the lights watched. They had drawn closer now, maybe 20 yards away, 3 silent, luminous orbs hovering just above the ground. Their cold, ethereal glow pulsed softly, casting long, shifting shadows that made the twisted shapes of the trees seem to writhe. There was no sound from them, no heat, just that intense passive observation. It felt deliberate, mocking almost, as if our struggle was some kind of morbid entertainment. The air around them seemed to shimmer slightly, and the cloying, metallic smell of decay intensified, catching in the back of my throat. With a final desperate heave and a sickening slurp, Chloe came free. She collapsed onto the relatively firmer ground, where Liam had been bracing himself, gasping, covered head to toe in black, stinking slime. Her face was streaked with tears and mud, her eyes wide with residual terror. Ben helped pull her fully clear, his own breathing ragged. Relief washed over me, potent but fleeting. Chloe was safe, out of the mud's immediate grip. But one look around confirmed how bad things really were. In the struggle, we had churned up the ground, losing any clear sense of which way we'd come. Our flashlight beams cut slices through an environment that looked hostile and utterly uniform in every direction. Tangled roots, black pools of water, skeletal trees draped in moss. It was a labyrinth designed to swallow you. Chloe shivered violently, pulling her muddy jacket tighter. My ankle. She stammered, trying to put weight on her foot and wincing sharply. I think I twisted it when I went down. Perfect. Just perfect. Liam checked his GPS again, frustration etched onto his face. Still no signal. Damn it. He tried the walkie-talkies. Mine crackled with static when he called, then fell silent. Ben's was the same. Either the dense woods and damp atmosphere were blocking the signal, or the distance back to camp, wherever camp now was too great. Okay? Liam said, taking a deep breath, trying to project calm none of us felt. Okay. We stick together. Chloe, lean on me and Ben. No, take point with the light. Look for any markers, anything familiar. We started moving slow and cautious. Every step was tentative, testing the ground before committing weight. Chloe hobbled between Liam and Ben, biting back cries of pain. My flashlight beam jerked nervously, searching for a broken branch, an oddly shaped tree, anything that might indicate the path back. But there was nothing. Just endless, repeating patterns of shadow and decay. The silence pressed in again, heavier now, thick with our fear. And the lights, they moved with us, keeping pace, flanking us almost. Sometimes one would dart ahead, seeming to illuminate a slightly clearer path, only for it to end in another impassable thicket or a patch of treacherous-looking water. It felt like they were hurting us, playing with us. The strain started to show. Ben, his earlier bravado evaporating into jittery fear, started muttering, "This is insane. We're going in circles." I knew we should have just gone straight for the lights when we saw them. Following the lights is what got us into this mess, Ben! Liam retorted, his voice strained from exertion and stress. We need to be logical, try to retrace. Retrace what? Our panic tracks. Ben shot back. There's nothing logical about this place, Liam! Can't you feel it? Guys, stop it! Chloe pleaded, her voice trembling. Fighting isn't helping. I tried to mediate. He's right, Ben, arguing won't help. Liam, maybe we just pick a direction and stick to it. Staying still feels worse. As I spoke, the lights ahead did something new. They separated. One bright blue orb zipped off sharply to the left, hovering near a dense wall of vegetation. Another, greenish, white drifted slowly to the right, towards what looked like slightly higher, drier ground. The third, the original pale one, hovered directly ahead, deeper into the heart of the bog. They hung there, pulsing gently, as if offering a choice. 3 paths, all leading into deeper darkness. See. Ben almost yelled, pointing towards the light straight ahead. It's showing us the way! It has to be. His fear seemed to have tipped over into a kind of desperate, irrational conviction.
Ben, no. Lem grabbed his arm.
That leads deeper in.
But the one to the right looks like firmer ground.
That's our best bet. You go right then.
Ben wrenched his arm free, his eyes wild. I'm not dying in circles out here. I'm following that light. Before Liam or I could react, Ben plunged forward, flashlight beam bouncing erratically, crashing through the undergrowth towards the pale light hovering in the distance. Ben! I yelled. Let him go. Liam said grimly, already turning towards the right, supporting Chloe. We can't follow him into that. This way, Chloe, Noah, slowly. He started moving towards the greenish light, helping Chloe navigate the uneven ground. I hesitated for a split second, my gaze flicking between Ben's rapidly receding light straight ahead and the path Liam and Chloe were taking to the right. Stick together. We had to stick together.
Ben!
I shouted one last time, my voice swallowed by the trees. No response. Panicked, I turned to follow Liam and Chloe. Their lights were maybe 10 yards ahead. I took a step, felt the ground give way beneath me, not deep like before, but enough to send me stumbling, my flashlight clattering against a root. I scrambled back up, heart pounding, but in those few seconds, Liam and Chloe had vanished around a thick cluster of trees. Liam? Chloe. I yelled, shining my light where I'd last seen them. Nothing. Just tangled branches and impenetrable shadow. I pushed forward, calling their names again. Silence. Utter, complete silence except for the frantic drumming in my ears and the squelching sound my own boots made in the mud. I was alone. Completely, utterly alone in the heart of Black Creek Bog. The cold wasn't just in the air anymore, it seeped into my bones. My flashlight beam, which had seemed powerful back at the campfire, now felt pitifully inadequate, barely pushing back the oppressive darkness that felt alive, watchful. Every drip of water, every rustle of unseen leaves, sounded like a footstep, like something creeping closer. The metallic smell was stronger here, acrid, like old blood. I spun around, sweeping the light in a wild arc. Trees, mud, water, shadows, nothing. But the feeling of being watched, hunted, was overwhelming. I wasn't just lost. I was trapped in their territory, whoever or whatever they were. The lights, where had they gone? I couldn't see them anymore. Had they disappeared now that their work was done? Now that we were separated, vulnerable? Then I heard it. A sound that cut through the silence like ice. A screech sharp, filled with pure terror and abruptly cut off, came from the direction Ben had gone. Ben. The name croaked out of my throat, barely a whisper. I called again, louder this time, my voice cracking with fear. B! Only silence answered. A profound, heavy silence that seemed to suck the very air from my lungs. He was gone. Whatever was out here with us, whatever the lights had led us to, had found him. The deadly mistake wasn't just following the lights. It was believing we could ever leave once we had. The bog, the lights, they weren't just a place or a phenomenon. They were a trap, and it had just been sprung. The silence that swallowed Ben's scream was the most terrifying sound I'd ever heard. It pressed in on me, absolute and suffocating, amplifying the frantic hammering of my own heart until it felt like my ribs would crack. Ben was gone. The loud, impulsive life of the party Ben, who dragged us out here chasing thrills, had found something else entirely. And I was alone, stranded in the heart of whatever nightmare this bog concealed. Paralysis locked my limbs for a moment that stretched into an eternity. Every nerve ending screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted in the cold mud. Then, behind me, a soft splash. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the darkness. Nothing. Just the black, still water and the skeletal trees. Had I imagined it? Was it just the bog settling, groaning under its own weight? Snap. A twig broke sharply off to my left, too distinct, too close to be random. I froze again, straining my ears, holding my breath, silence. But the feeling, the prickling certainty of being watched intensified tenfold. It wasn't just paranoia anymore. Something was out there. Something was hunting. Another rustle, this time closer, almost parallel to me, hidden just beyond the reach of my light, that broke the spell. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded my system, overriding thought, overriding everything but the primal instinct to survive. I didn't choose a direction, I just reacted, turning away from the sound, away from where Ben had vanished and bolted. It wasn't running, it was a panicked scramble. I crashed through unseen branches that tore at my clothes and skin, stumbled over hidden roots, my boots sinking deep into sucking mud with every other step. I fell hard face first into the slime, the flashlight flying from my grasp, plunging me into absolute heart-stopping darkness. Panic clawed at my throat. Blindly, I scrabbled in the muck, fingers closing around the cool metal cylinder. I clicked it on, the beam sputtering back to life, revealing the same horrifying landscape in every direction. Get up, move, don't stop. I pushed myself up, gasping for breath, lungs burning, legs shaking uncontrollably. As I lurched forward again, it appeared. A single orb of light, pale and flickering, hovering low to the ground, maybe 20 yards ahead. Was it one of them? Was it Ben's dropped flashlight? For a desperate second, hope flared. Maybe he was okay. Maybe it was a signal. But then the memory of his scream, short and final, echoed in my mind. And the way the light hung there, so still, so patient, it felt wrong. It felt like the anglerfish's lure, dangling temptingly in the abyss. A trap. I cried out, a wordless sound of fear and defiance, and veered sharply away from the light, pushing deeper into a dense thicket of thorny bushes, choosing the unknown darkness over the beckoning glow. The thorns ripped at me, but I barely felt it. As I burst through the other side, back into a patch of relatively open bog, my flashlight beam swept across the area where the pale light had been just moments before. I only caught a glimpse, a fleeting impression framed by the bobbing circle of my light, but it burned itself onto my brain. It wasn't Ben. It was tall, impossibly thin, like a starved figure constructed from wet, rotting leaves and black bog mud. Its limbs were long and jointed wrong, like a broken insect's. It seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, and where a face should have been, there were only smooth, dark indentations, empty sockets that somehow conveyed a terrifying awareness. It was turning slowly, ponderously, towards the sound of my crashing escape. I didn't stay to see more. A raw scream tore from my throat as I scrambled backward, turned, and ran harder than I ever thought possible. Adrenaline surged, erasing the pain, erasing the exhaustion, leaving only the desperate need to put distance between myself and that thing. I don't know how long I ran. Time dissolved into a blur of darkness, fear, and the constant struggle against the landscape. Then my feet slipped on loose soil, and I tumbled down a short, steep bank, landing with a splash in icy, moving water. Cold shocked my system, but it was different from the stagnant cold of the bog pools. This water flowed. A creek. It had to be Black Creek. Hope fragile but fierce ignited in my chest. Water flows downstream. Downstream leads out. Maybe. I didn't hesitate. I started wading, stumbling on slick rocks, pushing against the current that tugged at my legs. The water was only knee deep in most places, but the cold was intense, numbing my feet and legs almost instantly. Still, it felt cleaner, safer than the grasping mud. I kept moving, following the winding path of the creek, praying it was leading me out and not deeper into some watery grave. The sound started again, splashing on the banks, keeping pace with me just inside the tree line. A heavy, wet, dragging sound like something immense being pulled through the mud. I didn't look. I couldn't look. I fixed my eyes forward on the next bend in the creek, focusing on the sound of the flowing water, trying to block out the sounds of pursuit. Flickering lights appeared again, dancing between the trees on either side of the creek. Cold blues, sickly greens, pale whites. They moved erratically, trying to draw my eye, trying to lure me back onto the banks, back towards the treacherous ground where it waited. No, I whispered, the word raspy, barely audible. I started chanting, whispering the names of my friends like a desperate prayer. Liam, Clo, Ben. Liam, Clo, Ben. Anything to focus on, anything to drown out the fear and the siren call of the lights. The pursuit felt relentless. I could feel eyes on my back, cold and ancient. I risked a glance behind me once, sweeping the flashlight beam across the water. Nothing there. But on the bank, just at the edge of the light, I saw movement, something dark and low shifting back into the shadows. I didn't look back again. How much time passed? Minutes, hours. The darkness seemed eternal. My body screamed with exhaustion and cold. My flashlight beam was noticeably dimmer now, flickering ominously. Just as despair began to overwhelm the adrenaline, I noticed a change. The trees seemed slightly less dense ahead. Was that a grayness in the sky or just my eyes playing tricks? Then I heard it. Faint, almost lost beneath the gurgle of the creek and the pounding in my ears, the low rumble of an engine. A truck. Could it be? Hope surged, giving me a final burst of strength. I pushed harder, stumbling, falling to my knees in the creek, but forcing myself up again. I rounded a final bend, tore through a thick patch of reeds and thorny bushes lining the bank, ignoring the searing pain as they ripped at my skin, and collapsed onto blessed, solid ground, gravel, rough, sharp gravel. I was on the shoulder of a road. A narrow, unpaved logging road, but undeniably a road. Civilization, safety. The first weak rays of dawn were filtering through the trees, painting the eastern sky in pale shades of gray and pink. The oppressive darkness of the bog was behind me. I lay there, face down on the gravel, sobbing uncontrollably. Relief and grief washed over me in dizzying waves. I was alive. I was out. But Ben, Liam, Chloe. Loggers found me an hour later, a shivering, mud-caked, incoherent mess. They wrapped me in blankets, gave me hot coffee from a thermos, their faces a mixture of shock and pity. Then came the sheriff, the paramedics, the hospital. Hypothermia, dehydration, shock, countless cuts and bruises. They treated my body, but my mind, that was another story. I told them everything. Every detail, the lights following them, Chloe falling, the separation, Ben's scream, the feeling of being hunted, the thing I saw made of mud and leaves, the creek, the escape. They listened patiently, nodding, taking notes. The sheriff, a weary-looking man named Henderson, asked gentle questions about how much we'd had to drink, whether we'd taken any drugs. The official story wrote itself. A group of inexperienced city kids, drunk or high, got tragically lost camping in a dangerous, unmapped bog known for its swamp gas, the Lights. They panicked, got separated. I was the lucky one who stumbled out. Ben's body was never recovered, likely sucked down into the deep mud. Days later, a search party found Liam and Chloe. They were huddled together against a tree, miles from where I'd emerged, having succumbed to exposure just short of reaching the edge of the state forest. The ME found no signs of attack, no unexplained injuries, just cold and exhaustion. Case closed. Another sad story about the unforgiving wilderness. They didn't believe me. No one would. How could they? But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. Black Creek Bog isn't just treacherous terrain. It's alive, and it's hungry. The Lights aren't swamp gas, they're lures. They draw you in, separate you, distract you while the thing that lives in the muck, the thing I saw, does its work. I survived, but I left most of myself back there in the dark with my friends. I live with the guilt, the nightmares, the constant, chilling memory of those empty sockets turning towards me. Sometimes, late at night, I think I see them faint, flickering lights at the edge of my vision, just outside the window. So read this. Remember Noah Lamb, Chloe, and Ben. Believe it or don't. But if you ever find yourself near a place like Black Creek Bog, a place whispered about in local legends, a place known for strange lights in the dark, turn around. Go back to the safety of the known world. Don't get curious. Don't follow the lights. Some beauty is a trap, and some mistakes aren't just deadly, they're eternal. Don't become another story whispered in the dark.